very good morning to everyone. அனைவருக்கும் என் இனிய காலை வணக்கம். I'm Rudramurthy Sendamaraikanan, working as liaison officer at IIT Madras. I take immense pleasure in inviting you all to this program supported by the Ministry of Education and organized by IIT Madras. For the invocation ceremony, may I now request everyone to rise for Tamil Thai Vaalthu, followed by Vande Mataram.
தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் வணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே. வந்தே மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் சுஜலாம் சுஃபலாம் மலயஜ शीतलां सस्यश्यामलां मातरं वन्दे मातरं शुभ्रज्योत्स्नां पुलकितयामिनीं फुल्लकुसुमितद्रुमदलशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिनीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरं.
Thank you. May I now request Professor Nilesh J. Vasa, Dean of Students from IIT Madras, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning to everyone. Namaste. I am Nilesh Vasa from the Office of Dean of Students at IIT Madras. On behalf of IIT Madras, we welcome all dignitaries from the academic institutions across South India. And we are very grateful to all of you for coming and participating in this mental wellness and stress management workshop, which has been organized here at IIT Madras with the support from Ministry of Education. This workshop is divided into 4 sessions. The morning session where we have in the morning, forenoon, we have 2 sessions. One is concerning governance reforms, capacity building, grievance redressal, etc. The second session focuses on curricular reforms, implementation, as well as stress management through yoga practices, etc. In the afternoon, we have 2 sessions wherein various other organizations and institutions are dignitaries and delegates are going to also present from there. And they are going to talk about in session 3 importance of communications, particularly with students, parents, faculty, etc. And then the final session, which is on psychiatry and counseling. Our Silpa ma'am, who is from National Health Mission, is also going to participate in this session and address us in terms of various approaches towards counseling and accessibility. And all these sessions are open for questions and answer on completion of all the presentations. So we once again welcome faculty, staff members, and all the dignitaries And please participate enthusiastically, and we will all learn from each other the challenges which all of us are directly or indirectly facing, and we will go forward with this workshop. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for the welcome, Professor Nilesh J. Vasa. As you said, right, the first session is going to be on governance reforms, capacity building, grievance redressal, evaluation, and ownership. For the first session, may I now request Professor Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, who will be giving a talk on concerns and steps taken by IIT Madras. Over to you, sir.
Friends, very good morning and welcome to IIT Madras campus on what we believe is one of the most important activity that we need to look at, specifically after the post-COVID reboot of many campuses. We are finding certain very important challenges, specifically the way we need to address concerns of students from a socializing angle, from the senior-junior connect, from the guidance angle, and also from certain sort of pressures that they have, which we may classify as, certain personal issues or medical issues, financial issues, and academic issues. It's been very unfortunate for IIT Madras that in the last 6 months we have lost 5 students due to suicide. This has been a big eye-opener for us. It is unprecedented in the history of IIT Madras that we had such large number of unfortunate events in a very short period of time. Each of these events gave us deep insights into wellness, but unfortunately when we were trying to put things together, trying to bring certain processes together, tried to bring certain sort of directions in which we need to address this problem, everything takes an amount of time to evolve the process. But unfortunately we did not, between one event and another event, before we could recover and bring certain processes, understand, there was a series of events which shook us. But over a period of time, we have now got some processes in mind, processes in place, which I would like to put forward here. And other institutions who also have similar concerns and similar processes, we could start having a debate on this so that we will evolve some very good best practices, best among best, that every one of us can take forward to ensure that every educational institution, every institution as a country, we address this problem of stress and mental wellness comprehensively. So this is the reason why we have called for this workshop. We are very open. We will be presenting you whatever we have learnt and whatever we have put in place, and then we will open it for debate. So one of the important things that we realized as a part of this, when we analyze the unfortunate events, is that happiness is a collective responsibility. It is not that an administration or a director or a dean or a registrar can address this problem. It is a collective responsibility of many, starting from, of course, the administration has to put certain processes in place. We need to give certain directions on who is responsible for what is it that everyone has to do, etc. But then there is an involvement of these students, their friends, because today as a campus we have 12,000 students and many campuses across will have similar quantity. It is impossible for an administration to basically look into everyone. So there must be a very strong friend network, what we call, who can give certain counseling and who can also flag if there is an issue, so that collectively we can go and address this issue. The involvement of faculty, the faculty advisors, importantly the parents, and of course a very strong counseling network. So these 5, I think, what we understand are very important, and we have to work very closely with each other, maintaining the confidentiality, maintaining the privacy, and thus removing any stigma attached with somebody who is in stress to approach any of these entities. And collectively we need to evolve a mechanism by which we systematically address the stress and ensure mental wellness. So this is what, in a nutshell, that we had learned. So there are 5 entities we call Panch Pran, we can call. These 5 are the most important: the friendship network, the administration, the faculty advisors, the counseling network, and of course the parents. And a very systematic way by which, if they can work together, then I'm sure we will have a good solution for this problem. Now, in this connection, we opened up the behappy.iitm.ac.in 1 month before. And of course, I just want to give you certain important things here. So one of the things is the support mechanism. We need to have a very comprehensive support mechanism. Support for people who are in stress. So the support we have divided into 6 parts. The first support mechanism is a time-bound grievance redressal mechanism. So I'll just quickly go through this. So a time-bound grievance redressal mechanism gives a sort of a deterministic mindset, saying that, okay, if I go and approach with this particular problem, I will have a solution by some amount of time, a fixed amount of time. And so this is where we start. So it took us almost 6 months for me to come out with this comprehensive thing, because given an institute with different type of people, what is it that we can propose as a time-bound grievance redressal mechanism. But then, of course, this is subject to change depending upon how it works. So let me just take a student here. The student can be a BTech or a dual degree or MTech. And there are 2 sets of students in IIT Madras. One are the course students who does coursework, and then they complete the degree based on their performance there. While there are research scholars who are involved in research. They do minimal number of coursework, but they work predominantly with the thesis work. So, and we went and classified what are the different problems a BTech student or a dual degree student. Let us take one example. So there can be academic problem, there can be social problem, there can be problems with hostel administration, etc. So for each one, so let me just take the social problem here. So you go and click for B1, and this is what you see here. So a social problem can be divided into 4. There could be sexual harassment, there could be stress or ragging, there could be discrimination, there could be any other issues. And when we look at, for example, if you take sexual harassment, we have the CCASH, which is under the Vishaka guidelines, and then the CCASH reports to registrar and director, and then this report is taken and action will be taken. On the stress ragging, there is DOST, and we have the wellness center. DOST stands for Dean of Students, and then immediate attention is required, and if not resolved, they can come to the director. In case of discrimination, if it is caste based, We have SC/ST liaison officer, we have also an OBC liaison officer, we have the committee from them, they can approach, and if it doesn't solve, they can come to the director. And in case of any other discrimination, again it goes to a dean of students, and if it is not resolved within 3 weeks, they can come to the director. And any other issues other than this, there are elected student representatives, and if it is not resolved within 3 days, they can come to DOST, and not resolved within 3 days, they come to the director. So for every such grievance anybody can process, we have now come out with a sort of a time-bound grievance redressal mechanism, and hopefully this will give a confidence to all that when they have a grievance, they could come forward and they will get a solution within a fixed amount of time, and that is, the time is very, very important. So justice to be delivered within a particular time is extremely important. So this is one of the initiatives that we had taken as a part of our support mechanism. The second thing is Kushal meetings, where we basically encourage the faculty advisor and the students to meet. There are 3 important things that we put inside this Kushal meeting. One is that monthly once they meet and then they have a chat, and if there are some issues, the faculty advisor can basically address it. The second thing is we are also encouraging the faculty and the advisor and the advisees to go on one day, one evening, one dinner to one of the mess and eat together, sit together and eat. By this, we'll also have, we actually get 2 mangoes in this one stone. One is that the faculty advisor has a 1-hour meeting at least during dinner with the advisees, and then they also go and sit and eat in the mess, and always there is a constant complaint that mess food is not good, right? So this essentially means there is that evaluation of the mess food also. So they come back and say, is the mess food good or bad? And so we get these 2 very important things from this Kushal meeting. And the other thing that we are also encouraging, we say that if there is an evaluation in terms of a quiz or we have examination or assignment in that particular month, and if somebody is missing it, then please report it. So these are all, please take note of it. So these are all some interesting pointers where there is an opportunity for a faculty to basically interact with the student and have a conversation, at least start having a conversation with the student, so that they could basically, if there is a stress or anything, they could start come out. So this is one thing that it has been happening, and now these 3 steps will make it sort of a process by which this can take us forward. The next one is what we call as listeners, right? So the listeners, so this is very important that we just started with one. This is an experiment we have started. We have one of our very trained Professor M.S. Shivakumar, who is the first listener here. So as you look, there are a lot of times, so it's also worth to read out this message. My name is Shiva, I sign off as Anbudan Shiva. Come April, we start to find so many things pile up, whether they are unfinished assignments, deadline to meet, things to learn, it seems to keep pouring endlessly. Time suddenly seems to have shrunken. Not knowing what to do, we start to borrow from our essentials such as sleep, food and exercise. But this loan becomes surmounting and we feel caught in anxiety, fear of failure and so on. These things happen to all of us. It is at that time we turn back to find if there is someone in our lives who would have the ears to listen to us. But this part of the semester, most are busy and therefore you are desperately trying to find someone to talk to. You wish to pour out all those feelings you have. You badly want to get it out. Consider me. I will make a sincere attempt to be a listener. You don't have to worry that I am this or that. Note that when I listen to you, I will remove all those hats that I wear and put on just an active listener's hat. It's a promise. Also, it's a promise that what I hear will be kept completely confidential. Trust me on this. It could be anxiety, it could be fear, it could be anger, it could be a feeling of helplessness, it could be a hurt. Listening has the power to heal, and I can be that listener. You just have to contact me through WhatsApp in this number. Not that I have a lot of time to spare, but I will make time, believe me. So this is, I think this message conveys everything that what a listener is supposed to do. This as we have started this a month before, and I think this is capping up, and we will be having more and more listeners into this framework. And this is very important because many times there is also a stigma. When we had another earlier workshop with the NHM, 80% of the students who are under stress, who need counseling, will not come forward for counseling, will not come for the talk. And so the main reason that that day when we debated was that people feel they have a stigma regarding confidentiality. They feel that if they come out and tell something, they may be evaluated based on that down the line. And this stigma is quite very important, and it needs to be addressed. And this listener is going to be a very important thing. So we have this listeners now, one listener, and we'll add many more in the real number. So other than that, so there are certain counseling support that is available made by the government, and so this is something that we have added here. So if you look at this, so there is a teleconsultation through NHM, which is very effective. There is a 104 service, 24/7 service, where people will talk, and very importantly, the 14416, which is also available in regional languages, specifically for some of the centrally funded technical institutions like IIT Madras, IIIT DM. I see many of you here. It is we have people with different from different states and different mother tongue. And it's also very important that we talk to these kids in their mother tongue. They are more expressive in their mother tongue, and that is something the dial to the toll-free number 14416 works. And then we also have a tie-up today with Kaveri Hospital. So there are many such hospitals offering counseling service where they could just dial and take an appointment, and they go outside. So nobody knows that a person is seeking counseling support. So this is very, very important here. So we have so Kaveri also keeps it very confidential. We don't know as an institute who is going for counseling, who is not coming, and this confidentiality is extremely crucial, and that is what we have learned. And so we had a counseling network. We have a counseling network inside campus, but then for some of the things that we learned, that why people are not going there, because if you have a counseling network inside campus, the many people feel that if they even enter that room, there is a stigma. Somebody will be watching us. So this personal consultation through Kaveri Hospital, this is one, and we will be adding many more on this list. So this is and then of course the next is important thing that we have taken up is a counselor network here. So we have now independent counselors who will come to IIT, and they will go to every department. They spend 1 hour on prefixed time in every department, and we have every hostel 4 hours a week they spend in the hostel. And people who want to take counseling, there are many people who are, when we give this type of a separate place, there are many students who want to go there, many faculty who would like to go there, and we give this opportunity so that they need not go out, but the counselor will be here. So this also we have enabled. And if you look at the scheduling here, so we have for every hostel, we have a slot, we have a counselor, we have a slot, and so there are 4 slots for every hostel: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then for every department. So, and we have also, each slot has a fixed timing. So everybody will know that when the counselor will come and which room they will be available at which point of time, and they can go and avail the counseling service inside the campus also. So this also we have enabled as a part of our support system. Then the one of the very other important thing that we realized is the reason why stress or complex builds is because of the communication skills, right? So one of the very important thing that we wanted to look at is to improve communication skills, and so in that effort we have taken a particular action here. So we have now have an AI based engine which will help people improve their communication skills, specifically in English, and that also we have enabled here. When you look at this, so this is from a company called Lanquil. It has been very effective, and so all the things, so it addresses many things, including there are 7 levels of certifications and very simple ones, and at the end of these 7 levels there is a very significant improvement in the way you communicate, in the way you start writing, especially very precise sentence structures, etc., your punctuations, your voice, everything. So the first level is on grammar assessment, and then vocabulary assessment, then listening skill assessment, reading skill assessment, speaking skill assessment, writing skill assessment, and adaptive assessments. So so these are all the important things, and there is also a dashboard for every student which gives how they are basically performing in the 6 areas, namely listening, speaking, reading, writing, grammar, and quiz. So so these are this is another very important initiative. I think if you improve the communication skills, I think that is very important for the student to build confidence in the student, and specifically when they want to take up placement, internship and placement. One of the important points, even if the student is performing very well, if the communication skills are not up to the mark, their placement and internship opportunities does suffer, and this is something that we have learned, and this is also another step that we have taken. So in addition, we have multiple things. So we have now a gatekeeper session training program. A gatekeeper training program is something where details are available in this site. So the main message is suicide is preventable, and so there are multiple things. I'll just go through some of the things here. Number 1 is understanding the current facts about suicide and developing awareness about the prevalence of it. And the second one is busting the myths and misconceptions about suicide. There are very important thing. There are 10 specific misconceptions, and their major negative consequences are discussed in this. And to understand the warning signs of suicide, to educate on how to conduct a preliminary risk assessment for an individual and identify the level of risk in terms of mild, moderate, or high. Once the risk assessment is done and the level of risk is identified, introduce the 3-step intervention like QPR technique trained via a specified QPR method, and then emergency crisis intervention techniques, and then other university accepted intervention techniques. So these are some things to basically, this is basically done for the volunteers. We have a team called Mitrid and Sati, the volunteers, plus we also have, we are doing it for the faculty advisors. And so this will be a 2-3 hour program, and then this is something very important for us to understand and have what we may term as the proactive way of understanding the warning signs and taking some quick actions in this direction. And then there are a lot of wellness sessions that is being taken under the auspices of aegis of the National Health Mission. Madam Shilpa Prabhakar is here. She has been extremely supportive. This is from the NHM of the government of Tamil Nadu that we have arranged this. In addition to this, one of the things that we have undertaken as a massive exercise is the wellness survey, a comprehensive wellness survey that we have taken. We have started from May 4th, and it is continuing. We have around 34 counselors who are basically MSc psychology people who have come here and who spend one-on-one with every student and every faculty and every staff. This will be a 2 month to 2.5 months exercise where we basically talk to each of these faculty, students and staff, and we do a wellness survey. And the outcome of this survey will give us sort of a heat map of how happy the campus is. And that is what we have indulged in. Again, I place on record my deep sense of gratitude to Madam for bringing in a set of very, very enthusiastic 35 counselors, young counselors who are very energetic and who are spending significant amount of time. We thought that for every student it will be half an hour session, but there are these sessions are going beyond an hour for many students, and I hope, we are very confident that there will be a very nice outcome that comes, where we will be in a position to understand. Still I am yet to define what is the happiness quotient of an institute, but we will have an understanding of this. So friends, these are all I am from an administrative side. These are all the things we have put in place. In addition, we also, for every time yes, an unfortunate event happens, hope it never happens in the future of IIT Madras and in the future of any education institution or anyone. But then we do have an internal inquiry committee which basically goes through the details in specific. It has student representatives, it has the representative from the administration, it has representatives from the medical, our hospital, and then so different inputs come from the wardens and the faculty advisor or the guide, and different inputs about the students are collected, and then certain recommendations come, and every such recommendation we are basically taking it seriously and trying to implement. So these are also something that we have put in place that in the unfortunate incident happens, the lessons must be learnt seriously, and certain recommendations should be taken seriously, and certain remedial actions should be put in place, and that also we are doing. So these are all in a nutshell. We have come out. It took significant amount of time for us to arrive at all these things, and I believe that with the cooperation of the Panchapran, again I say, from the students, friend network, the administration, the faculty advisors and the faculty, and then the counseling network, and also the parents. We are also going to have a way by which we also communicate to the parents, and we will provide a mechanism by which the parents can basically communicate back to us if they find that their ward, their kid is not, is stressed or not happy. That also we are going to enable it very shortly. The software is getting ready. So the last bit here is the continuity, and that is something we need to ensure. Once we know that a person is in stress and they go into a counseling mode, then there must be a continuous follow-up by the counseling network, so to ensure that the student is progressing well in terms of wellness. And that continuity is something, again, from a privacy and the confidentiality, the institute will not know about this. So if a person approaches a counseling network and the counselor is counseling, no details of that will come back to the institute, and that is something we need to ensure, because then only the students will, this is one of the most important, necessary and probably even sufficient condition for the student to go and approach the counseling network with confidence, so that they don't basically have the fear that their internal details or their personal details will be known to anybody within the place of work, and that is extremely crucial. I re-emphasize this point. And so given that there is the administration will not know essentially about what is happening to the student from a counseling point of view. So that is the I don't say it's a pro or con, but this is what is the reality. So the counseling network that you establish within the institution has to be extremely strong and extremely committed, so that they consistently follow up. It is that every month they need to meet, they need to talk, they need to see that the student wellness is progressing. And that is also very important, and if that fails, then again the whole thing is, that is the last mile that we need to address. So these are all what we have learnt from the 5 unfortunate events that happened in the last 6 months, and I now open it for discussion. If you, and also please send us feedback. Please visit this site. This is a public site for everyone to watch. So please visit this site, and I also thank the friends from media who have come here. So you could visit and please give us some feedback from which we can all evolve. And if you have a similar site, please do share, so we could have a site of sites where we could go and find out what is happening. So with this, I think this is one of, so I have, as a director of this institute, I have so much things to do for the institute. But after this 6 months of this 5 unfortunate events, now I have dedicated many of my visions to some of my colleagues, and my only goal in the next 1 year would be to see that these programs are put and instilled, and these processes are made as perfect as possible. And then finally, I leave it to God to see that the best things happen to the institute. So this is what, and we are committed to doing whatever is possible to see that the happiness is ensured. Thank you very much.
Best health care in the country. So even before other states could start working on certain programs, we have had several programs, several initiatives through which a lot of improvement has happened. And when we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, the state of Tamil Nadu has already reached the expected levels, that is, be it maternal mortality rate or infant mortality rate, we have achieved those targets. And that hasn't come easily. It has been decades of work, very hard work at the primary health care level, and strengthening the secondary and tertiary care. And now we see that our next challenge is tackling the non-communicable diseases. And of course, mental health care is an integrated part of that. So we have been taking several efforts in this regard. For the NCD, you must have heard of Honorable CM's Makkalai Thedi Maruthuvam program, which addresses the issue of non-communicable diseases by massive screening at the doorsteps of the individuals, and to also provide them with medication and to follow up. But mental health is something that is integrated. It is something that, you can't talk of NCD or other things without talking of mental health. So it is all an integrated part. So we understand that a wholesome approach is required in this regard. These are just numbers to say that there has been, we know that there is prevalence of common mental health disorders or severe mental health disorders, but there has been a gap in the treatment. The gap in the treatment, when we see for overall India, we see that almost, some of the statistics say that 82% of our people have common mental health issues. It could be as small as depression or anxiety or stress. So these common mental health disorders, we all have. Almost all of us in this hall must have gone through some of these situations at any point in life. And severe psycho disorders are also found, but it is found that 82% of these individuals and 87% of those who undergo severe disorders do not receive treatment. Now, do not receive treatment has several factors in it. It is not just accessibility, but it is also affordability. It's also stigma attached, and it is about awareness. So there are a lot of issues which come into this aspect. Now, when we just were looking at why is that the accessibility is an issue, is it this affordability is an issue, there is certainly a shortage of mental health specialists. Be it in the private sector or in the government, we see that the way we have improvised our regular, physical well-being and the services that we are providing, mental health as such, the availability of specialists is a concern. And of course not for Tamil Nadu, because we have one of the best institutes here, and we do have Department of Psychiatry in every medical college, but this is about overall situation in the country. But what is more important is, more than availability and accessibility, it is the stigma attached to seeking help. Most of us here would not have sought help when we were in need of it. Most of our children do not think that anxiety or stress or depression is a cause of concern. When a child falls sick, the way we rush to the hospital is not the way we rush to a mental health specialist when we see a child to be depressed or to be sad. Because we all think that we have gone through this, and it is very natural for us to be as such. But it is this lack of awareness and the stigma, and then that lack of awareness is associated with the stigma. It is not that it is not so in the other countries. People do talk openly about it. One example is we run a lot of adolescent health clinics. But even, despite all the efforts we take to create awareness, to make children, simply just walk in and talk about your concern, we have people walking in for mostly, physiological issues or psychological, mainly the physical issues, or, even it could be sexual and other issues. But, they hardly talk about their mental health. This was just one example, but I'll come through the efforts taken later. And yes, affordability and quality is also important, because when we were, listening to the director's presentation, I was just asking that question to the professor nearby, that we have been working with, psychologists are coming, people, social workers are here, we are talking. How good are those listeners? how good is the person who is here to help. The quality of health providers, the quality of psychologists, the quality of psychiatrists, the quality of social workers determine a lot of, that is when, you would want to concede to somebody only when you know that the person, the quality of care given by those persons will be of, it is of prime importance. So it's not just, affordability, but it's also the quality that is, it is a concern. This is just some numbers that, suicides are one of our major concerns. We have trauma and emergency care initiative that was taken up across the state. Most of our district hospitals and medical colleges and all the government hospitals have an excellent trauma and emergency care facility. In these facilities, we have a specialized wing. There are 6 pillars for this trauma and emergency care. One of the pillar is against self-harm. So we see that a lot of cases on self-harm are reported, and of course emergency care is given, but that gave us the idea that actually what is required is to have an excellent counseling network for all those who have this, who have attempted for self-harm or who need help. So we need to have several care. So several initiatives have been taken up in this regard. Now, district mental health program. Now, way back in 80s, when the Mental Health Act was passed, and we were one of the first states who started the district mental health program. Now, every district of Tamil Nadu has this program running. So we have 2 psychiatrists and a team of social workers and psychologists along with them. They are all, in each district hospital they are situated. The psychiatrists, their tour programs are very nicely drafted. So they not only give institutional services. One of the psychiatrists would be there to provide institutional services in the hospital he is attached to, while the other satellite psychiatrist is supposed to go around and visit institutions and provide mental health services in these institutions. DMHP is one of our important wings when we take up many other psychological wellness programs that we take up. Mental health officer, that is the programmers who are there in the districts, they are, they visit institutions, they visit education institutions, homes and other places where the need is there. So they give wellness sessions are held. They do counsel the students, and also they hold sessions in institutions like this and create awareness. So creating awareness, trying to remove stigma for, and promoting people to seek help, and also giving clinical treatment and services. So all this is provided by the district mental health program. And emergency care and recovery center. Now this were established over a period of last 6-7 years now. This is run directly and also through the NGOs. This is mainly for the wandering ill people who are found abandoned or who are just found on the, homeless. The homeless, wandering ill, mentally ill people are taken. Now this is a center where an immediate care is given, and we also, over a period of time, once they recover, they are rehabilitated, even or reunioned with their families or taken to the homes. So this has been running in almost every district in Tamil Nadu. Then we have, as I said, we have medical college in every district now, and we have Department of Psychiatry in these medical colleges, and we have IMH in Chennai, which is the nodal institute. So tertiary care, Department of Psychiatry is taking care, and through this department we run a couple of programs, like we have de-addiction program in all the districts. So they run specialized de-addiction services in the medical hospitals, and they do take up wellness activities when an institute, like IMH has been helping the IIT here in providing counseling. They have mobilized some social workers who have come here to counsel. The professors are helping them. So this kind of services are provided to the institutions by the IMH and also the departments of psychiatry in each district. Now 104 and 104 has been functional in the state, where we do get a lot of calls. And as I said, we have TAIs, that is the trauma and emergency care. So whoever reports there as, with the attempt to self-harm, with their consent, the details are taken and forwarded to 104. 104 has a set of specialists here who would continue to counsel those people who attempted to self-harm. And they follow up on every patient so that they do not, these incidents do not recur. Then many programs are taken up through 104. Now, recently, the 12th results were announced, and every year, students who could not get through, we get the list of students from the school education department, and we make outbound calls to all of them. So this, just last 2 days, even as I speak today, it is going on. Around 47,000 students' contact details were obtained, and we have utilized our 104 services. We also have another call center, 1100 under the CM cell, and I have this 14416, which is a teleconsultation for mental health. All of them were put together to make outbound calls to listen to, to just talk to the students who could not get through. The psychologists there are well trained to assess by the way in which the person speaks to them, they assess the risk. So they do get to know, as this person who is speaking to me, is he confident to face the supplementary exams? Are the parents all right? Are they causing stress to the child? And if the child sounds confident, we just encourage them and leave them there. And if the child sounds stressful, then a follow-up session is given to those children. And if there are very high risk category, like, as we made calls, we heard that, the student hasn't eaten for 2 days, or he went missing, he's not found, and, he refuses to open the door, he's locked himself in the room. Many of these high risk calls were also, we made calls, and then we got the information. What did we do is that from here, once based on the risk categorization, we transfer the calls to the district. So the district mental health programmers, as I just mentioned, along with the school education department, and we also have district child protection officers, social welfare officers. So we have assigned tasks for each of them. They immediately visit the homes of these students, and a proper counseling is given, handholding is given, and see that the entire family is given the support. Sometimes we see that the parents are more stressful than the students. So it is the parents who would require counseling. So this kind of counseling is the 3rd year that we are doing. And after the NEET exams, we hear some unfortunate incidents happen. So we have had 2 years, and this 3rd year also we'll be doing. So all those who have appeared for NEET exams, we do this kind of a counseling just to keep them motivated. So apart from that, we get a lot of incoming calls also. So those calls are also classified, and we are following them on. Then Manam program, Mananal Nalladru Mantram, is more like what Dr. Kamakoti just mentioned. It is basically to have peer groups among the students in every institution, and also bring the teachers along, the faculty along, to make mental health and wellness as a combined initiative with the help of peers and faculty. Now we have attached this with the non-Mudalvan scheme of the Honorable CM, where every institution which has been enrolled under the non-Mudalvan scheme, there we have coordinators who are with us, all the medical colleges, all the engineering colleges, and many other arts and science colleges, where we have volunteers who come forward to be peer groups, and through them, the district mental health programmers and the experts here in IMH are training them for what? Now, training them is basically, you train the peer group, it will help themselves, it will help that peer group to be stronger, and mainly we train them to just identify symptoms of mental illness amongst the colleagues, among your peer group. So it's not that the student who is a part of the peer group, if they are trained, they become qualified enough to counsel and treat people. It's not like that. When we train students, or when we take a group and train them as a peer group, we mainly use them to help them. We train them to identify people who would say that, yes, this person seems to be in distress, this person may require help. The faculty also should understand that beyond my sphere of work, I just have to interact to a student in certain way that I extract some information to know that this child may need help. This child might have some family issues which is unable to cope with, and which is seen in his behavior in the institution. So this kind of basic training is given to the teachers and peer groups, and in turn we tell them that when you find some student who needs help, just report to the district mental health program team. So they in turn, this whole team in the district, be it the Department of Psychiatry, the mental health programmers, and the psychologists and social welfare workers working in various departments, we all have shared responsibility where the students' family will be informed and further follow-up will be taken care. Now, after this, the effort was to launch a national level call center was launched, that is teleconsulting, Telemanas, which is 14416, a number which was all over the country. We have this, and we were again the forerunners in establishing the specialized services here in Tamil Nadu. So this call center has 20 psychologists and 2 psychiatrists, and this is attached with the Institute of Mental Health here in Tamil Nadu. So it is under the direct supervision of the professors and the director of IMH. So these people here, the 22 people who are working here in the call center, were trained by IMH. Then we send them to NIMHANS, and so this specialized center is being functioning very well. So because mental health, most of the times we see that it is just that spur of the moment when you feel that you have no other way to go, you have absolutely nothing else to do. It is that moment where you decide to end your life. And we all feel that it is at that moment you feel that somebody can listen to you. It is somebody where I can simply, approach and get some help. Maybe that moment can ward off, that moment you can pass through and you could see the life beyond. So and mostly it is not easy to reach out every individual as such, because person who is apparently very healthy would have some need for psychological counseling, which he himself might not know, or he might not get that help immediately. So having a call center and promoting it and having a good call center which can give quality psychological counseling and other support is what we wanted to give through this 14416, which is being a reality. And we have been receiving a lot of calls across age groups, not just the students. We have very senior citizens calling us and saying, I'm just simply bored at home, I am alone. Children are all settled abroad, so I'm lonely. And this is also a very serious issue where elderly people being alone at home, and we get calls from that age group. We have calls from distressed women at home, people who are working at the working, it could be children or. So this is not just a counseling center. It's not just that we listen to people and say, everything will be all right, don't worry. It's not just that, because we feel that every caller, when they have a distress, when they have an anxious moment, there is an underlying issue beyond that. When they say that, I'm highly depressed or, distressed, a woman calls, and there has to be an issue behind that. And we get into a conversation with them, which we understand it could be domestic violence at home, it could be some kind of a treatment which is not fine, or it could be sexual abuse. Children do call and they report on sexual abuse. So there are various underlying factors that are there behind this, psychological issues when we receive calls. This is something that we note. And we have integrated this call center with our CM cell call center as well as various other departments. Like when there is a case of sexual abuse, a child calls, immediately information is passed on to the district child protection officer, who in turn will take legal action to save the child. So it's not that we just give counseling and end it there. So if there is a case of domestic violence, we have one-stop centers in every district run by the social welfare department. So that one-stop center is informed. So they immediately visit the homes of the caller, give them the, some may need immediate rehabilitation, some may need legal protection, some may need immediate police, interference in some regard. So all that is taken care. So every call, because if some call, it's all based on the caller's, the voice and the tone in which they speak. We do get information. If it ends with counseling, well and good. If it is mere treatment that is required, the district mental health programmers and the Department of Psychiatry will take care. But if there is an underlying issue, relevant departments do participate and they take care of that. They follow up on that underlying issue and it is taken care. And we have connected this to the CM cell because we want to register those underlying issues as the grievances of the people. 1100 is there basically to register grievances from the public. Now if there is a case, say, then we also get calls like, there is a land dispute which is going on for long, so that is giving me a lot of stress and all that. So we say, why don't you register this as a complaint on your CM cell grievance cell? It could be something that could be resolved by the officer. So we take it up as a grievance and put it up in the CM cell as a grievance. So there are a lot of ways in which we would like to seek either. But this is, of course, when we started with 20 people, we thought, let it be a piloting and let's see how it goes. But it is really taking a good shape, because reaching out to many people, it's not that easy. But when we give a reliable platform and say, please, you reach out to us when you are in need, it actually does a great thing. And I think this is a very good initiative, which we are now planning to expand and also take it up to the higher level. So these things are going on, and of course, Manam program was basically to work with the institutions. So as we actually started, incidentally, we spoke to the IIT team when we were thinking of how we can associate with institutions and take it forward. And now we see that it has taken a very good shape, and it is, we are learning. Actually, we in the NHM and in the department, we are learning as to how institutions can be supported. Of course, the enthusiasm and the initiatives of the institution is very important. Like the director, if we have people across in this hall who would like to have more of these activities, we will be more than happy to help, because institutions are one place where you have students together. It's easier to reach out to students because they are there in your institutions and they're going to be there for some time, and you know them, you know all of them, almost every student, the faculty would be knowing the student. All that we need to do is to bridge the gap which the director is trying to do. So in these activities, NHM or our all the district mental health programmers will be happy to help. So I request that any of you would want to have some kind of specialized services in your institutions, we will be working with you all together. So it was lovely hearing to you, sir, and I'm sure this day is going to be full of learning for all of us. Do exchange us good initiatives that you all have taken up. Anything that can be replicated, we will be happy to take in the state. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for the fantastic presentation. May I now request Professor Sarthi from the Electrical Engineering Department and then the coordinator of the Wellness Program at IIT Madras to present the next session on Wellness Survey, Challenges and Expected Benefits.
Thank you, Rudra. And my topic is on wellness survey, challenges and expected benefits. Professor Kamakoti provided exhaustive information about the initiative taken by IIT Madras. Basically, the sound mental health and well-being of students create the foundational base for the holistic development and nurturance of students and for imparting life skills that assist them in their growth, self-preservation and sustainable development. That is a basic thought process which has gone in. Also, the education only nurtures the development of competencies such as communication, cooperation, teamwork, and resilience among the students. This becomes a part when they are in the institute. After COVID, many kids started working on themselves and started looking at the cell phones. They were not communicating, and in the process we could see about in a 6 months time we lost 5 children, which is a sad part and which has gone to our heart, and our director has personally taken every effort to ensure that how that the happiness could be brought in. He has initiated multiple structures where we started with the buddy system. Each and every student should have a friend, maybe in the same hostel or nearby hostel or anywhere. That is the first initiative taken by the Dean of Students. Thanks to you, sir. Followed with, we also have a successful team like Mithir, where they try to interact with the students and they try to educate the students and try to provide information among themselves, how to support each other. So that initiative, it is going on, but still that is not sufficient is the factor which we have realized. And the happiness program, which we call it as a Kushal, that is a new initiative, first of its kind in the country, particularly in academic institute. This initiative, what we have learned is, it is going to be a self-motivation and self-successful program. It is going to be like, In that, when we started, the first point of contact for any students, we realized that this stress and other aspects, it is not alone. The personal factor, also the academic aspect which may come in picture. There we started thinking about the faculty member will be the first point of contact, and there the faculty advisor and advisees, if they interact much, one can support each other is a factor, and that is the purpose of initiating this happiness structure, which we call it as a Kushal program. I'm extremely happy the institute faculty have supported. I have seen incidents where the faculty member are gone to the hostel and they were playing cricket. So that is the level of interaction which has happened by the initiative of this process, which is one of the successful event which has happened. Is a glimpse which I am trying to talk about. So that way, I am thankful to the director for initiating such a program, making the people, it is not alone the students, it is also the faculty and the staff. So the faculty has gone and he has, he was indicating that the amount of happiness that he has got by interacting with the students, enormous. So that way, thankful to the director for initiating this program. And basically, it is not alone the Kushal program. We also started with the wellness survey. And when we started, we are not very sure about how that it is going to be like. Again, this wellness survey, we have a spectrum of students in the age group between 17. We have a BTech students, we have a master students, and we have a doctoral student. It is not one age group with whom we are going to interact. It is going to be from 18 to 30 plus, and there are people, doctoral student who are at little higher age. So it is very difficult what the requirement in the campus for them to make happy. It is very, very difficult. But this wellness survey is basically a one-to-one. We have a set of counselors, and I personally thank Madam for bringing out support for us quickly without any hesitant. So they started working, and I am extremely happy. In a campus of about 10,000 students working, students in the campus, in the last 1 week, it is possible for us to have a one-to-one interaction. About 2,200 kids got benefited out of this program. So that shows the voluntariness of the student and the happiness of the student to get into it. And we don't want to go and say that 100 students we evaluated and this is going to be the, they are happy. We don't want to. Each and every student we wanted to bring in, and we wanted to ensure that how they are, and we wanted to come up with a shell. And that will enable us to make initiative of what students want. So that is the basic idea behind. It is not to identify person A is having a problem, person B is having this sort of problem. It is not. We wanted to have a healthiness of the system. How the healthiness of the system is the factor which we thought about. And when we started, it is exactly during the semester exam, the last exam, we were a bit worried about how that we are going to, because already student is stressed with the exam, and we are talking about wellness where people think that if they are treated for psychiatry, it is not. We try to work on, and a director's speech to the students, that enabled them to feel that it is not a psychiatric treatment or to identify anybody with a problem of their own or anything like it is. A wellness program is the one which message was clearly communicated, and that enabled to start quickly this program. And in the process, we also thought faculty advisor is going to be the point of contact who can give a lot of information. Like we took a support from them and tried to communicate to the students' mind that it is only a wellness program. It is not to identify anything more than that. So this sort of information is not available in any of the institutes. So that way we were a bit worried about how that we are going to get into it, and we are successful in it and in the pathway, and hopefully we'll be trying to get in the next 1 month time, it is possible for us to get a complete information about the healthiness of the system. The second important thing which we started looking at, of course, the first day when we looked at, we will start with a set of people from each and every hostels we started looking at, but the response was very poor. And then we started looking at every hostel we have general secretaries and their team. We started talking about this program, and they communicated. And the peers are the best successful people to communicate anything and make the program successful, which we learnt, and it is working good. So that way, the general secretary of the institute, as well as the secretary of each and every hostel, we enabled them with the information about this is only a program to understand the healthiness of the system. It is not to identify anyone with a problem or anything like. So that message is we started communicating, and that is making us to have everyone volunteering themselves and making this program a grand success. And the third important thing, which counseling, as the director was indicating, that we started looking at how that it is going to be like. Each and hostels, we wanted to have about 4 hours. They will be trying to sit in different hostels, and 1 hour they will be trying to work on with each and every place. Here, very important thing is in the wellness survey as well as in the counseling, we have enabled a common room where no one will know who has gone in and we have gone out. So that much of privacy we are trying to maintain it. The people involved in one day is not going to be there in the next day, and the counselors, they have taken a complete detail of each and every student, and the detail will be communicated only through the one point of contact is the one which we have enabled, and any help is required. If a counselor suggests that there is a enabling mechanism is required, then the director is going to take initiative on this. And wellness survey, NMH as Government of Tamil Nadu has come forward, and it is working good. And counseling network, it is all carried out by the Kaveri Hospital. Once this program, in the process, we also try to understand what are all the facilities that required to be carried out, and these are the new initiatives which a director has thought that it has to be implemented in the campus. We always think about and say about home away from home. Home away from home, it means that a student should have a complete happiness as he likes to be in the home. So that way, the Kushal color is the one concept which he has brought in, and almost all the hostels is going to be painted. It is not only the internal painting, it is also the external painting, where he would like to bring the colors which is called a Kushal color. Team is going to be, every hostel, the team is going to be identifying what color they want, and I'm sure in next 3 months' time, we will be having complete infrastructure change, which will bring the Kushal in the campus, in the campus, basically. In addition to that, it is not alone the place where we live. The ambience is very, very important. So that way, director has indicated that people have to listen to the music with a lot of colors, and the musical fountain is the concept which we are thinking that it is going to be like. Every day having the musical thing, fountain is not going to be, maybe it becomes a routine. So we were thinking of to have a open air musical night. Whenever the musical fountain is not there, for example, every hostel, we have a music club. So for example, a Ganga hostel, which they can come forward and they can have the one evening of about 30 minutes or so, they can perform. In the process, we are trying to bring out people, and in a common place they can try to live in. So that way, this open air musical night is the one new concept which the director has indicated, and we will try to implement in next few months' time. And also this hydro relaxer. It is not that you just try to take a bath with a shower or whatever it is. There is also a concept which Japanese, most of them talk about. It is called a hydro relaxer. Every place we wanted to have some sort of a water pond sort of structure where they can dip their leg and they relax for a certain time. And thanks to Professor Vasa for indicating this new thought process. In addition, we try to have a Kushal color, we have a musical fountain, we have an open air musical structure. All that enjoyment will happen only when they have a roadside food corner. So that is the one the students were thinking about, how that it could be implemented. Hopefully in a short while it is possible for us to have a very happy and healthy structure. And all this, what is that expected to do it? If you look at it in short, the positive well-being, negative mental health, and cognitive function, if these three things, if it could be addressed, I think this program is going to be highly successful, and we all will work together. And I request every participant to provide us an input, and if anything could be done for the community, or for if you have any specific thing which you have carried out which is successful, please let us know, and let us learn each other and make the system more healthier and happier. And thank you very much for listening to my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarthi. We'll make sure that since you being the wellness coordinator, we'll make sure that there'll be a holistic growth of the mental wellness in the institute. And then this is the time for Q&A. May I now request all the panel speakers to come to the stage for the Q&A session. The floor is open for the Q&A. We'll have volunteers who will be having the mic in case if you have any questions.
Good morning to the dignitaries. Because I would like to introduce myself. I am Dr. Gayatri Devi, Professor and Head Department of Psychology, Avinash Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. And my humble, it is not a question, it is I would like to share the information that many of the students in the schools at Coimbatore, they are taking Cool Lip. It costs about 60 rupees it seems, and majority of the students are addicted to that. And I would like to bring to the kind notice to the collector that please do something for the students, because if they don't get the drugs, they are indulged in sexual activity to get the money without the parents' information. Please do something for the society, ma'am.
Certainly, ma'am. In fact, this is something we are working on. When I spoke of de-addiction, this is basically for the adolescent group that we are thinking of this. And this has been actually in Honorable Health Minister has even announced it in the floor that we will have an integrated approach for de-addiction, because basically what these children need is help to get de-addicted first, and then think of other things as to why they get into it and reprimanding them. All that comes later. But what they need is immediate help to de-addict themselves. So that is something we are working on, and we want to have this at every particular district, and every medical center will provide for this. This is what we are working. And we also are working with the school education department to help us in this regard, because our school health program covers this topic also, to understand if the children that are being screened have any kind of addiction. So that numbers are also being taken. So we are planning for an integrated approach to face this issue.
Namaste. I am Sujata Narayanan. I have been into this profession for almost 18 years, associated with students community in all age groups, and currently I am a student counselor in Rajalakshmi Engineering College. Previously I was associated with sailing industry, where ma'am has mentioned about the drugs. It is prevailing in all colleges of late. Last 5 years, I could see the enormous amount of usage of drugs in the adolescent, which is causing so much of mental illness in the name of suicidal ideation. They are totally out of living a healthy life. That is the one part I would like to make a request to the government, that government has to take a severe action by stopping the
how do you, because you're a student counselor.
Exactly.
Now, from your point of view, what do you do with students whom you think are addicted? How do you approach
that is what. Previously was with an institution. I would like to say that it's a sailing industry. I don't want to mention about that. When I was with that industry, that was a group of students all over the India, even from the abroad. I have seen students using weeds. It's not, they are not hiding and using it, they are using it in a kind of open hall or in the classroom itself. I am a kind of a person who is altruistic. I don't fear about myself. I jump into the stream where they are getting it and how it is being circulated and who are they at the end. I don't get the exact.
No, I mean, that is access to these drugs.
Yeah.
That is one thing. But how do you counsel them that
Exactly.
despite availability of these products,
Yeah.
how do they abstain themselves from that?
Yeah.
And how do you as a counselor would motivate them to stay away from these things?
When I do monitor the students are in drugs because their appearance is from their appearance it is very clearly noticeable that they are into that. When I do get that kind of concern, I am getting into that particular student and making them to get aware about the consequences of using the drugs right now in this 18 or 18 plus. What is the consequences which will hit them when they are turning into 30 or 40? I do have my private practice. I do have clients who is addicted into counseling is not fit after the marital life, which is turning into infertility, and disturbed adult. And he is not able to handle his family as a father or not as a husband. These are all the consequences they have to face when they are get into addiction in their early 20s. So I always make them aware these are all the consequences they have to face. It's open to their life is their choice. If they want to have a healthy life, they have to go in this way. If they are into this, these are all the consequences they have to face when they are growing up. These are all the awareness I am trying my level best to make them understand that this temporary pleasure is not going to yield any good result when they are becoming a sailor. And I would like to make a mention in this point of juncture. This sailing industry, these people are toiling their entire day into to become a sailor. When they are into sailing, they are not able to manage their emotions well, and many of my students, I regret to mention about that. Some of the students are jumped into the sail mid of the sea because they are not emotionally capable. Here we have talked so much about the protocols what we have in IIT, but social skill is missing. Social skill is missing in the point when they are targeted to get into admission in IIT. Parents are totally focused their son or daughter into a kind of room having books all the times, where the students are missing to associate with the peer group. Early time, I think during 2000 and 2011, I was visiting here with my mentor, supervisor, Mr. Karthik Lakshman. I have seen that in this peer group. They are not able to have a good relationship with their friends. If their friends say no, they are not able to accept the rejection. Immediately they are getting into kind of suicidal thoughts, and some of them have committed suicide. As a faculty from our side, as a counselor, even as a parent, I would like to we are in need of making our youngsters to get all kind of social skills rather than scoring marks. Scoring marks are merely numbers. They have to lead their life having emotional strength to face the society. This is my...
You are correct. That is the reason why our director wanted to have multiple schemes in the structure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that gives us some sort of a solution for your question. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
you.
So due to paucity of time, we'll restrict to one final.
I'll just quickly wrap up, because mostly the issue is around substances that children are using. Actually, there are different approaches to this. One, of course, it is an enforcement issue. Availability has to be checked. That is under the purview of the police and the revenue department. They have a couple of programs, wide network of programs, in fact. There has been, you must have heard of Honorable CM being very particular about this, and they have been taking action against the availability. But as you just mentioned, it's not just the banned products alone. As simple as your nail polishes, the removers and the whiteners that we use, everything becomes a part of substance abuse. Now, I feel from the health department point of view, what we want to do is, this is exactly what I mentioned, is how do I make every teacher capable of understanding which child is got into addiction. It could be any kind of addiction. It could be simple as tobacco smoking or chewing or alcohol or anything. Now, this is where we talk of making the teachers capable, because it's again a community responsibility. Counselors, say psychologists, I can't afford to have as many counselors for every school, with thousands of children in there. But every parent, every teacher should act in this regard. And this is where we are approaching the teachers. Now, our, I didn't have time to elaborate, but I'll just quickly mention, we have our school health and wellness program. Earlier, it used to be the RBSK team, that is a team of doctors who would visit every school once in a year to assess the health requirements. But here, what we did, we felt that it's not sufficient for one doctor's team to go to a school and finish the school, all the children within 2 or 3 days. So we, in turn, trained 2.5 lakh teachers. Last year it was 70,000, this time 2 lakh teachers. All of them will be trained to, with detailed set of questions, both for physical, mental, and well-being of children. These are the questions which are embedded in a software. This, by asking these questions, they are pictorial representations, it is easy to get the data. This is the preliminary screening. So with this, every class teacher doing this part of the screening, we get to know the health assessment of every child. So when these doctors visit the school, even the mental health programmers, when they visit the school, they have a target population. They don't have to see all the 2,000 children in the school, but they just have to, take care of those few children who are already screened and found to have some need by the teachers. So then it becomes a targeted. As you said, this child does not require great, of course, detoxification, treatment and rehabilitation is part of your psychiatric work, and they will take care of this. But what he immediately needs is to pull him out of that, the motivation that is required to pull him out of that and keep him engaged, because it's the age where your mind can be moduled. It can be molded in a way by the teacher, by the parent. So it is that we are emphasizing the teacher's role here to see that, give him that immediate help that is required. Drugs and medicines will follow, but to keep him motivated, because it's not a one-day issue. It's not that I treat him with some medicine and he becomes all right. So the continuous follow-up is the teacher's responsibility. So education department has been very cooperative in this regard, and we, in fact, by this month, we are going to have second round of training for them. So very specific and specialized training, we are training the teachers to take up this issue as such. So I think combined effort is required. It is a larger issue. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, madam. We'll have a couple more questions.
Good afternoon. I am Narayanan from Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute. First of all, I would like to say my thanks for the three presenters here. A listener voice, Siva, that sir actually presented here. That's very nice writing by that person. Heart-touching. ChatGPT may not touch that heart in that way. Then it's a humble request to IIT website team to include the word moral. Happiness is a collective moral responsibility. It will be enough. Just immediate, just back, ma'am told it is a neural connection. That is what actually challenging the society. Because we need to imbibe that word moral. So that's what I am feeling. So you touched that point. Everything is a neural connection nowadays. Even that response, computer can respond, machine can respond. Response is actually made a machine's responsibility. Responsibility is whose responsibility? It's a machine's responsibility. Human responsibility, we need to emphasize. We are in a technological era in that way. And one more thing, what is that? Only one fine question, last question to ma'am. It may seem surprise to her, but I want to ask her, can there be a hit of tsunami wave when Buddha meditated around the seashore? When Buddha is meditating around the seashore, Buddha is a personality, a calm personality, known for his tranquility. can there be a hit up? That touch almost the core of the issue. That is what I think. You may disagree with me, but as a very dynamic young officer, I just want to have your view.
If you have some focused questions on
Good morning, sir. I'm Rex Arunraj from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. I'm just wondering, I have 23 years of teaching experience. We have seen deteriorating behavioral changes among the students over a period of time. We have counselors, we are not technically qualified to judge their behavioral changes because we are not trained in that. Have we identified the root cause for such a behavioral changes which lead to untoward incidents? If we have identified a few, are there any schemes to target them and to train them accordingly? Because we see them at home, most of us are parents come teachers, so we see changes even at home. So are there any schemes to address them? That's one. Second, it's not among the students alone. I feel that it's among the faculty also, though we openly will not agree to it. Such changes are seen among the faculty also. We are also stressed. We also need wellness training. The third important thing is, how do we break the point where we do only documentation? Most of us do all these trainings minimum for documentation's sake. How do we break that particular bond?
So I'll reverse answers. So as he said, it's a collective moral responsibility. That moral word is what will take us beyond documentation to implement it with complete sense of empathy and stuff. And as you see, it is not just documentation that drives these things, right? So you just saw the one letter that has been put under a listener. I think Professor Shiva will be talking to you as a part of this workshop also. So every faculty, everybody, every stakeholder in this whole scene, what gives us the confidence that this is beyond documentation is that every stakeholder in this whole process do have children, do have that empathy. Certainly they have that empathy. It may be because of other academic pressures that they may not be in a position to attend to it in the same. For sometimes when we are in an academic pressure or a work pressure, we care less about our family. So this is one issue, but certainly it is going to be beyond documentation, and I'm sure it will happen. The second thing is that if you look at the counseling network that we have thought of in IIT, and I'm sure SRM would have also been thinking in that direction. This whole wellness initiative also involved the faculty, staff, right? So it's not just about students, but students, faculty, and staff. So this is the second question that you posed, are that faculty are also stressed. Yes, faculty is also stressed, director is stressed, deans are stressed, registrar is stressed, everybody is stressed, and we are going to, parents are also stressed, and hence the kid is stressed. So this is one point, and I think when we look at a wellness survey, it's a comprehensive wellness survey. If possible, I would also see what is the stress level of my monkeys. Okay, so I want to do that. Say health of the campus rather than health of a particular segment of the campus. The third thing, as we had understood here, of course, COVID has played a role, but the 3 or 4 points that have really led to the suicidal thoughts, there are 3 important basic. There are some personal issues which can be a baggage that came from the childhood. There are financial issues. There are illness. It's not mental illness, but it is a physical illness. It's a health-related issue, and any one or more of this can lead to show up on the studies, which essentially gets into as an academic pressure. So these 3 are the basic origin, finally translating into an academic pressure where the student cannot study well, and then there is a degradation, and finally that mounts. So as you saw in that letter which Shiva had written, there are many things that come and you start loaning from your exercise, your food and other things, and then, your loan starts increasing and it becomes unsurmountable, and that is the point where there's a break off. So, at this point, the scheme by which we are also trying to have, see, for example, we have a notion of a makeup examination. One day you fail, then you have a makeup, you have a supplementary examination. These are all some academic ways of handling this. But then there is much more deeper things that we need to bring in, where we need to, it's not a one-stop solution. I don't think we can solve it by a lecture. We have to experience it. We need to, and it's a case-by-case basis. Every student has its own DNA, has their own baggage. It is basically by conversation that we can basically convince people that, this grade is an alphabet, CGPA is a real number, right? But work hard. This is what we should say. No, just say grade is an alphabet, CGPA is a number, I can't sleep, but work hard. So this is something that we need to slowly talk about from an academic institution. Their goal is to pass the course and go for the next level of placement, and that is what is there in their mind. And anything that is hampering that is treated as a failure at this point of time. So we need to keep encouraging them, and it is a case-by-case basis, and that is where the role of a stakeholder, see, in Indian system we have Mata, Pita, Guru, Daivam. This counselor was not there, correct? Now, this is where we need to pitch in, where, as she also mentioned, right, the role of and Madam multiple times mentioned, the role of the teacher also becomes important, at least to handle the academic stress. So this is a comprehensive way. There cannot be a single point scheme. There cannot be a well-defined team, process for how to handle mental stress. Nobody has understood our brain. Both even we are doing brain modeling. We have a center for brain research. If I say how much you have understood, even 1%, not even 1%. So we have not understood our mind. We have not understood our body. I think there is much more to be done in this direction. But consistent, continuous intervention is what can solve this problem.
You can hold on for the next session because I have another meeting to attend.
Okay, it's a very brief.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know about the owners for service usage this time. But the thing is there any legal consequences taken against the victim who contact
Victim, why will you take against the victim?
normally happen to?
We will help. No, we don't. It's because health department we only give wellness sessions. So it is for the other departments to take care. But we have keep the information confidential, and it is a consented follow. So we don't do that.
Yes. One specific thing to Madam. I'm Dr. Kailash from Chettinad University. I'm a professor of psychiatry, professor and head of psychiatry. I'm very happy that this discussion is out here. I face and counsel students day in, day out. I treat them, people with severe mental illnesses also. Now one thing, when such suicides happen in the campus and outside also, there is something which we have been doing, and we have a lot of publications also in that. There's something called a psychological autopsy. There is something called psychological autopsy which is done by professionals to tease out the further detailed evaluation of the causes and contributing factors. So that can be done for any cases which happens in universities like this to understand the root cause. Second, I'm very much appreciative of Professor Kamakoti's efforts to this. I have been having a study and doing a study where students are very much happy to access a mental health chat bot, an artificial mobile application which gives mobile support, which ensures confidentiality and to some extent mental health support, which has clear-cut guidance and supervision by mental health team, and thereby reaching out to
You're using one in the institution.
Yes, so I mean that needs a proper validation and supervision also, because it should not end up in wrong people supervising it, and they should be able to pick up people with suicidal ideas. Third, one specific area which needs to be handled in a very sensitive, because that we are itself having a difficulty, is what is the standard operating procedure when a student comes and reports suicidal ideas. So the thing is, when a person comes and reports suicidal ideas, there we can, when there is a risk of harm to self or others, that confidentiality can be given a second priority, and whatever steps which is needed for the safety of the child can be done by informing the college, parents and things like that. So what will happen if your student goes and informs suicidal ideas to Kaveri Hospital? There needs to be a connection, because the student will come and stay in the night in your hostel. So that's one thing which you will have to ponder about and make a detailed standard SOP. So these are few things, sir, which are my input.
And that's exactly what we said. When the calls land up on the call center, or when the counselor hears these things, it doesn't end with mere counseling. We actually get into the cause of the issue, underlying issue, and we try to address that. And the person is followed up until we feel that the person is out of this idea. So continuous follow-up is certainly required. So whoever is counseling will definitely have that link with the entire team to give that wholesome approach. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now request Professor Nilesh Jivasa to felicitate the guest with a bouquet and a Angavastram. So please. Thank you, everyone. Let's just break for tea. The next session will start at 12. Welcome back, everyone. We'll be starting the next session in a couple of minutes. Please take your seats. We'll be starting the next session in a couple of minutes. Welcome back again. Now we are going to start the session 2, which will be on the curricular reforms and implementation, ways of yoga and meditation, stress management and experiential session. For the first session, we'll be inviting Professor K. Ramamurthy from IIT Madras to speak on curricular modification, implementation and personal attention. To introduce Professor Ramamurthy, he is Surendra and Dorothy Shah Chair Professor from the Department of Civil Engineering. He's a faculty member from 1992 and his specialization building technology and construction management. He served as the warden of UG Hostel, chairman of JEE, chairman of Library Advisory Committee, chairman of Center for Continuing Education, and he also served as the dean of academic courses and the head of the Civil Engineering Department. Without further ado, may I now request Professor Ramamurthy to take over the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. Nice to have enthusiastic audience to share my thoughts, whatever we have been doing as part of curriculum reforms, periodical curriculum reforms, modifications, and implementation, flexibility that is available to the departments, flexibility that is available to each student. I'm going to discuss several of these, including personal attentions, what we provide. Hopefully, in different forms, each of your institutions also will be doing much beyond what I'm going to share. I'll be glad, to hear from you after this. In fact, in a lighter vein, we keep mentioning that any change in the curriculum, either the whole curriculum or changes, either a core course flexibility electives or introduction of electives, either a minor change to major change, we need just 3 months. In every Senate, we take up whatever modifications that are required. That's a flexibility that has been brought in the curriculum. As continuous feedback is emerging from the departments, it's always bottoms-up approach where the departments originate the curricular changes, and it is brought to the Senate and implemented. With respect to major curriculum reforms, every 8 to 9 years, 8 to 10 years, at the institute level, we bring in curriculum task force, wherein we do not have, old faculty members or very senior faculty members participating in that. We always bring in the next generation in the curricular reforms. The committee is headed by a person in early 40s, and rest of them have experience of 10 to 12 years. All our younger faculty, next generation faculty, sit together and thrash out a proposal for new curriculum. It is sent to the departments, get feedback, they work on it, it comes to the Senate for final discussion and approval. So, by and large, the last curriculum reforms we did in 2015, wherein we really taking input from the people who handle the students outside the classroom, like dean students, wardens, and other to encourage other co-curricular, extracurricular initiatives, their own pursuing their passion. The curriculum task force came out with finer quantization of the time as an institute, as a Senate required to be pledged by each student. So we defined the number of hours of time spent by a student, including the time spent in the classroom, outside the classroom, to be a maximum of 60 hours. As an institute, as a department, we do not expect more than 60 credit hours. 60 credit hours means every credit hour is 50 minutes. So 50 hours of time, including assignments, whatever is the studying periodically, etc. 50 hours in a week a student has to pledge, not more than that. If a student is capable, if a student desires to pursue higher number of credits, pledge higher number of credit hours, he or she can do. But from the institute side only it is 50. So it amounts to typically, I would say, 4 courses plus 2 labs, or 5 courses plus 1 lab. This is the broad framework. And this has enabled students to spend more time outside the classroom, pursuing their sports passion, or we have Center for Innovation, Professor Sivakumar will highlight. We have several co-curricular, extracurricular activities which brings in students outside the classroom together to help them to work in team. That's more important today from the industry. All of you will agree with me. Working in a team in a compatible manner is learning they get from a lot of activities, initiatives that have been created within the campus. The finer quantization, beyond finer quantization, we have also the curriculum modification has also brought in a lot of flexibility to the students in terms of students have certain number of 3 to 4 professional electives. Apart from that, we have a peculiar way in some of the colleges also you will experience. Some of the students feel that they have ended up in a branch because of their JE rank, even though they wish to pursue their passion in computer science or electrical or some specialization because of the peer pressure, because of the family pressure, because of societal pressure, or including coaching center, friends, everything. They do not want to miss a seat in a particular institution. They get it. It's something I normally, when we discuss, my colleagues and me, we discuss in lighter vein. We say that I correlate it between love marriage and an arranged marriage. If I take a branch of my choice, it becomes arranged marriage. Sorry, love marriage. If I'm allocated a branch out of my 150 choices I give in my counseling list, it becomes an arranged marriage. So what we expect from students is to start loving after the marriage is done. If it is not done, then there is a disconnect happens throughout their stay here. So how do we enable them. So this was a thought based on which the curricular task force came out with liberating students with more of what we call as unassigned credits. They can pursue, apart from the core courses and elective courses in their chosen profession for which minimum credit requirements have to be satisfied, to get a degree in certain discipline, say civil engineering or metallurgy or applied or whatever is the degree. Beyond which they have 8 courses, freedom, they are called as unassigned credits. People can use that unassigned credits, blank check like a spendthrift, go and take courses across the campus, or they can tailor make their choices into they take contiguous courses, 4 courses in a particular computational engineering or data sciences. They call it as their minor stream specialization. Some of the universities also have these models in different forms. So this flexibility has de-stressed them to pursue additional specialization. They can go to Tech MBA, they can go to management studies, they can go pursue something in mathematics. Some of our kids are very keen in pursuing mathematics. They have passion. They take all their electives in physics. I've seen students taking electives in humanities, rest of their electives, or in science departments. So each student is individual. They are given freedom to pursue. We have also enabled students to pursue UG research projects, where apart from BTech project, what we call as, it's a small one course equivalent, where they connect with faculty members very closely, work beyond the semester. It need not be aligned with the semester, so that they can reduce their credit hours registered during the semester. They can engage with them, engage with the faculty during off semesters. They closely interact. Then it becomes very easy for faculty members when they want to go abroad for higher studies. Personal interaction has helped them, and they all can also, many of our students have produced research papers in journals through UG research projects. Apart from this, what we have done is essentially first year curriculum we have de-stressed. We deliberately de-stressed the first year curriculum by 2 means. One, number of courses limited. Typically, these workshops are heavily physically intensive, okay? And we have shifted the workshop out of the semester first year because we are having students who have been pampered kids at home. They are coming to the hostel life, trying to learn to live independently because nobody is there to wake them up, nobody is there to wash their clothes, nobody is there to say, sleep, eat, etc. They learn to live independently. So first year curriculum, we have made it very lean so that they adapt to the living environment, and then we ramp up in the subsequent semesters. What we have done is we have long 2.5 month summer vacation where we have taken 2 weeks time. After the semester, they go back home, come back 2 weeks before the third semester commences, they do. Winter vacation is 40 days. There they stay for 2 weeks and do the workshop session. And they are having 1 or 2 sessions per day. Rest of the time, they have free time to explore the campus. Whatever they have lost during their JE period, they can play. They can learn something outside the classroom. This flexibility we have brought in. And we have also provided for students who have who maintain 8 CGPA at the end of their 5th semester, they can opt to upgrade to a 5-year dual degree program. 8 CGPA is, I would say, it's very close to the class average. It's not a very high amount. 8 CGPA also is important for getting half-time teaching assistantship when they are in the final year. Then we also have MOUs with a large number of universities. Our Global Engagement Dean's Office enables students to pursue semester abroad program. So we keep saying, why do you want to stay here for all the 4 years, 8 semesters? Why don't you go abroad? Spend a semester. We permit students to go even 2 semesters, up to 2 semesters abroad. In fact, there they learn different, apart from curriculum related upgradation or learning new courses, they learn to live in a different climatic, cultural environment. Because in a global environment, when they go for a job, this adapts them. This also motivates many of the students to pursue their core profession as higher studies or taking up job abroad. This is, we get a number of foreign national students coming in for a semester abroad. We also have incoming, outgoing students happening. And we apart from the basic branch in which the student has been admitted, we also encourage students who are maintaining 8 CGPA, upgradation not only within their department. Outside the department, there are what are called as, we call them as interdisciplinary dual degree programs like data sciences, AA, or Tech MBA, or more recently technology policy, hybrid, wherein faculty members across departments come together, computational engineering. There are several areas of current market requirements. We have enabled interdisciplinary dual degree program. Faculty members across department come together and then try to put forth a program and bring it to the Senate. Senate considers, approves it. So we have around more than 15 such interdisciplinary dual degree programs also available as a, we provide a huge buffet of options available to the students they can adopt. And we have, with respect to outside classroom support system, our library is open till midnight. We are also trying to bring in a couple of reading halls with 24/7 facility shortly. And what we find is we classify, in spite of all these options, a small number of students have academic difficulties. So if I can, with my experience, if I can share, there are a set of first generation learners who have never gone out of their, they have been in coaching center, they have focused only on math, physics, chemistry, other skills they have not developed. And the teaching learning process in a coaching center or a school is different from the teaching learning process, what they experience here. They would have studied in their local language, let it be Tamil, Telugu, or Hindi mostly. When they come in here, they have adaptation issues. So for such students, what we do is, we identify at an early stage, at the end of first semester, we meet with parents. There is no short thing for this. So in summer and winter, we request parents to come. We give a window of 40 days after the results are declared. We request parents to come as per their convenience. For students who have academic difficulties, we write to them. Any day, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, they can walk in. They can meet with the faculty advisor, HOD, and the dean. We explain to them, many times there is a disconnect because students, today's generation students, we have to learn to understand this generation, because with age, we tend to have easily generation gap built in. Even that happens in all our families. We say they are irresponsible, as if we have been more responsible at that age. I will say that I have been more irresponsible than this generation kids. They are more knowledgeable, more focused, more thing. So bridging the generation gap, if parents are not bridging the generation gap, they start projecting themselves. They want to project to their parents as if they are heroes or heroines. They don't want to convey them the failure. So they start telling some backlogs and all, they don't start sharing. They reach a stage beyond which it becomes, they don't know how to break the news. So we enable such a environment where we tell them it's okay. With the student, with the parent, we counsel parents. More important thing is parents require counseling, how to handle their kids' disappointment, their kids' slow learning behavior, or below average performance. We have several, like doctors have several diagnostic tools to diagnose a disease or an early symptom. We have different diagnostic tools available with us. What we have, I can quickly highlight some of them as we have if I have between 2 successive semesters, if there is a significant drop in GPA, we have benchmarked as 1 GPA drop. All of us know individual semesters, we call it as GPA. Cumulative is CGPA. So cumulative CGPA is a different, it gives a different indication. Between 2 successive semesters, if there is a drop by 1, then that student appear to have had a problem during that semester. It's very clear indicator, one of the diagnostic tool for us. It has helped to save several set of students, Professor Sukumar also will say. First indicator, one of the indicators. So what we do from academic section is that we, soon after the results are declared, we extract the data and share it with the faculty advisor, HOD, and Dean has the data. So it's for, we have enough redundancy in the system. We don't complain that faculty advisor has not taken care of things. At some stage, either HOD or faculty advisor or more than one person connects, understands this data and gives the intervention, tries to identify. Second diagnostic tool is that when the average, we say total credits required for award of a degree, certain things divide by 8 semesters, or MTech or MSc divide by 4 semesters. If the average credit clearing capacity is less than that, what is required, that is, gives another indication. One level slightly lower, we give a different level of warning. If it is significantly low, we invite parents to meet with us, where we tell the parents, because what's happening is, in very many cases, they would like to go along with their batch. If my credit clearance capacity is only 3 courses I'm able to clear per semester, because of several reasons, I also tend to take 5 courses like my friend. I want to go along with them. So repeated failures by taking much more than their credit clearance capacity demoralizes them. So it's not adequate to counsel the student alone. We meet with the parent and tell them that between 2 semesters, we are looking forward for a positive change, even a delta X improvement in the credit clearance capacity between successive semesters, delta X increase in the GPA between successive semesters will give a positive thing, confidence, self-confidence will increase. Let me tell you, with my experience, 95% of the parents agree, and the stress buster becomes, you connect with the parent, okay, then the whole family gets into peace. They start encouraging. Otherwise, sitting at home, they are under pressure to what to answer for their peers. So my student, my son is not doing well, they cannot do. So it's kind of a collective responsibility we play together involving. I'll quickly complete. And we also have several interventions wherever students have some health issues. We do not, even though our ordinances say that certain number of semester it has to be completed, as long as the student does not give up, we don't give up. We don't send the students without a degree. Joining in IIT Madras is difficult, or IIT system is difficult. Graduating from IIT system is not difficult at all. That's, if somebody is having a perception that, we do all out, we have summer term contact courses, we have students, now this batch of students are going to graduate. Okay, semester exams are getting over. Students know. There are students who have shortage of credits. Because of so many, not because of COVID, there are so many reasons. Somewhere they are short of credits, 2 courses they have to complete before graduation. Up to 2 courses, we provide them summer term courses. We enable them to graduate without getting their semester extended. There are some students, chronic issues. We counsel parents as well as students and tell them that it is okay to stay for 1 more semester. And we also, with respect to individual semester, we have a very flexible system where the semester registration gets over. Next semester, whatever courses, if I'm a student, I have to register before the end of previous semester itself. Then soon after the semester starts, I have registered for certain courses. I think I have seen the title curriculum, I thought that this is of my interest. I go and sit in the class first when the class commences. I feel teacher is little demanding, or I like mathematics based courses, this is theory, or I don't like mathematics based courses, highly mathematic. Many reasons I don't want to continue in this course. Within the first week, student can drop a course and add a new course. This flexibility is available. Okay, I have registered for a certain number of courses. Due to some reason, I am not able to manage my semester. I feel if I am continuing in all the courses, I'll end up with a disaster of very low GPA, or I'll fail in couple of courses. So we provide from the date of commencement of the semester. Typically all our semesters are 70 to 75 days, working days are there. Up to 45 working days from the commencement of a semester, we permit the students to drop a course. They can see first quiz or second quiz or mid-semester thing, and if they are not able to manage the curriculum, they can send a mail to, through workflow, they make the drop option. Faculty advisor and HOD approves, it is done through an automated process. So our end semester also, throughout the semester also, our end semester also is not overloaded with weightage. Faculty have freedom up to, it's a maximum of 40 to 50% only end semester weightage is there, like most of our universities. And I'll stop here because already we are overshooting time. Lunch will be delayed. And last point is we classify students who are having difficulty into 3 categories. Students who have academic difficulties, thing because of first generation learners, language issues, adaptation issues. Early semesters, they lose interest and they are not able to cope up beyond this. Second thing is students who are not learnt or who are unable to manage their time. Something like what we discussed, we will be discussing. It's, addiction to movies, addiction to gaming, online gaming, addiction to something, or I am not performing so well in my curriculum, but I am a sportsman or a sportswoman, I play there, people clap. They admire me, I get appreciation there. I start investing more time there. Nobody appreciates. I go to a last bench, I am a passive thing here. So, disproportionate time they spend in other activities where they get encouragement, where they get pride or they get appreciation. So that's lack of management of time. Next case is I am unable to manage myself, live independently. In these cases of managing time, we are able to provide through multiple structures of counseling we can do. But in the case of people who are unable to manage themselves as independent living, we take the help of parents. In very many cases, I can assure you, most of the cases, parents, we call it as a parental care. We have 2 letters drafted, very nice letters, which are sent to the parents. We request the parents to come and handhold here their ward for 2 semesters. When they are back on track, they are put back in the hostel. So these parental care have enabled 99% of the students whose parents one of the parents have come and taken care of them have graduated very successfully. And one of the important aspect is that when the parents are with them, wholeheartedly supporting them, their students, or at ease, are more comfortable. We are able to provide that intervention. The reasons may be failed relationship or family problems, sudden demise of one of the very close family members, unable to manage disappointments. There are students, between us, between me and Shivakumar, we can share, I can keep on talking. Even failing to get selected in the institute sports team for inter-IIT meet is a disappointment. That they have not learned to, overcome that. So with this, I'll stop here. Maybe we will come back if there are some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ramamurthy. Indeed, to mention, it was a fantastic speech. For the next session, may I now request Professor MS Sivakumar, Professor at IIT Madras, and Mr. Shiva Subramaniam, Founder and Director of Biomimicry Compass on internationalizing life skills. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. That's okay. Now we'll cut short on the introductions because it's going to take time. Shiva and I both are Shivas. So some people call us as Shiva. For want of time, we'll just focus on only one thing, which is not internationalizing, internalizing life skills. Okay, this happened when I started to find that simple things students were getting disturbed, and that was a starting point of thinking about a course on life skills. I request my partner Shiva to describe how we went about it.
Yeah, you can quickly introduce yourself. No, it's okay. Yeah,
You
okay.
introduce yourself.
So, thank you, Shiva. My name is Shiva. I prevented him from introducing me because of the shortness of time. But in any case, I'm a guest faculty at IIT Madras. I've been teaching life skills and allied topics for the last 10 years now. I used to be working in TCS, and before that, for about 10 years, I was working as a lawyer in the Madras High Court. I started my life in the Taj Coromandel. I was a front office assistant, and most of the lessons I've learned in my life, I've learned at the hotel. The hotel is a brilliant place to learn things about people, because my job, unfortunately or fortunately, was in the reception, and I was what is called a night clerk, which means that I go to work at 9 o'clock in the night and leave the hotel at 7 o'clock in the morning. And when you're sleeping, when you're very sleepy at 2 o'clock in the night, and someone comes and smiles at you, you're expected to smile back at him and not frown at him. So my basic lessons in life started at the Taj long, long ago. So when I met Shiva about 10 years ago, we said we must start something called the Life Skills Program, and there we are. So I have about 5 or 6 minutes to speak. So these are the things that we do. So essentially, for the first years, over a period of about first 5 years, we said there are two things. There are two things that students, and I think Professor Ramamurthy articulated it very, very, very well. The first thing is, of course, getting along with everyone, because in school, we don't even know how to shake hands and things like that, right? So in the first 1 year, the first semester, we dedicate to getting along, and in the second semester is what we do thriving in change, which is what Professor Ramamurthy was talking about, because everything is new. You are 17, 18 years old, you are in a room with a strange person, you have never had food on your own, you've never slept on your own, you don't even know how to take your towel to the bathroom when you go there, you need to call out to your mother for the towel, and everything is a change. And therefore we said that this is real, right? This is not even something that one can blame anyone for. This is what it is. All our children are like that. So we said, let's divide the year into two parts. One is getting along, and the second is thriving in change. And we said, what can we do? What can we do to help the student understand these two aspects of life, right? So this is for the first year. And then we have what is called broadening perspectives. And I'm going to, this is the canvas that we have. All those subjects there, all those topics there we teach over the next 5 years. We have what is called general category courses. And that's what we do. So we have listening skills. So I'm not, instead of making you look at that, I'm going to ask you, all of you have a notebook with you? Yes? Okay. Very quickly. And now become the student, okay? Become the student. Don't be the professor that you are. Don't be the important person that you are. Become an 18-year-old, which is what empathy is about. I'll come back to empathy in a minute. So are you the 18-year-old, all of you? Yes? Okay. Now, pick up your notebook and write down your dream. Go ahead. Seriously, write down your dream.
Whatever comes.
You can write down your dream.
Yeah, whatever comes to your mind.
All right, I'm not going to ask you for your dream, but this is what all our students do. If there had been air conditioning in the SAC today, we would have invited you to come to the SAC, which you call it, and all the students would have been writing down their dreams. So life starts with a dream. We have had great dreams being written down. Hopefully, when you write to Shiva, he will share about 500 dreams of students. We have had dreams ranging from I want to live in Mars to I want to marry Alia Bhatt, right?
And nicely drawn.
Unimaginable dreams. And we also tell them that it's not absolutely essential that you achieve your dream. But what is important is that you are always shadowed by a dream. So that's part of the life skills program. So therefore, if you were a student here, if in the first year, you would have written down your dream. I'm going to ask you to do the next one. I'm going to ask you to shake hands with the person next to you and speak to that person for 2 minutes. Find out who she is, find out who they are. Ask them very nice questions about family. For instance, as culturally, all of us love to speak about our families. So can you spend 2 minutes with a stranger or a friend next to you? Shake hands first. So we actually tell students how to shake hands, right?
How are you?
Yeah. So go ahead, please. Talk to each other. Go ahead. I want to see you talking.
Yeah.
What about you? You're not talking to each other.
Yeah. And show the interest in learning about the other person.
Talk to each other.
Face the other person. Talk. Go ahead. We have a lot to talk. Every time Shiva and I meet, we keep talking, chatting. You don't have. Come.
All right, Sang, thank you. So just a sample. See, many of you can't stop talking, right?
See, I see.
Just a sample of.
I see smiles everywhere, Shiva.
Yeah. So just a sample of an activity, of a program that we do. The third thing is we lay a lot of emphasis on creativity and design thinking. I have been teaching creativity for God knows how long, maybe 30 years of my life. But I've always felt that creativity is very, very simple, right? Extremely simple. All you need in creativity is to look for a problem. In the context of IIT Madras. So what we do is if you had come about 2 weeks ago, you would have seen a group of about 40 students walking around campus wearing what is called an empathy hat. Empathy is to be able to look at the problem from the other person's point of view. So one of our students empathized with the watchman. And he said, what is it like to be a watchman, to stand in the hot sun between 9 and 5? And then he actually did it. He actually stood with the watchman for 3 hours. After that, he couldn't stand anymore. But at the end of 3 hours, he realized that his knees were starting to pain. Which means that if you empathize with the watchman, you start to understand that your knees start to pain at the end of 3 hours. Now, as an engineer, what he has done, he has identified a problem. The problem is, how do I prevent my knees, the watchman's knees, from hurting if he stands for a long time? So once they have identified the problem, the mind is never free. The mind will have to solve it. So design thinking is a process, a step-by-step process, where you say, step 1, identify the problem. Step 2, redefine the problem. Say, what I really want to do is to relieve the pain. Step 3 is look for solutions. Step 4 is prototype. And step 5 is test. So this student, he identified the problem, and then he thought of a two-seater tripod stand on which the watchman could rest his bum on like that. Because the restraint is the watchman cannot sit down. And he came back with a small tripod stand to help the watchman sit down. And then, of course, he prototyped and tested. So this is also we do. So therefore, once you learn creativity, any problems of depression, problems of not getting along with someone, problems of not doing well, you start to believe that I have it in me to solve the problem. So I don't know where this is going, but I know all of you are educationists and all that. We just thought we'll give you a sample of what we are doing. One of the last things that I want to talk about before Shiva takes over is we've just started something called the Listening Club, where we have taught listening to people. How do you listen? How do you actually... So because the only luxury that we want in this world is someone to pay attention to us, right? We get married for attention, we never get it, right? And we are saying, how do we capitalize that? So we're starting to teach listening, and we have about a listening club where students will wear, I am a listener, if you want to speak. Because we understand that listening can be very, very therapeutic, and if many of you want to join that movement of how do we actually listen to someone instead of interrupting, instead of giving advice, instead of suggesting things, then let's join the tribe. So that's me. This is the Life Skills Program. Thank you very much for listening. I'll now request Shiva to continue. Hopefully we'll get in touch. There is the email ID. We have, the email ID is, Shiva? Sorry.
At the end, yeah.
At the end, we'll give you the email ID. Thank you.
So,
bye.
Thank you. Just wanted to tell you this. Once when I was asking, Shiva was talking about, oh, I can't end my life today. I asked him why. He said, no, my team's game is going to happen tonight, so I can't do anything before that. So there is a purpose, there is a problem that one takes up as a purpose to solve that particular problem. That's what Shiva was mentioning. See, the moment you take up a problem and you want to solve it, and you are a problem solver, your focus starts to occur there. Anyway, I'm going to just talk about something that Professor Ramurthy and I colluded and brought in this particular course. So there I was, he was a dean at that time. I was coordinating courses related to life skills in general. So it was something like workshops that I would conduct, right? So I would conduct workshops for, let's say, 100 students, 2 students would turn up. Again, I would try once more. By some other means, 5 students may turn up. After a lot of cajoling, probably 15 students would turn up. But never was a case where those who really needed it could do it. So I went and told Professor Ramurthy, what is this? It's not happening. He came up with a golden idea. He said, why don't you make it a curricular course? Right? Immediately, the light bulb flashed. I wouldn't say lighted, flashed. We said, okay. And that's was the starting point of this course, back in 2013. It was a wonderful idea by which we started this. We started modest, but as we progressed, as Shiva mentioned, we could identify two important themes. Those are getting along and thriving for change, thriving in change. And then in 2015, as Professor Ramurthy mentioned, the curricular committee came up with, oh, okay, it's not only 1 or 2 courses that you can take. You can take 9 courses, any course in this institute, right? Unclassified courses. I said, okay, I jumped on that idea and I said, okay, now I can create courses for life skills. Not necessarily only one course, but many courses. And that was the birth of the general category courses. Okay, these courses primarily are about life skills. Okay, I can name, we have now formulated at least about 15 such courses. In a year, about 2,000 students take this course. Many of them are undergraduate courses. And whatever be the reason, the final outcome is they felt good about the courses. One such course I am going to just talk about, and that's the only thing that I am going to talk about. Anything else we can discuss. I'm not going to talk about it, I'm going to recite as a poem, because I wrote that poem yesterday. When I got up, I thought I should write a poem on this, so I wrote a poem. For that, I want you to do one of the two things. One is just focus on the poem. The other is close your eyes and as I recite, imagine it. Yeah? Shall we? Okay. Imagine a world where you can be free from judgment and scrutiny, where mistakes are not a sin, but a chance to learn and grow within. Imagine a world where you can view the limitless potential in you, where beliefs are not a cage, but a source of strength and courage. Imagine a world where you can share the joy of helping others to care, where kindness is not a cost, but a gift that can never be lost. As I recite, please imagine. Imagine a world where you can tame the dragons of anger and anxiety with a name, where listening is not a chore, but a way to connect and explore. Imagine a world where you can savor the mindful moments in life with flavor, where thoughts are not a trap, but a cloud that I can map. Somebody was talking about meditation when, during tea time. Imagine a world where you can clean your mind at the end of the day's scene, where tomorrow is not a dread, but a fresh canvas to paint in red. Imagine a world where you can pray and surrender when you feel dismay, where success is not a goal, but a byproduct of happiness in my soul. This is the core theme of our course. I'll tell you what that course is. Imagine a world where you can choose how to process the outcomes and views, where failure is not an end, but a feedback and improve and mend. Imagine a world where you can cheer and celebrate others' successes without fear, where learning is not an exam, but a journey of discovery and fun. Imagine a world where you can play in every aspect of your life each day, where strengths are not a boast, but a way to serve the world the most. This is the dream we infuse in our course. Happiness, habits, and success, the source of transforming your life with skill and grace, and making this world a better place to live and enjoy. So this, I hope you imagined this. Every aspect that I talked to you about is a content of this course called the Happiness, Habits and Success. If I can take a minute more, I'll just brush through what we do in this course. We moved from a myth of Earth at the center, geocentric, to heliocentric when we understood through science. Now we are going to understand science of ourselves through this, where when we kept success at the center and looked at happiness as showered by success, to happiness at the center, I'll be happy and success will follow, is the core of this particular course. And that's the shift in orientation we discuss about in the class. And therefore the purpose of this course is threefold. One is help create positive habits in them. The other is allow them to experience more joy and explore ourselves and the impact that it creates on our performance. So it is to do with self-awareness, self-development and transformation, and finally experience and enjoy the outcome. I'll just skip this. There are 10 positive emotions and the habits that we create. Guiding principles are important because for this course to succeed, these were the guiding principles that made it possible. Every feedback given by the students who went through this course has been amazing. I can share with you if you wish. It's a largely experiential and interactive course, emphasizes on practices and invitation to participate. Some scientific background is there, but the main purpose is for them to experience, not a substitute for experience. Effort is to make the difference in the person, in the groups, and the world around you. So the effort in this course is a combination of being present, committed to homework that we give, and working in groups. And lastly, we have designed the course for them and not for their grade. Because many times we start to do this. Oh, what could be the assessment? First, let's look at what they would get as outcome. Yet we will grade. Okay, because that's an obligation that we have for the system. As if the system changes, it will be wonderful. And grading will, remember, be on input and not outcome. Focus is on feedback and not the grades. So for every homework, we give the feedback. Our own experience, we share our experience, we share our joy that the other person has, etc., etc. And it's an absolute grading. IIT is fraught with relative grading. I'm using this word specifically. If you're an alumnus, you know what I'm talking about. And nothing prevents everyone from getting the top grade. And this is the course that we have been running. The 10th version of the course is over, which means 10 semesters we have been offering. This semester, about 350 students opted for this course. About 600 of them wanted to take the course, but we did not have the resources available. And every facilitator of this course is drawn from alumni who went through an experience of IIT system. Just a sample for you. But the greatest thing that has happened is the shift that Professor Ramurthy pointed out, the flexibility in the curriculum. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for the lovely interactive session, Professor M.S. Sivakumar and Sri Siva Subramaniam. For the next session, it will be given by Swami Ishe Premananda from the Vivekananda Study Circle on education for discovering inner strength. To introduce Swami Ishe Premananda. Swami Ishe Premananda is a monk of the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission. He was inspired by the holy ambience of Ramakrishna Math at Bangalore, where he joined the Vivekananda Balaka Sangha as a young boy. The Balaka Sangha is a character building program that has produced many enlightened citizens for the nation. He joined the Ramakrishna Math as a novice at the Chennai branch in 1995. He received his training at Bellur Math headquarters and was ordained by the sannyasi by most revered Swami Ranganathan Nadaji, the then president of Ramakrishna Math and Mission in 2005. Without further ado, may I now request Swamiji to present his talk.
Jananim Sharadam Devim Ramakrishnam Jagadgurum Padapadme Tayoshitva Pranaman Muhurmuhu. By invoking blessings of Almighty, so that all the faculties, students, parents will become more strong. The topic I suggested when they asked, education for discovering inner strength. The purpose of education is to empower us to face any challenges. What is happening now? We are more confined to the academic education only. Academic education is required. Academic excellence is required. Along with that, human excellence. Human excellence should be given importance. That's why Swamiji says. So when that education, human excellence is given importance, the students will have more strength. So education should make us strong, should not make us weak. That is what Swamiji said, what Swami Vivekananda said. Strength is life, weakness is death. The moment, what will happen with more and why these things are happening? Is not only in the suicide cases or so many things just now I'm going on hearing. It is the serious problem not only for this institution, the whole across the world. It is a serious problem. Why? The education we are getting, it is not making us strong, it is making us more and more weak. See, Ramakrishna Mission is running so many institutions. How we run in our institution, so many students are studying in our school, colleges. Of course, our own monks are taking wardens and the head of the institution. Many hostel boys are there. We also face same problem. In present head of our Chennai Math Swami Gautamananda ji, he was the head of Arunachal Pradesh along center. There are so many tribal boys are studying, hostel boys. The difference between the tribal boys among boys belong to the plain area. Those tribal boys ready to tell everything. They don't hide anything. The education should be there. The students should be able to express their problems. Then those students should be able to identify the problems. So what do we do, especially in our Ramakrishna Mission? Sadhus, every hostel, one sadhu will be there, one monk will be there. He will be monitoring all the boys. What we do, everybody go interact with each and every boy. And then we allow them to express, even if it is right, good or bad. Especially in tribal boys, difference is that boy will go and beat someone. then straight away will come and tell, yes, I bet that fellow. He will openly will tell, he accepts his mistake. So allow them to express their mistakes. And there should be some freedom so that they should not hide their mistakes. So that should be that will be the better way to create a good, you can empower the students. The first, how the empowerment comes to student. The beautiful shloka in Mundakopanishad. Kasminno bhagavate vignate sarvedam vignatam bhavate iti. Oh, the disciple goes to the Guru, approaches Guru. He asks, Lord, please teach me that knowledge. By knowing that, everything will be known. This is Mundakopanishad statement. This statement is very significant for the present education system, which will make us strong enough to face all the challenges in our life. This is because our present system of education confined to only academic excellence rather than human excellence. So, when human excellence is there, he can contribute more society, he can contribute to the society more. See, what is happening in many schools, not only here, in many colleges I visit, once they come to the college level, the mindset of schooling is there, school's mindset is there. If I am not wrong, Albert Einstein said, I never allowed my schooling for my education, he said. So once, see, all through study, they full of competition. So I should get more marks, I should become topper. First remove that from the student, remove that idea of becoming topper. Once they enter into this university, they have to travel alone. It is an individual journey. It's individual journey. Once enter, first you keep them, you make them, see, you have come here not to become topper. You have come here to contribute something. So for that, you develop yourself. You have to, that student should love his subject, not to get to become topper or a success. Success, there is no full stop for success. Only it will have commas. So how to empower them? First thing, make them understand this body is very important. Shankara beautifully says, Adi Shankaracharya, Durlabham Trayameva Tat Manushyatvam Mamukshatvam Mahapurusha Samshayat. Daivanugraha Hetukam. Manushyatvam, that's a human body. First, respect your body. Don't abuse your body. By just, if you suppose I am fail, if I suppose I am depressed, just give this body. That is not, why, what is the necessary to holding this body? There is a beautiful statement in Kumar Sambhava, in Kalidasa's Kumar Sambhava, that is called Sharira Madhyam Kaludharma Sadhanam. This is the motto of All India Institute of Medical Science, Delhi. This is the motto of AIMS. Sharira Madhyam Kaludharma Sadhanam. In the story comes, Lord Shiva goes in disguise where Parvati was doing penance to have Shiva as her husband. She was doing so much penance. Then he goes and asks, Parvati, are you getting sufficient grass to take rest? Are you getting fresh water so that you can take bath and drinking? Then he says, Sharira Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhana. The body is the best tool to do all good deeds. So first make them understand this body is very much required. Somebody asked during one of our retreats, spiritual retreat, one of the devotees asked, Swamiji, in the scriptures it is written, suicide is a sin. Why it is suicide is sin? I told them, it's true, in the scripture it is written, suicide is a sin. Why I am telling? Suppose a cow gets fever, you should not go and treat buffalo. The disease cow has got, but that should be treated well. So human being, what they are doing, if something problem happening to their mind, they are going and punishing their body. That is the main reason. So first treat that body well. So the body, mind is both are connected. First take care of your body, take care of you, give more and more activities. You should play well, eat well, study well, do some exercise. That is why in our Ramakrishna mission, whoever joins, students, especially in the hostels, we give all sorts of works. It happened really long ago in Deoghar Vidyapit, in Deoghar, Jharkhand, in Ramakrishna Mission Vidyapit. One of our parents was a bureaucrat. His son was admitted to our hostel. See, usually parents come how he is working, how he is studying. To inquire, he came. The same day, he was mopping the floor. The boy was mopping the floor. Then, that bureaucrat, the IAS officer came. He went to Swamiji, Secretary Swamiji. Swamiji, if you want more fees, we are ready to pay. You can appoint some worker to clean this. Then Swamiji told that Secretary Swamiji, no, if you want your son to be dependent or self-dependent. If you want your son to be dependent, please take away your son, he said. We don't want your son to be here. When they come here, all are equal. Create an atmosphere that all the students are equal. Create an atmosphere that no one is higher, no one is inferior, no one is superior. So we create that atmosphere. Whoever, even an IAS officer, a doctor's son, or any rickshaw puller's son, all are equal. That attitude, you should have an atmosphere of that. Then students will not go to extreme. That's the first thing. So give them some physical activities. The next part is mental strength. Mental strength. Manevi, in Sanskrit there is a proverb. Mane eva bandha mokshana karanat. Mind itself is binding us. At the same time, mind itself is the cause of freedom. We should be very careful with our mind. Mind carries all sorts of thoughts indiscriminately received from our senses. It is the nature of mind. If you want to control our mind, first we have to control our senses. That is main idea. See, unless you control these senses, you go on abusing children. They are getting addicted to drugs. They are getting addicted to so many bad things. So how to control this mind? There are three things I have noticed. What we have to do? You have to give them some space. Let them identify where they are doing mistake. Observe their mind in a quiet and become aware of what kind of thoughts habitually they are getting. Habitually. Observe that. It is possible. Allow them to identify the problem, how minds are working. Then, now and then, at least you create an atmosphere, please, quiet place, let them go and meditate for some time. We have that beautiful prayer hall, the students come and sit. Just to sit. Not necessary, you don't meditate upon God, whether you believe in God, don't believe in God. First, observe your mind. This is the skill should be developed among students. Let them observe their mind. When they observe that, then they should be able to identify their weakness. That is how we can empower the mind. See, I cannot control your mind. You cannot control my mind. It is my mind. Is it possible to control somebody's mind? Not possible. I only can do. So you are the creator of your own destiny. That idea, go on. Better to hypnotize them, these good thoughts. De-hypnotize all bad thoughts. That is why when Swami Vivekananda was addressing the audience in America, one of the audience got up, one lady got up, Swamiji, are you hypnotizing us? No, madam, I am de-hypnotizing you. He was talking about you are the creator of your own destiny, you are the all power is within you, you are the Atman. When he was telling, one of the Western audience got up and she asked, Swamiji, are you hypnotizing us? No, madam, I am de-hypnotized. You are already hypnotized. You are already hypnotized with so many thoughts, so many ideas. First, you have to de-hypnotize that all power is within you. So keep on, hammer these type of ideas, positive ideas among students, constantly. That is why what we do in our Ramakrishna Mission schools, as soon as when we come to the school, then we don't start immediately class. We don't go to subject. Let them sit first. Take rest. Take deep breath. And chant some beautiful mantra. There are beautiful, wonderful mantras. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya. It is universal mantra. Universal shloka. There is no God, nothing. So just we are praying, oh Lord, lead us from unreal to real. Lead us from death to mortality. These are the mantras. So constantly hammer these positive ideas. This is the way we can empower them. These are the education. This type of education required. Then ask them, students, not only students, every one of us, the practice of discrimination and detachment. What is the discrimination, detachment? Vairagya, Viveka and Vairagya in Sanskrit. Vairagya means, Swamiji, you are a monk. It is possible for householders. Vairagya doesn't mean that you have to sacrifice everything. Vairagya, Raga means attachment. Don't get attached. Anything, don't get attached to anyone. You attached for yourself. How we are getting attached? There is a small story I will tell you. There was a man called Unbelievable. The name itself is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Then that unbelievable, see, always everyone used to address him unbelievable. Then he was very much disgusted. So constantly people are calling me unbelievable. The one day he called his wife, asked, see, so all through my life, people are calling me unbelievable. After my death, when you erect that monument, don't inscribe my name, unbelievable. You inscribe something good quotation. So after some days, he died. The monument was erected. The gravestone was installed. On that gravestone, inscribed like this: here is a man, my husband. He never betrayed his wife. That was the inscription written on that gravestone. The people passers by reading that, it's really unbelievable, they told. It's really unbelievable. See, reason is, nobody bothered about his name. He identified that name. If he has ignored that name, if he has ignored that idea, nobody would bother. He never would have carried this name to all for his eternity. So that is how we identify the students. What is happening? Not only students, even for elders, we are keep on identifying with all our problems. That is what Swami Vivekananda is. You identify yourself with highest Brahman. You think yourself, you are Atman. Your all power is within you. That is what Swami Vivekananda said. So those ideas of Swami Vivekananda, you see, Swami Vivekananda, even Bhagavad Gita, that is why he clearly says how to control mind. The same thing Arjuna asked. Atakena prayoktayam papam charite purusha anichinna pavashniya baladeva niyojitaha. Oh Krishna, it is very difficult to control our mind. How to control this? Then what Sri Krishna beautifully says, you identify tasmad indriyanyadau niyam bharata shabha papanam prajihenam jnana vijnana nasham tasmad indriyanyadau. In the beginning itself you identify, in the beginning itself, and control. Kamesha krodesha rajoguna sabadbhava. It comes from rajoguna, rajas. See, every one of us, raja, tama, sattvika, all three gunas are there. So identify the problem. So how to identify? That is for that reason you have to meditate. Forget about your highest Brahma, highest realization. That is the goal of human life. That is different. First, where we stand. What is my strength? What is my weakness? That is what Swami Vivekananda is telling. You identify your problem, identify your weakness, and put all full force, give full idea of positive ideas, then you will overcome. You see how it works. Yes, it happens. I will give my own experience. When I was a boy, just now we were introducing, I was a member of Balak Sangha in Bangalore Ashrama. I used to go by very young age, by 6th standard or 7th standard I was going. There one Swamiji was there, he passed away, is Swami Purushottamanandji. He was a very good singer, good speaker. Then he used to teach bhajans. Then one boy always, he was very timid. So all the boys are very active. Then the other boys used to tease him. Then he daily will go to that Swamiji. Swamiji is beating, is teasing, all these things. Then one day, 2 days, he was going on. That boy going on complaining every day. Because all are teasing, but he cannot fight back. Then Swamiji said, what is this fellow? How to change this fellow? How to make him strong? Suddenly, one day that boy came and complained. Immediately the Swamiji told, hey, don't complain with this. You go and fight with him. He told. Then he thought that Swamiji will call them and scold. Then what Swamiji told, see, if I had receiving all the everyday complaint like this, he never becomes strong. Let him face it. So that is how. See, we have seen that. That is why, see, Swamiji's idea, that is when what Swamiji told, that Swamiji, see, we cannot go on complaining like this. You can go on complaining all problems. You have to face it. Take up. Face it. That is why Swamiji's one incident is there when Swamiji was wandering days, this group of monkeys was chasing. Then he was just running away. Then one monk stood up there. Don't run away. Face the brutes. He turned and faced. Then Swamiji said, I learned great lesson from this. If more you run, the problems will chase you. You face, then it will run away. So that is how, these are the ideas, wonderful ideas of our Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, and Swamiji's ideas. Give them. This is a great and this is the best medicine. That is the best medicine for all our problems. Give positive ideas, wonderful ideas. All power is within you. You are the creator of your own destiny. Strength is life, weakness is death. That is why, see, all our traditions, see, you know that there are in villages, especially in every village there is a goddess temple will be there, Devi temple. They give sacrifice. They sacrifice goat. Why they are not sacrificing lion or tiger? See, that is not the question. Actually, here, giving sacrifice goat is not important. Actually, the significance of giving sacrifice, sacrifice that weakness within you. But what we are sacrificing goat, and we are taking away the life of goat, taking away the heart of goat and installing inside our heart. Instead of sacrificing the heart of goat within you, and install the heart of lion within your heart. Then when Swami Vivekananda was meditating in America, one of the devotees asked, Swamiji, we are all meditating on Brahman, we are meditating upon some god and goddess. On whom you are meditating, Swamiji? Then Swamiji gravely said, I am meditating upon heart of the lion, he said. Heart of the lion. At least you ask your students to meditate upon the heart of the lion so that they will not commit suicide. So make them more strong. That is what. Education, Swamiji himself gave the definition for education. Education is the manifestation of perfection which is already in man. So you have to bring out that strength. How to bring out this strength? So empower them. Make them understand that you are full power, all power within you. You are strong. You are divine. And your all power is within you. All the talents are there. So finally, the last thing. The first thing is make them physically strong. Second thing is make them mentally strong. The third is spiritual strength. What is spiritual strength? The Swami himself said, each soul is potentially divine. The goal is to manifest divinity within. The divinity is there. Nobody is sinner. You are the divine. That is what Swamiji said. Once if a cobbler thinks he is a divine, he can become better cobbler. If an engineer he thinks he is a divine, he can become better engineer. That is what Swamiji said. So how to bring out the potentiality within? For that Swamiji said, for that our scripture says, have the company of wise people. Who will be the wise people? At least make the children to have interaction with professors. Good relation. There should be good and respectful relation between the faculty, teachers and the students. How it will help? I will tell you a beautiful story. There is one story. In the olden days, Gurukula system was there. Gurukula system. That was the tradition. So students used to stay in the Gurukula in school. They go for bhiksha. So every day they go for bhiksha and bring that bhiksha and share with other students. One day one boy was going for bhiksha. A particular house he went. There was a very popular astrologer, very great astrologer. Whatever he predicted never became untrue. So seeing that boy, immediately told, see, why did you come for bhiksha? You are going to die within next 15 days. Then if somebody says you are going to die within 15 days, what will happen to us? Just imagine. You will become depressed, completely depressed. He was not willing to take food. He was not attending any other activities. Then what happened? That Guru asked, why this boy is not coming for class, or not coming for food? Then the whole story they told. Oh, okay, call that boy. After coming that boy, that Guru told, don't go for bhiksha from tomorrow. You stay here for 15 days. Afterwards you go. That fellow is telling you are going to die within next 15 days. How it is? My Guru is telling after 15 days go and go for bhiksha. Anyhow, Guru has told. He sat there. After 15 days, he went for bhiksha, and Guru instructed that boy, the first bhiksha, straight away go to that particular house where astrologer is staying and take bhiksha from him. Same thing he did, went there, Bhavati Bhikshandehi, then opened the door. Then he was surprised. How come? See, in whole of my life, whatever I predicted never become untrue. How it is possible? Then this boy told, I don't know, you come and ask our teacher. He knows. Then he, okay, take me there. Then that boy brought that fellow, that astrologer, introduced. Then he told the astrologer, see, all through my life, I have so many predictions I have made. Not a single prediction went wrong. How it is possible? Yes, you are true. Your predictions, your horoscopes, all your knowledge is true. One thing you have forgotten. He is staying with wise people. He is staying with me. He is staying with holy men. That you have forgotten. See, when person stays in good people, when boy or girl or students, anybody, not only students, even elderly people, staying with good people, staying with wise people, he will develop the willpower. He can win over even death also. That is what he said. All those predictions, horoscopes are okay for the livelihood, but the all power is within you. That is what Swamiji said. You can turn, you can change your destiny. That's all, otherwise, why? Then there is no value for these Upanishad statements. Brahma Satya Jagan Mithya Jivo Brahma Eva Naparaha. That is what Vedanta says. Brahma Satya, Brahma alone is true. Jivo Brahma Eva Naparaha. When Jivo Brahma Eva Naparaha is man is divine, then that statement will go wrong. If you cannot change your destiny, you cannot change your, if you cannot change your fate, then how can you call yourself a divine? That is why the three things, three aspects what I have mentioned now. Take care of your body, take care of your mind, and spirituality. The three things, three aspects are very much important. Give importance. Yes, all academic courses, academic excellence, all those things are necessary. You have to take care of it. First, if you take care of this, if you empower yourself, for this, we have different field of knowledge. You have got you may excel in your field. You may excel. Your singer can excel in all those things. But if you cannot face the life, that education we required. How to face our life. If you cannot face your life, what is the use of having so many qualifications? What is the use of having so much of money, knowledge, of material knowledge, if you cannot face the problem? You cannot face your life. If you are alive only, you will be able to do something to the society. If you are not alive, what is the use? That is why somebody asked, that ghost exists. Then I told, I don't know whether ghost exists or not, but fear exists. That is, no, people, the ghost will not kill us. I told during retreat, Swamiji, does ghost exist? I don't know, ghost exists or not, but fear exists, I told. Because ghost will not kill me, but fear will kill me. Fear kills me. So that is why Swamiji said, the moment you have fear, you are nobody in this world. That is why long ago I saw a movie, in Hindi movie, I think Sholay, when Gabbar Singh statement is there, Jo dar gaya, samjho mar gaya. So don't never have fear. Give strength to your students, and more parents also should have strength to give strength to your parents, your children, and teachers and faculties also should have more strength to give strength to the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. May I now request the session speakers to come up to the stage for the question and answer session. The floor is open for Q&A. We have volunteers with the mic.
A very good afternoon to all and all the dignitaries on the dais. I am Dr. S. Geeta, Associate Professor and Head in Charge for Basic Sciences and Humanities, SRM College of Agriculture Sciences. Many pranams to the Swamiji. Swamiji, I am very happy to say that I am the alumni of SRM RKM Sharda Vidyalaya School, T. Nagar. And I belong to 1995 to 98 batch 12th standard. And in this learned forum of scientists and learned professors and persons, I feel very proud in telling all the good virtues and the qualities which I possess, I inherited from my school. So RKM Sharada Vidyalaya, they have inculcated many moral values, which even my friends nowadays, they will ask, how come you remain undisturbed by the activities of others? And I used to say it is all because of the virtues which my school taught me. And I would like to share some of the practices at our college. Nowadays, UGC itself, it is focusing on the outcome-based education. So we need to focus more on what is actually needed to the students. Once upon a time, the faculty, we are under the spotlight. But now the students are under the spotlight, and we need to give more focus on what they need. So the classroom should be lively, and it should have some life. So if the classroom is silent, then it means that it is not interactive. So when the classroom is made interactive, instead of 1 hour classroom teaching, the teaching should be for 40 minutes, and the remaining 20 minutes should be an interactive session where when the barrier between the students and the teachers is being reduced, automatically the students will come up with the problems. And when, as Swamiji told, a strong monitoring system is required. So whatever, yeah.
Madam, if you have questions, sure.
Yeah.
Else, see, this is a suggestion to the organizers. Considering wellness of all of you in mind and time in mind.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Let's go for lunch and discuss all this.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
This is my suggestion.
Let's focus on the questions, please.
So good afternoon. 2 questions I have addressed to Professor Shivakumar sir and Professor Ramurthy sir. Given students spend a sizable amount of time beyond the classes on extracurricular activities like sports, design contests, all that stuff, is it time that as academic institutes that we recognize their efforts there with some form of credits reflected in their transcripts? That's question 1. Question 2 is less like a faculty and more like a student's dean. What are your thoughts on the 85% magical number of attendance? Thank you, sir.
Shall I? Sir, the first one about activities beyond the classroom. We do have credits assigned for certain activities, creative activities. We also are in the process of creating an extracurricular activities transcript that goes along with this. So both these efforts are happening. If it is something that is more co-curricular activity, we have seamlessly built within our curricular system a couple of courses where it is possible for them to get the credit by presenting what they have done. As far as the second is concerned, can I be open? Value of attendance is zilch. If one cannot inspire the students to be in the class, let the class not be happening. This is my view.
He was dean students, his views will be diametrically opposite than a dean academic courses. Actually, in our system, I'll make it very brief. In our system, the 85%, this thing we have brought last Senate, we have brought it to 75. Okay, to address several things, because students will have the only, that's, I have answered that 75% is now presently prevailing from this semester onwards. Second thing is, as an academic dean, even amongst faculty who very strictly take attendance daily, there are challenges in taking attendance in large classes, but attendance criteria gives us some early indications. In a residential campus, when we have discussed, when we have analyzed, if it is one course, they have got disinterested, like Shiva said, they have not gone for a class, they have been a little careless in dropping the course thing. But if there are, in a particular semester, if there are more than 2 courses, more than two, if they have got some shortage,
We have, every semester we used to have some 75 students identified, around roughly 75 students who have got more than 2 courses W grade, we call attendance shortage. There has been, it is a sign for early identification of a problem. This is one of the early signature thing, like our ECG, it shows up. That's how, to that extent, I consider this attendance as an important.
Oh, by the way, sir, technology has come that far where the teacher doesn't have to mark and all those, it automatically recognizes. So, right? Professor Kamakoti has been prescribing that kind of mode from now on.
Good afternoon, sir. So this is the question to Shiva sir. So being an active listener, so how do we mold ourselves? Does all the content would influence us? So at what stage we have to keep up ourselves so that that doesn't influence ourselves? Because sometimes when we listen to the problem, being a listener, we have a thought, it shouldn't influence, but at times it influences. So what would be your strategy or tactic?
Wonderful question, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Filters affect listening. The recent session that we had in the Listeners Club was to discuss about the filters. Being aware of the filter itself filters out that filter. In the sense that when I am listening and I'm aware, oh my God, I'm now drifting towards my own thoughts, itself brings us back. There are many other practices, as Swamiji said, meditation is one of these practices by which it is possible for us to pay more attention to the person who is talking and being with them. Like what Shiva said, empathy. This empathy is to be in the other person's shoe. The moment you do that, you are sort of becoming the other person, and therefore your thoughts may not interfere. That's an ideal situation. Having said that, filters do affect us. It is by practice it is possible for us to get better. This is my experience.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Listening by itself is a very difficult art, right? Very difficult. Like Shiva was saying, the filters. So all of us have several filters when we listen. We have filters of culture, we have filters of language, we have filters of how we are brought up, we have filters of bias. So everything goes on. So when you're speaking to me, the first thing that happens is, what are the filters I have? So therefore these filters prevent me from speaking to you. But which is why we started this listeners program. When I call myself a listener, right? And when I'm able to distinguish between listening and listener, when I give myself a role of a listener, my entire attitude to what you're saying changes. Number one. Number two, the need that I have to listen to you is, for instance, if you and I are friends and we talk to each other, we are constantly distracted. But when you come to me and my purpose in this whole conversation is about simply listening to you, then my attitude to what you are saying becomes sharper, and I start, which is why one of the things that we insisted when we started the Listeners Club is that we will not allow someone to be a listener unless there is a practice of listening. So it's not as if every one of us in this room can be listeners. What is important is, can we practice to be better listeners? And so therefore, in the first instance, when you say, what is your rating on listening? What's your name?
I'm Dr. Akshay, Associate Professor, sir.
So we'll say, supposing I ask you, how do you rate yourself on this listening? It's a guarantee that you'll say you're 8 out of 10 on listening. But if I ask you to go to someone you love, someone, for instance, your parents that you take for granted, and ask them how do they rate you, they'll probably say 4 out of 10. We always rate ourselves high on listening, while others will rate us less on listening. So listening is a practice. Over a period of time, we develop listening skills. And once you start to develop listening skills, the filters that Shiva was talking about start to disappear, and I become the listener. The second thing is this very powerful acronym in listening called RASA, R-A-S-A, which is a Sanskrit word for juice, essence. So R stands for receive. So when you're speaking to me, can I receive what you're saying? A stands for acknowledgement. Do I acknowledge by way of signs? I say, oh, I see. What happened? You know those acknowledgement. S stands for, S stands for substantiate, yes. So therefore, to repeat what the other person said. So, oh, what happened? You're saying that your mother was admitted in hospital? To repeat, substantiate. And A stands for, the last one stands for ask. Ask a question. What time did you go to hospital? What time was your mother admitted? Things like that. So these are all techniques of listening. Okay. But essentially what we're talking about is listening is a difficult skill. My personal experience of listening as to why we got interested in listening started about 5 years ago, when I had to go to a doctor with my mother. She was having chest pain, and we went to this doctor, very famous hospital in Madras, and I went to the doctor. The doctor took the stethoscope and he put the stethoscope on my mother's chest to listen to the murmurs of my mother's heart. At that time he got a call and he was picking up the phone, he was talking with the stethoscope, and then someone came into the room and he was speaking to that person too. So he was listening to 3 people at the same time, the murmurs of my mother's heart, the person who came in, and the phone. The question is, who was he listening to? And these are the mistakes that we make in listening. And therefore, if we can start teaching listening in schools, start listening in universities, and like I said, that famous quote, that the only luxury that all of us want is the luxury of someone giving us attention, right? If we can realize that, it's a great skill. I'm glad you asked that question. I hope all of us become better listeners.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It was a deep experience, deep learning.
Yeah, one of the important points which affects us is listening does not mean agreeing. Listening is to understand what the other person is saying. That is it.
And also, also in empathy, when you say I put myself in the other person's shoes, the difficulty is not to put myself in other person's shoes. The difficulty is taking off my own shoes. I stop becoming Shiva and I become the watchman. Because I cannot have 2 identities like Swamiji was saying, right? I need to be either Shiva or the watchman. I stop being Shiva and start becoming the watchman is where the power of empathy lies. Sorry, I went on and on.
So this listening is very much important role in our life. Why I am telling, even from the ancient period onwards, Shravana Manana Nididhyasana we say. The Yajnavalkya is addressing his wife. If you want to know something, if you want to know yourself, Om Atmavare, Om Maitreyi, Atmavare Shotavyam Mantavyam Nididhyasitavyam. One should listen, he says. This is important role. Why I am telling, when we monks, when we are posted to foreign countries, first instruction they give. See, it is very easy to give lecture. If you ask me to give for lecture for 1 hour, it is possible. But listening is very difficult, you see. So first what they give, we give us instruction. First, whoever comes, Westerners, they want someone to listen. If you don't listen, suppose when he is talking, when he is submitting his views, if you look at here and there, then I think he is not interested, he will go away, he never comes. So very much important, the listening is. Very difficult actually, but it's very much important.
I am Revati, full-time student counselor at KCG College. I just want to ask you whether... KCG College of Technology. Yeah. So I just want to ask you whether you will be able to share the curriculum of the life skills.
Yeah, definitely. I have a deck, PPT deck, I can share through Kernel. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no question. Yes, we can share that.
Yeah.
We can actually co-create the curriculum.
Yeah, thank you.
One last question, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Sir, this this thing, whether it is a school curriculum or a college curriculum, is there something missing that we are not able to incorporate it, and people are having some kind of anger and those things are coming to the... Is there something which is missing in the curriculum?
In our school curriculum.
whether it is school curriculum or maybe the college curriculum, that people sometimes they feel lost in the world or something like that.
I'm not sure whether something is missing. I think if we find that something is missing, then we'll probably have to. One of the things that we keep telling our students is that not to find something missing, but if you, for instance, you have learned something that's powerful enough, that's important in your life as a teacher, as a professor, the invitation to you is, can you call your school principal, the school that you studied in? Which school did you study in?
Yeah, I schooled in Yashoda High School.
Okay, so you can call your school principal and tell him that I have learned this, can I come and speak to the students? It's a brilliant way of repurposing the whole studies into this. So I'm not sure about the question about what is missing, but what we can do as a society is call the school that we studied in and tell them, this is what I learned. I learned somewhere called listening yesterday. All of you learned listening. You just call me now and say, Shiva, can I have the curriculum on listening? I'll share it with you. Call your school principal and say, I think listening is very important. Can I come and speak to the students? And then for about half a day, you speak to the students, train them on listening. You have filled up the missing piece. If every one of us can do that in this world, all our schools will learn completely new things.
Thank you.
Just, I'll take half a minute. This morning I was just cleaning up our bookshelf, and I found one piece of, bound small notes of my son when he was doing his UKG. Every child writes about another child, right? And it was a book of about 25 pages about good things about the other child. It started from UKG. Of course, he did this in the US, but practices of that sort, where we care for the other. If a component is added in the school curriculum where one cares for the other, it will be a wonderful thing that would happen. And Swamiji talked about many other things that don't form a part of curriculum of general schools. If added, it will be wonderful.
We have one last question from the student team.
Hi sir, myself M. Ranjit Kumar, pursuing MBA in KSR College of Engineering, sir. Sir, soon I am going to be a manager or a HR to a team. Nowadays I have noticed that many people were lacking the skill of empathy. And also I have seen that people were fear to take risk on doing new things. They were free, they feel free to do the copy or copy others things, but they were very much feared to do new things. From my experience, I have a great skill of empathy. I have invented a few things by empathizing the problems of my close relatives and the problems I faced in the past. So how can I improve the empathy of my teammates or colleagues? By what methods I can do that?
How can I make the others empathize is the question, correct?
Yes, sir. And also, how can I make them to take risk?
That is shift from their comfort zone of just taking care of a few things instead of empathizing with the other and taking up something that is concerning the others. How do I do it?
Yes, sir. The thing
is that the question?
Yeah, you are telling that you have developed a course for people to.
Yeah. See, in the happiness course, we have one portion where we cover this in terms of how to empathize, what we can do, and therefore be happy. Get somebody to be happy also means that you're happy. So growing potential in others is one of those topics that we cover in the happiness course. I'll share the contents of the happiness course. The poem actually I recited consists of all those that the happiness course contains. So it's possible to get students to explore such an option of thinking about others.
Thank you very much. May I now request Professor Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, to felicitate the guest with an Angavastram and a bouquet. Also, may I request the speakers to join for a group photo? Sir, group photo, please. Thank you. So may we now break for the lunch. The lunch has been arranged in the main dining hall. We'll be meeting again at 2:30 for the next session. Welcome back to the workshop. Now we are going to have the session 3. The session 3 will be on importance of communications, parents, students and faculty with an application of AI and ML. As the first speaker is Sri Srinivas Venkatram, who is the founder and CEO of Illumine Labs. To introduce Sri Srinivas, he is an alumnus of IIT Bombay and IIM Ahmedabad, and he has been awarded with a D.Lit by Vivekananda University, Belur Math in 2019. And in July 2022, he was presented with the prestigious Vivekananda Award by the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture for his work in the assimilation of Swami Vivekananda's ideas in various sections of the society. Mr. Srinivas is the founder and CEO of Illumine Knowledge Resources, a Mumbai-based organization that works on large-scale knowledge interventions. LSI are used to bring about shifts in mindsets, thinking, attitudes, and behaviors in large institutions and communities. Illumine is a knowledge partner for the Mission Karma Yogi interventions with the Capacity Building Commission of the Government of India. It is at present working towards bringing in a Karma Yogi culture in the several large government institutions, including Indian Railways, Department of Posts, Delhi Police, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, etc. Illumine has also designed the Awakened Citizen program for school children of class 7 to 9, which has been taken up by the Ramakrishna Mission Delhi, scaled over to 6,000 schools across the country. Without further ado, may I call upon Sri Srinivas Venkatraman to present the session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we've had a very productive morning, and going forward, I think before I just want to bring one, the topic that I'm going to speak about is inner strength or resilience, and how do you go about bringing this kind of strength in students, or especially in students, in a systematic way, in a scientific way, in a precise way and measurable way. So that's the challenge that we are actually trying to address. This is how I would describe the whole thing. That you have with you, our students have got with us, first of all, they are operating in a highly competitive environment. At least they perceive it to be highly competitive. There are unrealistic expectations from family ecosystems about the kind of salaries they should get and what should happen to them. There is not necessarily enough capacity for them to reflect on themselves and what they are doing. They're not trained to do that. Also, there's a lot of greed which is awakened, thanks to all the startup stories of 20-somethings becoming billionaires. And on top of it, many of them have gone through a lifetime of rote and heuristic learning. When I say heuristic, rule of thumb learning. So as a result of which, when new knowledge hits them, they're not necessarily used to operating in a place where there's a lot more think through that they need to do as compared to the past. And many of them, at least from what we've seen, suffer from a kind of an imposter syndrome, where they're not sure how they got in and how come they're there, and whether they deserve to be there. So all these are various factors which are playing around. The apparent triggers might be a heavy low curriculum, or the apparent trigger may be some disappointment, etc. But beneath the apparent trigger, there is a system of stress and a system of coping which they are logged into. Now the challenge is that you have to move them out of that system of coping and move them into a world where they are actually going to be able to engage what I call inside out, rather than engage outside in with their life. Because they're right now outside in. Everything is outside, they're getting pressured they are weighed down. We have to move them into a world where they are inside out, they are in charge of their lives in a sense. And then automatically it brings with it, you know, all the necessary capabilities, because they're all lying inside, coiled within every one of us. Those necessary capabilities will come out and they will be in a position to deal with it. So this conversation is actually about how we achieve this, or what are some of the ways to accomplish it. And we will get a little technical at times, but it more than technical, it is about getting precise about what we want to do. So that's what I'm going to actually focus on. So now we've worked on this area for some time. We've actually worked with almost 4 million people in the last 12, 14 years. So these are 5 or 6 critical things that we've found are the points where people seem to have an issue. The most fundamental, if you ask me, is this basis of their self-esteem itself. Most of their self-esteem, their sense of being, their sense of strength is based on them being one of the other sheep. They only decide which category of sheep they are in, but they are basically focused on saying that, am I comparatively better or comparatively worse? The minute you have a comparative basis for your self-esteem, you're already in trouble, because then you're never okay, you're never secure. And you are always looking outside to find answers. There is another way of looking at it, which is that you can start by saying that inside me lies an infinite human possibility, or inside me lies an infinite strength, or inside me lies a potential which I need to bring out. But that's not what we are taught, and that's not what we are trained in. What we are taught is how to be comparative. So this is, for example, one of the first areas where you find that there is a huge gap. Secondly, you find that if you look at their identity, and this is a important one, you talk to many, and we every year in our own company, for example, we have more than 15 or 16 IITians who are coming in, who work with us. You find that many of them have what I call a functional identity, which means it's focused on how much marks I got. That if they would ask them, who are you? I'm an IITian. So you are describing yourself as an IITian, or you're describing yourself in terms of the marks that you've got, or you're describing I'm good at maths, or you're described yourself in terms of what you can do. So that sense of who am I as a person, outside all of these things, that deeper sense of being, that is completely blank, or 96% in the dark zone. So it's almost like a black hole inside them. So what you find is that because it's a non-reflective zone, they're only reflecting on competence. They're reflecting on how to be better. So now that being level of who am I is actually your shock absorber when you're dealing with stress. Suppose say you do badly in something, if you do not have a reflective capacity, or you are not having that being layer which is awakened, where I say I have an identity outside it, actually that is devastating. You see, if I've done badly, and if my entire identity is locked up in doing well, and I've done badly, there's nothing left. I'm cracked, because the basis of who am I is broken, right? Or the basis of how I describe myself is broken. So the necessity for that blue layer which is inside you, which is that layer of who am I, is very, very crucial. We see this even in organizations, so it's not restricted. You go to a large organization, say State Bank of India or something, and you go and talk to them, you will find the same thing. Or you talk to a big bank or a big government, they will describe themselves as general manager, CGM, this, that. But they're human beings, right? And at that level, we are all equal, and we have got many, many things going for us. And there is a huge potential. Only a small fraction of people actually have that being level opened out. So that becomes an issue that we need to address. And we need to focus on bringing that kind of change. I'll talk about a couple of more, because I think they're useful for us to understand what is actually what we have to address. The third thing is this, complaining. Because they're all the time in a victim mode. They're always blaming others. If I'm facing a problem, it's because of you. If I've done well, it's because of me. So, and this we find even in our family lives, we find it around us. You find the world is filled with victims. They're all caged. Now, unless they learn to see themselves as creators of their destiny, see themselves as people who are actually trying to make a difference, who can have some sense of agency on the world around them, they are in trouble. Now, these are deeply rooted mental models. Let's understand this. They are not about communication, they are not about only talking, engagement, etc. This is deeply rooted a mental model that has built over years. Our problem is that those are secretly shaping your actions. They are secretly shaping the way you are responding to the situation. Because if you are a victim, your go-to response will be to blame the world. And then you say the world is not my friend. And suddenly you get depressed and you go into a loop because you're saying that I have no sense of agency to transform the circumstances. So it's because of this I have lost out, I am unlucky, I have lost everything. So this is the language that gets used. Either it is a self-blaming language, I am nobody, I am nothing. Or it will be it might take on multiple forms, but the essence is the same issue which is there. Now there are others. One more I will show you, which is very interesting and the more, perhaps in a way, the most important from an institutional point of view. What are our metrics of success? If our metrics of success for our people are going to be only pay, prospects, promotions, valuations in your startups or whatever it is, then you have a problem, because then that acquisitional quantitative metrics is what you are ending up chasing. If you were to have a wider vision of your success, where you say that there is also a sense of purpose that I am growing, there is also a sense of courage, there is also character, respect for self, so many things are there in our life which are actually something which we fail to recognize because everybody around us, parents, ourselves, our peers, everybody is only talking about the left hand side. But it is the right hand side that keeps us sane, keeps us balanced, keeps us strong, keeps us capable of dealing with life, because a few fruits may be less on the top side of the tree, but you may get lots more fruits inside, right, in the inner layer. So your inner fruits may be also balancing out. You do something, you have taken up a challenge, you have not quite succeeded in it. Okay, you didn't get some outer fruits, but the taking up the challenge, struggling for it, itself has made you stronger. It has itself made you somewhat better in so many ways. So there are some fruits that you got out. You don't acknowledge that. And if you are only going to acknowledge the outer fruits, that means that there is no benefit in trying, you see. Because if I tried, I am not getting any outer fruit. If I tried and failed, I am not getting outer fruit. How will you innovate then? How will you become open-minded? How are you going to then experiment with your own life? You will take the safe path. You see, in like for example, many years back I learned that poor farmers, for example, innovate less because they feel deep sense of risk. You see, if you are a subsistence farmer, if I innovate and something goes wrong, I won't have food to eat. So I'm not going to innovate. I'm not going to experiment with my life. I'm not going to be open. Similarly, students believe that if I'm going to lose some outer fruits, I'll get a lesser job, means my life is gone. If I'm not getting a day one company or whatever, and I'm, somewhere, I have to take up some other company, my life is finished, then I have a problem. I'm not going to experiment. All I'm going to do is to take the narrow path which I know has proven success and nothing more than that. That might be acceptable to many places, but it's certainly not acceptable from the IITs and certainly not acceptable from any self-respecting educational institution. Because you can't have your students behaving only in a straight and narrow way. So if you notice, all these are the kinds of specific models which are shaping our students' thinking. These models of reality are actually impacting their engagements and their behaviors. So they might still agree with us. They might feel better. So you might go to them and say, you need not to do this, you need to do this. They may feel better. But the architecture of thought, the structure is still locked up. In their mental architecture, they are still victims. Or in their mental architecture, they still think that the only fruits worth getting are outer fruits. There is nothing inside for me to build. Or their identity is only about what I do and about their competence. or their basis of self-esteem can be wrong. If all this is happening, any kind of elevative kind of measures, any kind of measures, feel-good measures, are going to have only short-term impact. If you want to have sustainable, transformative effects in the lives of students, what we need to do is to address it at a deeper level of mental models and strengthen them there. What is strength? Strength is those right-hand sides which you showed. It is, strength is where, when you say inner strength, what does that mean, that word? Inner strength means viewing oneself as having agency or capable of changing the circumstance. Inner strength means having a wider sense of identity. So all these are manifestations of inner strength. When Swami Vivekananda says, have inner strength, this is what he means. And this inner strength has to be consciously, systematically, measurably built in our students. And it has to be part of our educational model. You don't do this, they will come in and go out with all these, if I may say, lurking DNA level diseases of their mind. So when we use the word mental wellness, to me wellness means, that you have a well architected mind which can actually take a lot of pressure and which can take a lot of, which can actually empower you or keeps you empowered through circumstances. And which is the next point which I want to make, that therefore can we really have a model for systematic empowerment? We must understand that all these are intuitively done. Many of them, there are some great teachers, there are some exceptional coaches, counselors who do all these things, but they do it one-to-one, so they do it tacitly. They do it intuitively through years of expertise and experience. Our problem is that we have 1,000 students, 500 students. We have got with us, we have to do it year on year. We have to do it on a systematic basis. If I have to do it on a systematic basis, it can't depend on one counselor. It can't depend on one student, on one interaction. It means that it has to be a technology. And that is the issue, that how do we make that into a technology which you can get replicable results. Now to do that, there are some simple things that we can do which are very important. The most important, if you ask me, is our expectational frame. If your institute is going to go and say, we are producing high achievers, or the only way you are going to advertise is to say that our students some student got 1 crore or whatever, 2 crore or whatever salary which is there, and that's your badge of honor, you are creating mental illness in all those who haven't got it in some way or the other. So can you as an institution be proud of the fact that I am creating contributors to society, people who are making a difference? So the last point which I said, which you will find there is, therefore you have to choose when you are looking at your ecosystem of parents, employers, teachers, etc. You need to focus therefore on this culture of contribution. And what does that culture mean? You first of all go to employers and offer a different product. I can tell you, because we are working now with, we work across with the TCSs, the state banks, we work with all these people. I can tell you that they are looking for a different product. We are the educational system is stuck in the past, thinking that we are here to, churn out high achievers. Actually, what they want are great contributors, people who will be there, who will make a difference in the company, who will create value, who will be long-term sustainable assets to that organization. Can we say that that is what we are going to produce? And can we celebrate those role models? So if an IIT, for example, if it's only going to invite some guy who has gone to the US and therefore made $1 billion, then you are only perpetuating one idea. You are perpetuating the culture of success and achievement rather than the culture of contribution and making a difference and nation building. So then who are you inviting to actually your campus? Who are the people whom you are celebrating? Who are the people whom you are standing and saying, wow, we think the world of them? So that question students are not going to answer. We have to answer, right? And we have to know who we are celebrating. If we ourselves are trapped in the belief that it is achievement alone that is at the key and not contribution, not nation building, not building stuff, then we are not going to produce people who are different from us. They will only be external manifestation of our deepest desires, that's all. So we need to be addressing all these questions. And when you do that, now how do you do that? To do that, and I'm not getting into details because I want to stick to the time that we have, but the essential idea that I'm talking about is that you can, because you know specifically, like what I just showed here, because specifically you know that, specifically you know that there are specific points of change, like whether you're talking about victim to creator or etc., you can measure it. We've actually worked on it. We find that there are specific measurables. In fact, every person who joins our organization has to go through a contributor test. 60 to 70% of those who are toppers, we have lots of toppers who apply to our company, but 60 to 70% of those who are toppers fail in being contributors because they are simply great at the subject, they are great at being better than others. They are great at being competitive, but if they demonstrate self-centeredness, we don't take them. If they demonstrate an incapacity to think beyond themselves and to engage, we don't take them. If they don't have a capacity to think of a purpose rather than only think about their own career growth, if their entire life is about how much I grow rather than what can be done meaningfully in society, we don't hire them. And by there are many organizations who are beginning to realize that this is what needs to be done. So we can take the lead and help do that. So we should be able to map our students and identify those gaps and scientifically then address those gaps and say, this is how we do it. These are the gaps in you, please address it. So just like we have a course curriculum which says what credits you get, we should actually have a model for systematic empowerment of our students and then address it. And this is really what is the future of what we need to, what we think can actually help us embed it on a wide basis in the educational system. I think with these few words, let me stop. Thank you. I'll just end with Swami Vivekananda's message of strength. Yeah? What we want is strength, and this is what we mean by strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have Dr. Srividya from Mindwell, who will be talking on fostering inclusive communication in campus. To introduce Dr. Srividya, she is an accomplished academician and a clinical psychologist with over 20 years of experience in the field of behavioral coaching and emotional intelligence. She is committed to creating a psychologically safe environment for organizations and institutions, promoting a culture of inclusivity and helping individuals thrive both in their personal and professional lives. Throughout her career, Dr. Srividya has worked with individuals and groups to improve their emotional intelligence and overall well-being. She also has worked closely with corporates to advise on workplace harmony, support women's mental health, and help leaders achieve their full potential. As a doctorate in psychology, Dr. Srividya has designed several psychology and mind wellness programs, providing a comprehensive framework for developing emotional intelligence and effective communication and leadership skills. She is an integral part of the first cohort of women entrepreneurs trained by NCW in partnership with Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, to create one of its product of AI for mental health to prevent suicides. Dr. Srividya's compassionate and empathetic approach to counseling and coaching has earned her a reputation and as a highly skilled and effective practitioner. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon. So I firstly thank Colonel for having me here today. So when they gave the title communication, with the parents, teachers and students, So I felt like, fostering inclusive communication will be more apt in today's scenario. Because we are doing D&I initiatives across the corporates and organizations, but how much it is being, practiced at the institutional level is what we wanted to, take up this topic for the institutions today. So we know everybody knows what is communication, right? So here, I just wanted to bring in this Envision 2030. Probably everybody knows it is about the Sustainable Development Goals that was presented by UN. So this is what we want to achieve in 2030, like leaving no one behind. Meaning, so out of 17 SDGs, 7 talks about inclusivity in some form or the other. So today, why I had to bring this upon, I felt like, the best place towards achievement of 2030 is through educational institutions, and students have the power. If inclusion is not the key, achieving this is not going to be, it's not going to be that easy. Because SDG 3, it talks about good health and well-being. So when we talk about well-being, whenever I say mental well-being, people say, no, please don't use the word mental. Substitute. So even among our own fraternity, people say, never call yourself as a mental health practitioner. No, substitute your. So why there is so much of stigma when we say mental? I'm proud to feel like, I can go and tell people I'm having some physical illness. I'm okay to talk about my cardiac illness. I'm okay to talk about my diabetes today, hypertension. But why not, talk about your mental health? Okay, it is like the moment you say mental, no, I'm not abnormal, I'm normal, don't take me in the other sense. So here, well-being, when we speak, it is the overall well-being. Your mental is not outside your physical. It is together, and it is the whole wellness we talk about. So, and that is one of the goal to be achieved in 2030. So we are lacking behind in the well-being as a whole. And SDG 5 talks about gender equality. So again, where is the inclusion there? And again, the 8, 9, 10, 11. So 6 or 7 out of 17 is talking about inclusion in some way or the other. So I felt like, inclusion has to be discussed today as a topic. It is, everybody knows what is inclusion. Making people of all groups within the society to feel valued and belonged. But how many of them are feeling belonged? It is in our communication. And when we say communication, we very easily tell people, no, this person is not good at communication skills. Are you talking about the language skills or about the communication? Communication is no matter what, whichever language I am comfortable with. If I am able to convey my thoughts to somebody, that is what is communication is all about. But here, when we try to, interview somebody, or when we easily pass comments telling like the person is not having communication skills. So I asked, come again, whether the language is a problem or you're not able to get what the person is trying to convey you, right? So still there is a lack of understanding of what that real communication is all about. It is transferring information, what I intend to tell you. Am I, trying to convey it in a way that you can understand? So that is what this communication is all about. So we judge people based on their language skills. So I think we have to reframe telling like the person is not good at communication. Probably there are some people who are not able to convey what they want to say. So here when we say inclusion and communication, this both has to be mapped for a better world to that Envision 2030. So why inclusive communication is important? If I ask you, people who are here, are you biased? If you're biased, just put your hands up. Are you biased? Do you agree? Okay. Because usually we feel, no, I'm not biased. No, I'm perfect. Because we need to understand, happy. Nobody is immune to that. Everybody are prone to some sort of bias. But most often it is unconscious, implicit. But if we are able to work through that, because that often comes in our communication, communicating with other people. So inclusive communication, when we start practicing that, it reduces biases, prejudices, stereotypes, and discrimination. Because when the previous speaker was mentioning, he said, they have that mental frame of mind, that frame of mind is built. How is that built? It is not built in a day. You have accumulated over the years. We have consumed so much information. So we have not put our mental filters on to take what is required and what is not required. Whatever is available, we take everything inside. And that has led to the biases, and most often, as I said, it is unconscious. So when we start practicing this inclusive communication, you can reduce biases. And intent versus impact. Though as a faculty, everybody wants their student to be great achievers, to be, to come out with flying colors. But then your intent is good, but the impact, what it is creating in the minds of the students, probably they are not in the, they're not able to understand in the way that you are trying to communicate with them. So there the impact is very high in a way that I'm not even able to perceive. So though everybody have the right intention, but how it is impacting the other person is the way I communicate with other people. Create a psychologically. So as a psychologist, we go talk to the institutions, we go to the workplaces and say, let's reduce the toxicity and build if I ask you, you want a great place to work or a psychologically safe place to work, what would you prefer? Psychologically safe place. I don't need great infrastructure. I don't need high-rise buildings. But I want a psychologically safe environment where I'm not being judged by people, where I can have an open communication, where I don't have any sort of fear, where people are ready to hear me, listen to me. So when we are, I think, the Envision 2030, when we create the psychologically safe environment to live, create places at work, at institutions, I think that Envision 2030 is going to be achieved. It's a goal. It is to fight against those implicit biases. Implicit biases are nothing but the unconscious bias, which I have accumulated over the years, right from my birth, though not intentional. And it is also to increase the cultural sensitivity. When I foster that inclusive communication, when I start inculcating, develop that, I am able to culturally, sensitize myself on how to deal with diverse people around me. Because the problem is that affinity bias, we tend to get into associate ourselves with people with whom we are comfortable with, either with the similar race, ethnicity, religion, no matter what. So when we start, being little mindful about that, we can really, sensitize ourselves culturally to understand what kind of people I'm dealing with. So implicit or unconscious bias about the gender, it's day to day. Every day it comes to us. We are not, everybody are prone to this. So in the form of, we feel like, who should I give respect to? We have been taught right from the young. Respect elders. Then how about others? Everybody have to be respected. Respect is not based on somebody's title, position, or the power. But that's what we have been doing, and that's what we are teaching our children as well. So when that respect is imparted to everybody, no matter, even if they are students, even, see them as individuals. It's not about the age. It's about my fellow human being. So just reflect on yourself. How many of these are, we are trying to explicitly show in our day-to-day behavior. And you don't believe, there are more than 180 unconscious biases. And at least if we are mindfully, if we start implementing and practicing one in a day, I think over a year, you'll be fighting over those implicit biases at least. Consciously, we are doing so many things. So how to disrupt those everyday biases? Every day we are biased in some way or the other. So we say pause. Pay attention to your behaviors, to your communication. What am I really trying to convey? How am I trying to behave with other people? Is it okay if somebody behaves in the same way with me? Will I be able to accept that? Don't give something what you don't want to receive. Give only that what you would want to receive. Anything it could be, whether it is a trust, respect, love, anything. Acknowledge your assumptions. All your assumptions are not facts. Because sometimes we become so hardwired. We feel, I'm better than everyone. I am the best. It's the problem with other people around me. And we are also the others for somebody. So try to acknowledge your assumptions, recheck, and reconfirm that my assumption is not a reality. Understand your perspective. So we are always trying to speak only from your point of view. And again, your perceptions are not reality. Your perceptions are built over the years with your experiences, with your brought up, with your association of people around you, with your conversations every day, with your interest. And that is what your perception is all about. So never try to, behave or communicate only based, or decision making based only on your perceptions. So S is for seek different perspective. Ask people around you. Try to engage as many people as possible. And try to learn even their perspective on whatever you want to deal with. So in that way, you're open to learnings, new learnings from people around you. Examine your opinions and then make your decisions. So based on your perspective and other people's perspective, then finally weigh all the pros and cons and then take your decisions. So this is, if only start practicing this on a day-to-day basis, slowly you will be able to overcome your biases. So what are the other strategies, you can mitigate unconscious bias? Learn about yourself, reflect about yourself. Reflect on your behaviors every day. And tell your story and also try to listen to other people's story, so you know where you belong to. Avoid stereotypes. We are in 21st century and we are in the digital era. And still we are holding so many stereotypical. I don't think that is going to help you in any way in this digital, with these alpha gen kids. Never. It's not going to work out. So try to get into the reality. And overgeneralization. Just because I had one incident, one situation with somebody, we tend to generalize it with everyone and we say, yeah, they are, never do that. It's again probably that intent versus impact. Probably they didn't want, say as a human being, everybody are good. It is only their perceptions, that make them the way how we are able to look at them. Separate feelings from facts. Never get attached to the fact. Don't try to mix your feelings with whatever the information is around. And that becomes a big problem when we communicate. So try to separate your feelings from the facts. Never get emotionally attached to that. Have a diverse group of people. As I said, try to engage diverse group of people in whatever you do. So you're trying to get different thought process, different thinking patterns from different people. And that always leads to innovation. That's why we say, encourage divergent thinking. Engage in self-reflection. Every now and then, you go for a physical health checkup. So try to do a mental health checkup at least 6 months once. Reflect on your behavior. Reflect on yourself. Am I doing it right? Not always. Even we tend to make mistakes. I always ask, do you want to be nice with everybody? You want to be right with everybody? We end up being nice, not right sometimes. So try to reflect on yourself. Self-reflection is very important. Develop that safe space for people to open up. As a leader, as a faculty, if I'm not speaking to the students, or as a parent, when I'm not able to speak openly, voice out my opinions, my problems, how do you expect them to come and talk to you? As a faculty, assume if you are taking a medical leave, when we come back, students ask us, how are you feeling, ma'am? Yeah, it's okay, slowly I'm recovering. Would you be telling that when you're on a leave on depression or anxiety? You would never want anybody to know that. That's okay, it's okay to be not okay. So try to create that space and destigmatize, telling them it's okay, we can speak anything. You will not be judged. So allow that open communication to happen. So that should start from the faculty to the students. Be an active ally. Don't criticize, don't complain, don't compare. So I always say, don't ever use these 3 C's with anybody. Don't compare. Everybody are unique. Would you like when somebody compares you with another person? You don't like. So everybody are different. So try to be that active ally to your fellow members, be it your faculties or your students or anybody around. Don't expect a quick fix. So people usually when they come to my clinic, they say, Doctor, I have so many problems. I've been into depression for 10 years. I want to have one consultation. I said, you have built it over the years. I don't have a magic wand. With one consultation, everything will be fine. How does it happen? I'm not here for a band-aid approach. Okay, it takes, but I say, don't worry. I'm not going to engage you for 10 years to treat you. No problem. At least 3 to 6 months time is all that I require, to bring some change in you. So don't ever expect that quick fix or a band-aid approach. It is not going to help you in the long run. Practice empathy. So even the morning session, people were talking about, somebody was asking how to, inculcate that empathy in people. So it is one of the very important, one of the dimension of the emotional intelligence skill. So we say a person is intelligent. So as a psychologist, we go and do IQ tests. You wouldn't believe, and it is IQ is nothing to do with your academic intelligence. I don't know how many of you know that. It is my ability to understand and do something, not necessarily a person with a high IQ. Maybe the topper. It's not that. The intelligence aspect is the total capacity of a human being. It is not only one aspect of intelligence. So when we talk about this empathy, empathy is one of the core dimensions of emotional intelligence. So when we speak about this emotion, social intelligence is important. How I react, how I behave, how I communicate with other people. Social intelligence is important. Cultural intelligence is important. How am I able to deal with different people with different cultures? So this empathy has to be, it's not like one skill. I can't say like, yeah, you come, I'll run an empathy workshop. It doesn't happen like that. They're all interlinked dimensions. So unless I empathize with myself, when I don't have the self-reflection, I don't know what kind of a person I am. He talked about being. How will I be able to cultivate that social awareness where empathy is one of the factor? So for that, first I need to understand what kind of a person I am. So that self-awareness has to start. It's not that empathy as one component, we run a workshop and how can it happen? So we say, create that positive relational classroom environment. Everybody has to feel belonged. Every institution is having children from diverse backgrounds. Okay, diversity is there. So how to get diversity into action? Through inclusion. So that sense of belonging should be there. I would love to go to college every day. I would love to go to the workplace every day because I feel belonged there. I am not left out. And this is what even, Envision 2030 is talking, leaving no one behind. We see that nobody is left behind. Not based on their disability. We say disability is only in the mind, the way we think. All other disabilities doesn't matter. So empathy and communication. So empathize. When I empathize, I know how I need to communicate to people around me. So building a safe environment, the student-teacher relationship is like, I really love going to the class. I'm not left out. I'm being heard. I can openly speak. So the trust is built. There's no sort of fear. There's no fear of judgment or no fear of, missing out. No FOMO. And today's young generation have this FOMO and fear of being judged. They have all the sorts of fears. So we say fundamental guidelines for inclusivity. Nothing about us without us. So this principle is based on nobody is left behind. Everybody are, engaged in the process of discussion. We are engaging everybody. Nobody is left behind. So if this principle is being adopted, inclusivity is already in the place. So this has to be the forefront of everything that is being done. Cultivate that strong and authentic relationship with everybody around us. We are all social animals. So it has to be unbiased with everybody. Promote the shared power, cultural safety. So that's what, that cultural sensitization has to happen. When that cultural intelligence is there, cultural safety is already well in check. I don't have to be worried about being bullied or humiliated or anything. Okay. So non-judgmental. So the last two is what I say everybody, kindly try to be non-judgmental. Don't judge. We are not here. My purpose of life is not to sit and judge people. Probably when you're called for a competition to sit and judge there you can do your job, but not with people around you. My purpose of life is not here, to judge everybody about their behavior. Open to learning from others, no matter what degree you have acquired, where you are placed, where you work, but there is something that has, we can keep our minds open to learn, be receptive of whatever information. Somebody is telling something, probably we don't know. So if we are following that non-judgmental and open to learning from others, I think that itself, inclusion is well in check, and that leaving no one behind, that goal is achieved. So thank you, and as from an organization, so we are committed to support institutions to build a psychologically safe place through our programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a comprehensive talk, madam. Next, we'll have Professor C. Balaji, professor from IIT Madras. So he has his PhD from Thermal Sciences from IIT Madras in 1995. He has nearly 30 years of experiences in teaching and research, and he has authored more than 14 books, including Joy of Teaching and Joy of Research. Yes, sir. Slide changer.
Slide changer.
Yeah.
Slide changer. Okay, good afternoon, namaste. So I've chosen a topic where we'll just discuss 5 ideas to mental wellness through better communication. So idea 1, first, communicate to all stakeholders that learning is a lifelong process. Okay, this is the first thing we'll have to communicate. And what is that learning? We'll come to. Okay, this is Delos Commission report, which is commissioned by the UNESCO. They gave the report in 1996. The basic problem is learning is getting more and more protracted. Therefore, tensions are also building up. Okay, somebody was able to get a job in a bank when he was just SSLC 30, 40 years back. Now learning is protracted and learning is for a lifetime. Okay, so the initial education of young people is tending to become more protracted. Problem number 1. Okay, so the time now to learn is a whole lifetime. I am teaching so many courses which nobody taught me. Otherwise I'll get fossilized. So as teachers also experience considerable stress, because there is, you'll have to know deep learning, reinforcement learning, all these things, we also have to learn, right? So Delos said as the 21st century approaches, basically what is the goal of education? What is learning? To acquire a living knowledge of the world, just so, that's where secular education stops. But so read on, to acquire a living knowledge of the world, you should also have a knowledge of the other people. And most importantly, we should have a knowledge of ourselves. That's what the previous 2 speakers have also emphasized. The inner strength comes from there. Because it is basically there are only 3 things, right? So, you, the world, and your interaction with this. There are only 3, after all, there are only 3 things to be figured out. But we are always worried about the outside world. We think fat little about our own selves. Okay? Because we always want to constantly measure, and we measure in relation to others. Okay, right. Okay, the 4 pillars of learning are first learning to know, but basically you have to know some science, engineering, arts, commerce, whatever, so that you make a living. But learning to do, so you get some occupational skills. But learning to be is also an important pillar of learning, to develop one's personality and to be able to act with growing autonomy, judgment, and personal responsibility. And the most important thing is learning to live together by developing an understanding of other people and the appreciation of interdependence. That in a dog-eat-dog scenario, the appreciation of interdependence has badly taken a hit. That is the reason for many of the problems. That could be one main reason. So basically, I put this slide because I call it as the don't know square problem. We don't know that we don't know. It is don't know to the power of 2. Okay. So the goal of teaching should be to make students know that they don't know. Because unless Ignorance is not a bad problem at all. It is the ignorance of the ignorance which is the problem. Same, when it applies to your inner self, it is ignorance of your condition, ignorance of your feelings. That is the basic problem. Because we are faculty, we are always, it is always the outer world which is so attractive. The outer world is so attractive. I don't have much time to think about. I'm always comparing with somebody else. That's what he said, this 1 crore salary we stopped. Srinivasji, now we stopped advertising. All of them are very happy. The moment one person gets 1 crore, all the others, he got a good job. Your phone is good. You are very happy. Somebody gets the iPhone 14 Pro Max, you are finished. How is it? Your phone, till yesterday your phone was very good. Okay, so where is the resilience? Where is his happiness? Where is his happiness? Let us search for this happiness. Is the happiness lying in his phone or your phone? It is not even lying in your phone. That is the next point. All right. So from don't know square, you go to know, don't know, from there you go to know. If you know that you know, then finally you become a leader. All right. Idea 2, communicate that everyone works hard. Communicate that including your mother, father, anybody, everybody works hard, and it is okay to get pleasantly stressed. That's what we call it as eustress. All right. So what is progress all about? Progress is all about optimal discontent with the present. Okay, I am going in a scooter, I want a car. From car I want to graduate, I graduate, finally I want to get into the big 3, BM or Audi or whatever. All right. So that is the way you want to graduate. So in fact, whole progress is about, there should be an optimal discontent, but it should not become so much that it becomes a crib. We call it, in IIT language, we call it as a crib. It should not go beyond that stage. Therefore, I talk about optimal disenchantment for progress, and learning is about optimal restlessness. There should be a little bit of rest. Even as a professor, there should be some butterflies in the stomach when you go to a class. Particularly when it is a highly math course you want to teach, and then you just don't want to fumble on the board, right? Our students will catch, no sir, it is wrong. Huh? Okay, so you have to be careful, right? So eustress is required to bring about this. Okay, so my take on this is, stress by itself is not stressful until it becomes distress. Okay, right? So if you see this, this is the 1908 very seminal paper by Yerkes and Dodson in the Journal of Comparative Neurology and Psychology, where they studied the performance of rats. They studied the performance of rats against pressure. They gave an electric shock to rats and found out and studied the response to certain tasks which they were given. When they were given some task, so when the stress was very less, they were chilled. We call now students will say, I am chilling. Okay, whatever that means. It's not that getting into the refrigerator, right? So I am chilling, sir. Okay, so chilling is in a hypo stress. When they are chilling, the performance is very less. Again, when you are in extreme distress, you see somebody is a project manager and then think very sad. 16th floor, they are jumping out of their office. They have everything, right? So there are many people waiting in a campus interview to get into their job. Okay, so there is a hypo stress here, there is a distress here, but somewhere there is a eustress where there is a peaking in the performance. I don't know. So I am not a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist. Somebody has to find what is your eustress. That is, you have to find out. What is the stress which will take so that you don't break. Okay, in walking they say you have to walk at a pace, a sufficient pace so that you get pleasantly tired. You get pleasantly tired. There should be some, right? There should be some sweat coming, but you should not get into 150 BPM or 160 BPM, whatever. All right. So they will calculate 220 minus this thing into 85% target heart rate. And now it gives everything. It gives everything. The latest tool is what is called in that smart watch. Actually, so they actually take the D of the heart rate divided by the time, which is called HRV, heart rate variability. Based on the heart rate variability, suppose I am teaching a class, it says you have crossed 80%. That can probably come if you don't know the subject, but that's okay. All right. Now, so this is a thing I always want to say. You have to tell the students, you have to tell everybody that it takes about 10,000 hours. It takes 10,000 hours of deliberate practice to master anything, whether it is Bharatanatyam, whatever, education, whatever. Therefore, Rome was not built in a day. And also, I think, for example, in Germany, for example, somebody, if he doesn't finish a diploma 4 or 5 years, he'll take 1 semester extra. There is no stigma attached with. But here is such a rat race. It's understandable because we are a growing nation. We are not so developed. So somebody will. So that idea of you have to graduate in that May or June. So that is a problem. I don't know how to deal with that. All right. So you can say, so if you see the biography of all the big people, they've all, Steve Jobs, whoever, Vishwanathan Anand, all these people, A.R. Rahman, they've all spent 10,000 hours before they became famous. All right. So hard work is required. Okay. So this is Herbert Simon, Nobel laureate, who said that 10,000 hours of extensive training is important. So, but see the bright message there. The bright message there is, it actually debunks the genius theory. It actually debunks the genius theory. Once you have above average intelligence, if you are at it for 10,000 hours, that, as we say, that darshana, that vision will come. It will come, right? Okay. So hard work is the key. But where is the problem? Where is the problem? Even all of us as teachers, we are guilty of this crime. Are we ready to reward effort? We are ready to reward only the correct answer. If the answer is wrong, everything should be wrong. But poor fellow came all the way up to that. Last one step, some minus he left, half he left. So here also I have this red pen. Maximum sales in India, red pen is because of the teachers. All right, poor fellow. So try to reward effort. I'll give you some practical tips. Those of you who are in deemed universities, autonomous, why don't you have some exams where there is no time limit? Why don't you have some exams where, I'm not saying you copy, where there is cooperation? Because that will be the real life. In real life, you say you should not bring calculator, you should not bring mobile phone, all that, he will use everything. Let him stop father, I'll tell in my class, you talk to father, mother, auntie, whatever, but you have to solve the problem. Take your phone. Because mother doesn't know that, mother will get BTech. Okay, so reward effort, constantly testing only time. Let 10 minutes extra, what heavens will not fall, what is it? So there are some fundamental flaws. So this will be separate, so we will take it offline, you will do it in a separate session. There will be reforms, a lot of reforms required. All right. So it takes time to do everything. So learning complex concepts is also iterative. If there are some smart ones, you are able to catch the concepts fast. There are not so smart ones, are not able to catch. This is where the teacher's role is important. He can be a slow learner, but he could be a very steady learner. All right. So that we'll have to communicate. Okay. So please take care of those people who are not doing very well in your course. Walk right to the end of the classroom. Find out what they are doing. Make them work. So your glory lies in even those indifferent, even those so-called indifferent people. If you're able to motivate, that's where the success of the teacher is. The first person getting 95, whether you teach well or not, he will get 94 to 98, he will. So who are you trying to lift? Okay, that is important, right? Next, this is Peter Medawar. So Mallikarjuna, you please caution me when I'm exceeding my time. A good teacher should be punctual. They will say, I'm very punctual because I go to the class in time. But are you leaving the class in time? All right. So this is Sir Peter Medawar, who got the Nobel Prize in 1960 for medicine. This inverted U curve is the basis for everything in life. The inverted U curve is the basis for everything. He says, what is the return in investment on a research problem versus the difficulty level of that problem? If you choose a very simple problem to work, it's not a result problem which is worth knowing, therefore the return is not very high. If you make it extremely difficult, then also there's a lot of possibility that you would not even get the result. Therefore again the return on investment is less. There is a gray zone which is called the Medawar zone, where there is peak. This is where you are balanced. This is where actually Mihai, psychologists are Mihai Zix and Mihai, the flow theory, he also says that this beautiful feeling, this gray zone comes when the skill meets challenge. When the skill meets challenge, you actually experience timelessness. The timelessness is a characteristic manifestation of true happiness, which also happens during deep sleep. Okay? Don't think that I am inventing all. Adi Shankara told several centuries ago. Huh? So the ideas of sleep and related happiness, all that is there. Okay? So therefore, how do you apply to good learning? Keep learning new stuff. Okay? So that the boredom does not set in. Challenge your limits. Don't burn out though. Okay? Idea 3. Communicate to all that balance holds the key. The whole world is basically balance. It is only the balance. Okay? There is an excellent word in Tamil. Alavu. There is a alavu for everything. Balance. Alright. So this is a flow, is a concept by Professor Mihai at the University of Chicago. where he says that this is the skill in the x-axis, this is the challenge in the y-axis. Okay, a 10-year-old boy wants to learn tennis. Okay, first his skill is very less. The challenge will be first few days, the teacher will ask him, the coach will ask him to just play against the wall and practice the strokes. But as his skill keeps on increasing, if still the coach says, no, you keep play against the wall, he will either change this thing or he'll say, I'll give up. At that time, if he starts playing against a senior player, playing against a wall is quite different from playing against somebody else, because there is something which is unexpected, which is more enjoyable because he is interacting with another human being. Therefore, he is in a state of flow. But the problem is you cannot be in a state of flow for a continuously long time, because you will get satiated, you will get saturated. Why? Because that happiness is something, is a mirage, it's like chasing a mirage. Why is finally happiness a mirage? Because if you go very deep, we are infinite ourselves. Since we are infinite ourselves, any infinite number of finite things will be unable to satisfy us. Whatever you had, the joy of keeping a thing is not so much as the joy of wanting it. We wanted so many things. Are we happy with that? No, it became old. New sofa, new this thing, new this, everything. There is no problem. But where is the root to that lies, because fundamentally we are infinite. That's why there is a balance there. I don't want you to get, there is Atman equal to Brahman is the final balance. It is a final, it is the global balance. Okay, here the balance is, so try to stay in the flow as much as possible. Inside the classroom, if you engage with the students, if the people are not looking at the watch often, then they are in flow. They are definitely out of flow if we start doing all this. So first we have to be in flow. You have to make the students in flow, even in other activities, not only in academics. So find out where you will be in flow, because there will be your creative best. For a small child, it could be building blocks. It is just building blocks with 4 or 5 building blocks. Yesterday it was able to do only up to 4, but now today I am able to go up to 5. So it's a major achievement for it. So there is no reward prize, 1 crore salary package is not there. So it's not that always we are chasing that. All right. Now this is the optimal experience. So for each one of us, there are thousands of opportunities in which we can have this balance, right? So that balance, even Lord Krishna says that so beautifully in Bhagavad Gita, right? In sloka number 2.48, he tells Arjuna, Yogasya kuru karmani sangam tattva dhananjaya siddhi siddhyo samo bhuktva samatvam yoga uchyate. Samatvam, it is the balance. That is the art of doing yoga. Siddhyos, whether it is fortunate or unfortunate, successful or unsuccessful, be steady, be detached from whatever result you are getting. Okay, balance. Krishna goes on to say, yoga is not for somebody who sleeps too much. Yoga is not for somebody who does not sleep at all. Yoga is not for somebody who works hard. Yoga is not for somebody who does not work at all. Yoga is not for somebody who does not eat at all. Yoga is not for somebody who eats too much. So the idea of balance is very much there. Now if you go to mechanics, when you are saying force, my IIIT friends are there. When you go to mechanics, force equal to mass into acceleration. If you want to, in this mechanics, if you want to solve this numerically, what we are trying to do is, we are trying to calculate the forces through some relation, we are trying to get the mass into acceleration to something. Numerically, we are forcing F minus ma equal to 0. So basically there also it's a balance. The sense of balance is beautifully working in the microcosm, in the macrocosm, everything. It is finally balance in action. Alright. So idea 4, communicate the developing emotional and social intelligence among all stakeholders is non-negotiable. Basically, so this developed by original by Salovey and Mayer is emotional EI is the ability to perceive emotions, to access and generate, to assist thought, understand emotions and emotional knowledge, and to reflectively regulate emotions to promote your growth. Alright, so this is Daniel Goleman. He wrote a lot of books on emotional intelligence and social intelligence. Okay, so if you see this, I will go to this slide straight away. So this is Matthew Ricard. Okay, so the two critical things, how your behavior affects others, how others' behavior affects you. These are very important. We have to know this. How your behavior affects others, how others' behavior affects you, and then ability to handle conflict effectively. There are other things. I think Colonel will give you the presentation. All right, let's go back. This empathy is something just talked about. This is the Buddhist monk, Matthew Ricard. Matthew Ricard says that empathy is the faculty to resonate with the feelings of others. When we meet someone who is joyful, we smile. When we witness someone in pain, we suffer in resonance with his or her suffering. This, in theory of psychology, empathic suffering. This empathic suffering, there are some people who are not able to take it. A trained therapist can take it. So they are able to feel the same thing as what a person is suffering. So that is, it is genuine and true, right? That's what Matthew Ricard says. All right. Now, so if you go to the same, so these are Western ideas, the social intelligence, emotional intelligence. Or Patanjali says, Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upekshana, Sukha, Dukkha, Punya, Apunya Vishayanam, Bhavanata, Chitta Prasadanam. He has said it in right off the bat in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. What he says, be friendly with others when they are happy, Maitri, be friendly. Empathize with the suffering of others, Karuna, Karunai. Third, absence of jealousy in the success of others, Mudita. This is more, so this is increasing order of difficulty. The fourth is indifference to the wicked. Just leave him, forgive, the ability to forgive. So, if all these things are taken care of in all the Sukha, Dukkha, Punya, Apunya, in all possible situations, if you are able to do this, this chitta, the mind waves which are constantly generated, they'll get evened out. So this is, so when he says what is yoga? Yogasya chittavitri nirodha. So the mind waves have to get, the velocity of these waves, okay, they have to decrease. Alright. Idea 5, engagement with stakeholders through digital intervention. That is a topic. It's a good, so yesterday I just went to Science Direct. I put mental wellness, communication, digital intervention, 15,000 papers on this topic in Science Direct itself. There are other journals. For example, Lancet Psychiatry is there, World Psychiatry, there are many journals. So this I have psychiatry journals and psychology journals I have said, and if you see 2023 already 1,400 papers have come. So the world is seized of this. Okay, if you put mental wellness, communication, digital intervention, colleges, some 7,000 papers are already there, documented. Okay, so it's a serious matter. And if you put COVID, you will get tens of thousands of papers. You put, come on, put COVID. How COVID has, because COVID created what is called forced loneliness. It is not a voluntary loneliness. It's a forced loneliness, the lockdown which, and the associated things, right? All right. Now, this is basically some paper, this is from American paper. So all of these will not be, may not be applicable. But what I am saying, some can be certainly used. Digital interventions, telehealth counseling and therapy, text communication with the counselor. If you just directly get into a Zoom call or a video call, sometimes it could be intimidating. So if you want to do it asynchronously, you can also have a messaging service, whatever. So various options. So they are the practitioners, they are better in doing all this. So there could be an app for physical health, there could be an app for general mental well-being, there could be a digital peer-to-peer support group, right? Psychoeducational material, text messaging therapy service. One of the most important things, madam, is there. So the crisis text line, crisis messages, crisis lines in WhatsApp or SMS, that I don't know how to figure out. That crisis, if you're able to pick up somebody, because you invariably there, something will come out in their media, social media. So that crisis text line, that if digitally if you're able to pick up, I think that's a good start. Then there could be a AI chatbot. Okay, there's a mentor who will say, hi, I'm ready to help you, whatever. It's not that all the problems will be solved. So this could be just like we use the infrared camera to do COVID screening. This could be screening. After that, you have to take the PCR test and all that. Then we can identify the screening in the general population, because the scale is a problem. With thousands, we have 15,000 students on campus, 12,000 students. Scale is a problem. Once you identify, because counselors are not that many, the good ones. Okay. Therefore, if you're able to screen, take those people who require help. That will go a long way. So this is probably one start. All right. So this is basically from indigenous communities. For example, if this was done in Australia, for example, they said you can have electronic consults, which already electronic consults happened in all the fields, in almost all fields during the COVID, right? And lot of psychiatric consults and this thing, all that happened during COVID, telemental health, e-learning, decision support tools, whether there can be a codification. If these are the conditions, this will be the treatment protocol. I don't know, I asked madam whether the DST, decision support tools, are available in psychotherapy and this thing. I'm not sure because I don't work in this field. Social media, digital storytelling and all that. So these are the various dimensions. All right. So the 5 ideas to summarize are: communicate to all the stakeholders, including parents, that learning is a lifelong process. Okay, that includes all, then something is missing. Communicate to all that everyone works hard, it is okay to get a little bit stressed, there is no problem. Communicate to all that balance holds the key. And then emotional intelligence, social intelligence have to be developed, and then engagement with stakeholders through digital interventions could be a good starting point. Alright, so if you look at the overall picture, 5 ideas. Idea number 1, use stress. Idea number 2, balance. Idea number 3, lifelong learning. Idea number 4 and 5 is emotional intelligence. Idea number 5 is some good start with AI. Alright, so we'll end the presentation with some interesting quotes. The ability to be in the present, that's what in the Buddhists say, the ability to be in the mindfulness, in the present moment is a major component of, if you look at mental problems, it is always worry, it is always basically you're thinking about the past, or there's an excessive worry about the future. You're unable to hold yourself onto the present. It's easier said than done. It's easier said. Even for a housewife, immediately after lunch is there, just now I finished lunch, my husband is asking what is it for dinner. We have not even cleaned the plates. Okay, so this is just an example. Alright, okay. Mental health problems don't define who you are. They are something you experience. You walk in the rain, you feel the rain, but you are not the rain. That's what Srinivas also said. Who are you? Very excessively concerned about the world. All these worries, where did they go? When you were sleeping. But sleeping is not the solution. Okay, but therefore, these are some constructs. We keep on doing some constructs. Okay, then you have to do the self-enquiry, that's a long process. Alright, health is see, as they say, peace is not the absence of war. It's beyond that. Therefore, absence of disease is not wellness or health. Okay, health is a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being. Alright, fine. So, what makes us ignorant? Swamiji said, we put our hands over our eyes and we keep on crying that everything, the world is dark. Swamiji said it all. Alright, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the lovely presentation, Professor Balaji. May I now request all the panelist members to come to the stage for the question and answer session. The floor is open for the Q&A. The volunteers will, with the mic.
Hello, ma'am. Actually, we spoke from morning about a lot of addictions like weeds and other things and all. But one thing what we have observed is nowadays with the music also, they say music is a therapy, but anything after a certain thing becomes an addiction. So nowadays we see students always listening to music to a very high thing, very high level, high decibels and all, and always on the music. And you open that, within minutes they go into sleep. The amount of they have the ability to listen, that is coming down. Do you think it's a type of an addiction? If it's so, how do we come out of that?
Hello. See, anything in excess is addiction, right? See, music therapy, okay, when people, that has a certain amount, a dosage is there. It's not like, yeah, one dolo is going to help me to get rid of my body pains. So I need to take the course for 3 days. It's not like 3 days course, I'll take it in 1 day and my fever is going to be all right. So it's similar to that. So any form of addiction is not good, and how to overcome, is that what you were asking it, right? It's whether the music addiction or is it the gadget addiction?
In fact, gadget has, I think we have gone over the gadget now. Actually, first it was like only with the messages, like, you know, I think because of this COVID and all, now we have this AirPods. Because when it is messages, the students are just putting it down, the thing. So now it is always on the Bluetooth, which is there, AirPods is there in the thing. So they just put music and they're always hearing the music.
So music or anything?
Or anything,
Okay,
yeah,
so
something to the listening.
So it is one form of media where I want to, you know, take that as a pastime activity. When I'm not having any people to talk around me, so that after COVID it has become a pattern. We talk, we communicate, we interact very less with the people around us. Even if we are in a family of 4, all the 4 are busily with their gadgets. They hardly communicate with each other. So it has become a pattern with them. So we need to identify what kind of environment they are into. Okay, so it is a process, and to understand what level of severity they are in. Okay, it is not like, you know, yeah, you start following this, you'll be fine. It is not that. Usually we get them into an assessment to understand what is the level of their, whatever they've got into, and then put them through a process which is suitable for them. It's not like you answer, you know, question this in a Google, that will give 10 possible answers. It is not like that, okay? It has to be person specific.
Yeah, it's similar like ma'am. And we are seeing few students, so they wants to be a vegan. So they just became a vegan recently. Before that, they just consumed all variety of meats and all. But nowadays, they just because they become a vegan, they just started teaching everybody animal living is the, bigger one, more value than the human values. Sometimes they just made us so guilty, whether we just failed to just pay attention over on the animals and all. And you just point out, they have just failed to maintain the equilibrium between human value, human livings and animal livings. So sometimes we have a confusion whether they are right or we are right.
You know, off late, this has become a fad actually, okay? You know, to just, it's a fashion statement, yeah, I'm going vegan. But how much are they really into? So I believe whatever you're giving that situation, it's becoming an obsession over a period of time. And they're trying to preach everybody around them.
Yes, they just formed little group, and sincerely they are just doing also. And every day just reach the home, whether they are eating their dinner or not, just chasing out where the stray dogs and where the dogs or any other animal suffering, and they just started, preventing them. So much of actions and they are doing. Seriously they're doing, it seems to be, as you said, obsession only.
No, with the younger generation, right? So it was an obsession, and just wait how long this is going to be persisting. Because their interests keep changing and their attention span is very, very less, though even my interns are here, they're also of that generation only. Okay, so that is the fact. Probably it's just a phase. They will pass through this and pick up something else.
Thank you.
Madam, one question. This is just based on our personal experience. I think most institutes, or at least some of them, we are subscribed to online counseling services like Your Dost, etc. Right? So most cases they are able to handle it in an anonymous fashion. But there are some red flag cases. I think at least I had this personal experience where one student was of a self-harming nature. Right? So automatically the protocol they adopt is they forward the red flag to the institute authorities. So am I breaching the trust of the student if I discuss, because as a institute authority I am forced to inform the parent, because I think we can't have a 1:1 monitoring throughout, or will I be breaking the trust of the student if I reveal this to the parent, because that's the way we handle it immediately, but am I breaching the student trust?
No, here when the student has the self-harming tendencies, it is visible to everybody. Right? We have people who come with all
yeah, correct, blade cuts.
Yeah. So it is like everybody is able to see that. So here you are not breaching the trust.
Yeah, because the other students, what they get the feeling is, so what was reported to the counselor in anonymous fashion, it's going and reaching our family.
Yeah, see, that has to be confidential, and required the family member have to be there, not necessarily the others have to know that. Because in such a case, we need to understand what is the reason, whether it has happened recently, or this has been the pattern over a long
Some
time?
history has been there.
So unless and until we talk to the parents, we don't know, like, yeah, this has been the pattern with the child for so long. So your parents need to know, but not to the extent of other issues.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. This is a question to Dr. Srinivas. So you talked about this identity, right? So now, as you said, like you ask somebody from SBI and they'll say, this is my degree and whatever my expertise. But doesn't it really depend on who is asking whom in what perspective?
I think
Yeah.
Yes and no. I think it's a good point that you made. But the thing is that if you, the larger point being made is simply that through our education and even after that when we take up our jobs, all our conscious identities are usually wrapped up. Yes, we also have in our family system, we have a network of relational identities. That I'm so and so. Yeah, yes. We have those. It's not that we don't. But again, they are identities that are born from outside us rather than identities born out of a reflection into who we are ourselves. So the larger point being made is that as long as our identities are based on our location or based on our status or based on our comparison, then that identity, for example, is fraught with difficulties, with change, or it is fraught with threat in various ways. And therefore, how do we find a deeper identity?
Yeah, but this is for myself only, right? I mean, I won't be expressing it to everybody that this is what I feel.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point. You need an identity which you don't need to express to anybody.
Yeah,
which is yours.
And just one more point, you talked about comparative thing and contributory aspects. So, but let's say a student, we are not getting to the job level yet. So in the whole education period, it's all comparative. I mean, they are competing with their classmates, going to the next level. Even as a faculty, we are choosing based on that, right?
Actually, here's the point, that actually as faculty, maybe we have a choice. For example, a simple thing like when I do a course, I can design my course and design what I'm asking them more in terms of what they build, what they make, what kind of difference they can make using the knowledge within the subject, rather than necessarily only demonstrating mastery of that subject, right? So I think that it is left to us to awaken that contributional thinking in people, rather than that comparative thing.
I mean, exactly, like not restricting the time of the exam or something like that.
And restricting and also asking them, how are you going to use this knowledge meaningfully?
Exactly, yeah.
And how are you going to apply it?
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste. Ma'am, I would like to add a clarification to the question what he has raised about mutilation, that is self-harming. Sir asked about a person who is harming himself related with the institution. As I am working in the field for quite some many years, we do have online counseling associated with your dost. Students are sometimes seeking attention, they are sending some kind of email. We have to intervene whether it's authentic or just to seek attention. In that case, we need not pay attention to grab or we need not to inform their parents or anything. Sometimes students habituated to mutilate themselves, it is a habit. In that case, we have to direct them to a psychiatrist. Under any circumstances, one is harming himself is a indication of red flag signal. So it is advisable to inform their parents, they are the stakeholders, and it is our responsibility as an institution, it is our responsibility to inform their parents about their child's health. Am I right?
Yeah.
Is it a right process?
Yeah, because the parents have to be involved.
Yeah, involved.
And when they are in the hostel, because
Yes.
it's your own it's your responsibility,
Exactly.
right? So they have to be informed about.
Even it is a first time attempt, immediately we are calling their parents and informing them. If it is needed, we are asking them to go for psychiatry consultation. Then only we are taking them back to hostel.
It is for their safe as well as the hostelers' sake of what to say that safety. Is that the right process or?
Yeah. Because see, sometimes we get into assumptions like, they are seeking that attention.
Yeah.
By doing all this, whatever the given situation, it's the first aid that we have to give them.
We have to immediately inform parents.
Inform the parents.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. May I now request Professor Mallikarjuna to honor the guest with a bouquet and a Angavastram. So, please stand for a group photo, please. We'll break for a tea break. We'll meet again at 4:30 for the last session. Thank you. Thank you, sir. can open web WhatsApp here. Email? होगा है ना वो Gmail account है I have to open WhatsApp in this. It'll take 2 minutes, no problem. Let's wait.
அதனால தான் வந்திருக்கோம் 42 MB it will drop there.
Welcome back. This will be the final session of the day. In this we have four panels. For the first one, we have Dr. M. Malayappan. He is from the Institute of Medical Health. He is going to present a speech on multiple ways to overcome stress. To introduce Dr. M. Malayappan, he had completed his MBBS from the Tirunelveli Medical College in 1991, and he has completed his MD Psychiatry from the Medical College in 1997. And previously he was a lecturer in psychiatry from Raja Muttaya Medical College. Presently he is the director, the professor of psychiatry from the Institute of Mental Health, Kirpak. May I now welcome Dr. M. Malayappan to present.
Good evening all. I'm very happy to be here to talk on multiple ways of overcoming stress. Stress is as old as mankind. It is centuries old or millennium old. It cannot be separated from human beings or any living beings. Stress will be always there. Stressors will be always there. And everyone is already managing stress in a successful way. So I'll be talking the next 15 minutes about multiple ways of managing the stress. Stress is unavoidable, stress is essential, stress is needed for a better performance, and there are ways to manage stress. It is not that something we can completely make stress zero in our life. It is needed. It will be there. It has to be faced. It has to be managed in a better way so that we do well in all aspects of our life. Stress is it is a physical and psychological responses of the body to the pressures of daily life. Body means it includes mind also. Mind is not something separate from body. Physical and psychological responses to the pressures of daily life is stress. The events or the outside factor which causes these changes are called as stressors. The stressor can be a positive stressor or it can be a negative stressor. The changes can be increase in body temperature, increase in muscle tension, increase in heart rate, increase in sweating, decrease in sleep. It can be anything. Physical and psychological changes in response to the pressures of daily life. Every one of us will be facing a lot of pressures in our daily life. It can be anything. Exam can be a pressure, interview can be a pressure, target can be a pressure, business can be a pressure, marriage can be a pressure, relationship can be a pressure, anything can be a pressure in a person's life. To control our staff, to train our staff, anything, support we receive from our boss, colleagues, juniors, excessive work pressure to meet the deadlines, to give new results, working overtime and on holidays, everything in life can be a stressor and induces certain physiological and psychic changes in ourselves. Moderate levels of stress may improve performance and efficiency. Too little stress may result in boredom. If there is no stress, we will become zombie. So too much stress can cause unproductive anxiety levels. So the levels will vary depending upon the individual. What is stressful to me may not be stressful to you. So it varies from individual to individual. How the individual perceives and process the stressor is important. It is not constant for every being. If we are in the moderate levels of stress, our performance will be maximum. If the stress is too low, we won't perform. If there is no exams, we won't read, isn't it? So stress is necessary for us it is a drive to performance. Too much stress, slowly there will be decline in performance. Our goal is not to eliminate stress, but to learn how to manage and use it to help us. There are so many ways of managing stress. Exercise, sports and games are very important aspect of stress management. In most of the schools and colleges, these activities are slowly declining. Am I right? In schools and colleges, exercise, sports and games are slowly declining. Breathing exercise like pranayama, meditation, dance, music and entertainment, adequate sleep and rest, positive thinking, time management, so many things. These are all ways in which we face the changes that happen in our body due to a stressor. Body relaxation exercises can be breathing techniques or guided imagery, yoga, exercise, regular exercises, meditation, counseling like talk therapy, life coaching, life skills training. These are all ways in which we deal with the stress in a better way. Exercise can be anything. You pick any activity you enjoy, from low intensity activity like walking to a high intensity activity like kickboxing. All forms of physical exercise can be a big help. Sports, games, anything in the ground, in the field. Yoga, dhyana. That is a very good stress buster. It reduces the sympathetic overactivity, or heightened activity of the body will be reduced by yoga and meditation, dhyana. I already told you changes that happens in the body that will be slowed down by these alternative methods. That's what we call it as stress management. Pranayama, you can learn, you can practice, very simple, 10 minutes a day in the morning, 10 minutes a day in the evening will help you a lot. It's a very simple breathing exercise, I would say. Dhyana, again a simple process. Sit comfortably, cross your legs, take a few deep breaths, relax, slowly close your eyes, do nothing, just watch within, watch stillness within yourself, relax, no analysis, no judgment, nothing. Just to witness the breath or thought or silence or emptiness within you for 10 minutes a day or 20 minutes a day will bring lot of changes in your body, including the mind. We don't separate mind from the body nowadays. When I say body, it also means mind. Just to be a pure witness, or thoughts may come in between, just to witness the thought. Don't try to suppress or don't try to elaborate the thoughts. The thoughts will come and go. Don't analyze the thoughts, don't negate it, don't try to fight, don't energize the thought. Allow it to pass, let it go. It will go after a few seconds. You may start witnessing the breath in its normal flow. That's all meditation. It can be easily learnt, it can be easily practiced, and it will be very helpful in reducing the changes in the body due to multiple stressors in our life. Meditation, dhyana for 10-15 minutes every day, or 20 minutes, 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes in the evening. Okay. It can be learnt easily, practiced easily, the benefits are very high. Various types of meditation. Some of the mental techniques I will tell you in managing the stress. Money management, minimize needs, meditation, earnest happiness, expectations. Positive thinking, try to happy today. Need not brood over the past, need not ruminate about the future, or need not live in the past or need not live in the future. We can be happy today. Now, accept and adopt reality. Something cannot be changed. That has to be accepted instead of fighting or frustrating. Good hobbies, live in a good environment, express yourself clearly. Sometimes we have to say, this cannot be done by me, no. Be active and have positive attitude, try to learn more and manage life, have realistic targets and tackle one at a time, maintain healthy lifestyle. These all will reduce the levels of stress. We need not get distressed because of that. Other helpful tips are changing perceptions and expectations, the way in which we think about life's goals, meaning in life, ambitions, passion, targets in life, achievements. That perceptions and expectations can be modified voluntarily, intentionally, that can be modified so that we will be in a better way to face our stressors in life. Jobs can be broken to multiple parts, manageable parts. Realistic goals, reasonable goals should be there. Avoid procrastination. Set boundaries. Don't compromise your values and beliefs. Schedule me time. These are all some of the tips to empower ourselves with in the stress management. Very simple things in life we have forgotten. Chatting, walking, sitting and communicating with friends, laughing, praying, everything can be a stress buster. These are benefits of stress management. Physical health gets better, more energy and stamina. Emotions are stabilized by positive attitude and hopeful and happier attitude. We are able to focus in a better way. Our concentration improves. Inner peace improves. Thank you. Thank you for patient listening.
Thank you, sir. The next session will be on the positive psychology by Dr. Ashwini Muthuswamy, consultant psychiatrist from Kaveri Hospital, Chennai. To introduce Dr. Ashwini Muthuswamy, she had completed her MBBS from Sri Balaji Vidyapida University and a post-graduation in MD Psychiatry from Madras Medical College Institute of Mental Health. She was selected as one of the semi-finalists in TYSA South Zone quiz conducted by Torrent Pharmaceuticals. She had presented a thesis on comparison of sodium valproate and lithium combination with sodium valproate monotherapy in bipolar affective disorder patients. She also has presented a paper on with Tay-Sachs disease and published a journal on tuberculosis in autism. Without further ado, may I request Dr. Ashwini Muthuswamy to the stage. This will be your presentation, madam.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to use this or you want to?
No, I'll use this.
Good evening to one and all present. At the outset, I would like to thank the director of IIT and everybody else who was involved in organizing this workshop to have given me an opportunity to be presenting in this workshop. And it gives me immense pleasure, and also I'm a little bit nervous that I have to share the dais with such esteemed speakers in the field of mental health. They are somebody who I have emulated from a long time. So now moving on to my topic for today, positive psychology. So any ideas on who are the most happiest people in the world? Like, do you have any idea? What do you think? By what would you rate happiness? I was not ready for that answer. But what do you think? Like what? Sorry? Just born babies, okay. What else? Who do you think are the happiest people on earth? I want genuine answers, spontaneous ones. I'm looking for some answer which I'm not getting. Guys who don't have expectations, okay. What about money? Does money play an important role in happiness? Sorry, ma'am? Okay. So, okay, you people seem to be quite knowledgeable and quite sorted in life, but then when researches were conducted, when they interviewed people and they asked about what they felt would contribute to happiness the most of them came up with the answer as money. But contrary to the popular belief, this was a study that was published in the Journal of Positive Psychology. It was done somewhere in Boston in USA, and it was titled From Wealth to Well-Being, Money Matters But Less Than People Think. And if you see the graph, that is the result, you can see the predicted happiness rating is the dark line and the actual happiness rating is the lighter line. So you can see that though the household income had risen from $5,000 to around $1 million, the rate of happiness was almost around the same. It was only within 5.5 to 7.5. There was no stark contrast or difference as expected. Of course, people below extreme poverty who cannot meet basic needs, they rated low, but otherwise those who could meet the basic needs with little amount of money, they showed no much difference in the rating of happiness when it came to comparison with multimillionaires. Another study to aid this was a study which was done in around the late 1990s, and they took around 40 years of data. And here again, if you see, the household income almost tripled from $2,000 to $20,000, but the percentage of very happy people was almost fairly the same. It was around 30 to 35%. But of course, how you spend money matters. So they had done few other studies, and they found out in a study which was done in University of California, Berkeley in 2008, that spending money on others probably may promote happiness. And similarly, there was another study which was done in San Francisco State University in 2009, that buying experiences and not possessions may lead to greater happiness. For example, spending money on movie theater tickets or like hanging up with friends. So these experiences tend to satisfy higher order needs, specifically the need for social connectedness and vitality, a feeling of being alive. So people wait all week for Friday, all year for summer, and all life for happiness. But the ideal thing is to be happy every day. Happiness should be a way of life, and it should not be something that you wait for. So in an introduction to positive psychology, a book, Dr. William Compton described positive psychology as seeking to make normal life more fulfilling. It is the study of what actions, pursuits, and motivations best contribute to the good life. So this is a popular concept in positive psychology. And can anybody identify who this gentleman is here? Aristotle. So we are talking about 1,500 years back. He came up with the concept even then of eudaimonia versus hedonism, wherein hedonism refers to pleasures that lead to immediate gratification. It gives an immediate sense of gratification, whereas eudaimonia is something which deals with giving life a meaning or a purpose. So that he felt was longer lasting, and he put this into quadrants. So in case the need for purpose as well as the need of feeling good were low, the life seemed to be empty. That is, he named it as the void life. If there was only purpose and no pleasure at all, it was a dry life. If there was more of pleasure but less of purpose, it was a sweet life, but still people were thriving for something better. So when hedonism and eudaimonism was at their peak, at their optimal functioning, people felt that the life was fulfilled. So until World War II, psychology broadly, it took care of not only curing mental illness, but also to improve normal lives and also to identify and nurture high talents. But after World War II, with the psyche of the Europeans at that time, there was a heavy demand for not only psychiatrists but also psychologists to get trained in order to treat mental disorders which were more prevalent at that time, namely depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder and whatnot. So the shift, clearly there was a shift from the branch of psychology moved away from improving normal lives and nurturing high talents. So this was acknowledged by Martin Seligman, who is the founder of positive psychology. He was the director of Positive Psychology Center, and he was also a professor in psychology in the University of Pennsylvania. And he was elected as the president of American Psychological Association in 1998. And he was very frustrated that psychology was being concentrated only, that the traditional psychology was concentrating only on abnormal psychology or whatever was wrong with the person. And so he pounced at this very chance when he was elected as the president in trying to propagate positive psychology. And he said that psychology moved too far away from its original roots, which were to make the lives of all people more fulfilling and productive, and too much toward the important but not all important area of curing mental illness. So what is positive psychology after all? It is the scientific study of what makes life the most worth living. So it is concerned with strengths as much as it does with weaknesses. It is interested in building the best things in life as in repairing the worst, and it is also concerned with making the lives of normal people fulfilling and nurturing with high talent. So if you see in this cartoon, what traditional or abnormal psychology concentrates on is the pathology to bring those patients to a pre-morbid level of functioning. So if we consider the traditional psychology to get patients from a scale of -8 to -2, positive psychology focuses on the other end of the spectrum. So probably it helps in moving a person from +2 to +8. So what is right with you should also be given importance, and those strengths should be built upon for an enriching and a fulfilling life. Having said that, not to take away anything from traditional psychology, it only emphasizes that there should be a balance between the two. So what makes a happy life? Seligman said that there are 3 dimensions to a happy life, namely the pleasant life, the good life, and a meaningful life. We'll see a little about each. So what he meant by pleasant life is that the life of enjoyment, which examines how people experience and savor positive feelings and emotions. So it solely relies on pleasures, immediate gratification. You're feeling low, you could have a chocolate, maybe you had an ice cream, maybe you wanted to go out with friends, you wanted to catch out with them at a movie theater. But the problem here is habituation. Just like we have the concept of tolerance in alcohol, you have a certain amount of alcohol and you have you're relieved of the physical as well as the psychological pain with the necessary high. But if this continues for a month or so, what happens is the same amount of alcohol does not give you the same high. So you start increasing it with detrimental effects to your body. So this is one of the drawbacks of pleasant life. Although we'll see if it is important or not when it comes to happiness as a whole. The second dimension was the good life. And this he described as the life of engagement, which examines the beneficial effects of immersion, absorption, and flow in life. So another popular figure in the world of positive psychology is Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. He was an American-Hungarian psychologist, and he dedicated his life for positive psychology, and he came up with a psychological state called flow. How he came into psychology is he was born at around the time of World War II, and he was there as a child. He witnessed all the happenings of the events post World War II, and at around 7 to 10 years of age, he saw that although there were few people who were robbed of all their job and their security and their house because of the ill effects of the war, but still they they could remain happy. So when he went, what he observed was when they were doing their normal household chores, all of them were so immersed in that activity that they were not aware of anything else around them. Nothing else seemed to matter. So this interested and intrigued him, and when he took up psychology, he had this idea in his mind, and he went on to interview musicians in which he saw a similar property or a similar trait, and he went on to interview them as to how they gain their optimal level of functioning. And along with musicians, he interviewed skaters and others in creative field, writers, and there was this was the final consensus. So this is by a musician in the 1970s. So when he was asked about his flow in composing music, he said, "You are in an ecstatic state to such a point that you feel as though you almost don't exist. I have experienced this time and again. My hand seems devoid of myself and have nothing to do with what is happening. I just sit there watching it in a state of awe and wonderment, and the music just flows out of itself." See, I am somebody who is not trained in probably playing the violin. Can I attain the same state of flow? Okay, so to attain a state of flow, the challenge has to match the ability or the skill that an individual possesses. It should neither be underutilized nor be overwhelming. So if a challenge is overwhelming and the ability or the skill is low, what it results in is just anxiety. You cannot match up to the challenge. If the challenge is low and your abilities are so, then what you get is just boredom. You are not challenged enough to be fighting that situation. So to get an appropriate state of flow, both the ability as well as the challenge has to be in an optimal level of functioning. And Csikszentmihalyi says that the happiness in an individual doesn't come from passive relaxing states. It comes when the body and the mind are stretched to its limits, stretched a little beyond its limits in a voluntary way, leading to something which is very productive. So maybe a 2K kid could come and say that this is what happens to me when I scroll through Instagram or Facebook or any social media. I lose track of time. Is that flow? In this spectrum, where do you think that falls? It comes in the apathy section, where there is no challenge, there is no skill, but of course the attention to the surroundings is cut off because of certain amount of hyperfrontality. So what are the characteristics of flow? While performing an activity, the individual has to have intense focus and concentration to the extent that there is a merging of action and awareness. There is a loss of reflective self-consciousness and a sense that one can control one's actions. There is distortion of time, and it is also intrinsically rewarding. So when somebody is using the phone or any of the social media apps, it is neither intrinsically rewarding, there is a sense of guilt following it, and there is no sense of controlling of one's actions. So it is not the same. And what are the antecedents or requirements for a person to achieve the state of flow is, as discussed, the challenge has to be optimum. It has to meet your level of ability. The goal has to be set clearly, and there should be immediate feedback. Say for example a chess player, so where he already has his own chess playing skills, and the clear goal is to defeat the opponent, and the immediate feedback that he gets when he moves each chess piece, whether that was a wrong move or a right move, whether it was a defensive or offensive one, that could probably lead him to a state of flow. So to summarize, the good life, how do you differentiate it from the pleasant life? So maybe this analogy could help. Probably if you were on a cycle and somebody pushed you for a little period, you don't move a significant distance, you just move a very small distance, and maybe probably you could do it for the fun of it. Whereas flow is when you yourself start pedaling. You pedaling, the effort that it takes for you to start moving is a little more, but once the cycle starts moving, then the effort that you put reduces, and it is a longer lasting feeling. So this analogy could probably help. So what do you do in good life is you identify signature strengths, which could either be virtues or it could be talents. Virtues like courage, humility, genuineness, anything. And then you could recraft them in work, love or play. The second two is when it has to be used in children. So, the meaningful life is a third dimension, and Seligman defines it as a life of affiliation, which examines how individuals derive a positive sense of well-being and purpose from life. So here again you identify your signature strengths, but you use them in the service of something larger than you, and thereby help in building positive institutions. So positive institutions have these common concepts of having a common goal, where all of them who are involved in institutions, they share a common goal, and there is dignity, everybody is treated equally, and there is humanity, there is mutual care and concern, as well as safety. So when people thrive in positive institutions, they tend to form positive relationships, therefore they start exhibiting positive traits, and therefore they experience positive emotions. So which one do you think is more likely to contribute to happiness or the satisfaction with life? That is the SWL, whether it's the pleasant life or the good or the engaged life or the meaningful life, or is it a combination of all three? Combination of all three. So Seligman and Schuller did a study in late 2000s, around in 2009, where he showed that the satisfaction with life depended on all three, as rightly said by all of you, but the contribution of pleasure was marginal, and more of the contribution came from engagement and meaning. So also to say, what if somebody had only the meaningful life and nothing to do with the engaged or the pleasure? Studies have gone to show that those who had a meaningful life, they tend to think more about the future, and there were more chances of being in anxiety, worry, or stress. But there was a significant contribution to the society. But the question about the individual's own happiness, that's a big question mark. So culminating all of these, Seligman gave us the PERMA model. So PERMA model, wherein P stands for positive emotions, E for engagement, R for relationships, M for meaning, and A for achievements or accomplishments. And later on he added another component called V for vitality. So positive emotions. How do you think positive emotions are important? How they play a role in life? Again, studies have shown that positive emotions, they broaden your attention span. So this how they did a study wherein students in the University of Pennsylvania, they were divided into two groups, and in one group, both of the groups were supposed to see a wide screen or in a theater, amphitheater, and in the screen was projected a big sized photo of a baby, and in both the corners a moderately small sized photos of two babies in two random corners. So in both of these groups, the first group was given a gift before they entered the theater, while the second group was the control. It was a neutral group. They found out that most of the people in the first group were able to identify all of the three pictures, though they were in some random corners and the sizes were smaller, compared to the second group, who could only focus on the middle, the most obvious photo. So this goes on to say that positive emotions, the happy feelings, broaden the attention. Also, positive feelings tend to reduce the negative effects of the psychological effects of negative emotions. So this was also proved by a study wherein students were asked to record a speech telling how good a friend they were, and they were told that they would be videotaped and they would be evaluated by their peers. So this would obviously, lead to a bit of stress. It was a stressful situation, but it was manageable. And during this activity, all of their sympathetic nervous indices like heart rate, blood pressure, all of these were recorded. And soon after the activity, the students were divided into 4 groups, and they were made to see one of the 4 movies, out of which 2 movies showed positive emotions, 1 showed negative, and the other was of a neutral emotion. So the movies itself did not make any effect, but after the activity and after they saw the movie, they found out that the rate of cardiovascular recovery, that is the amount of stress that had happened during the activity, the faster recovery was seen in those who had seen movies with positive emotions. So this goes on to say that positive emotions are important. And Seligman he was popular even in his 1960s in the field of psychiatry for a psychological state called learned helplessness, which he found in depressed people, wherein because of the adversities or the circumstances as well as the genetics that they have, they they tend to lose control of the situation, and they feel that they are helpless, and they, even when opportunities are faced, they fail to fight the situation. They find comfort in that sort of helplessness. So when he thought such a concept was possible, why not learned optimism? And he gave a concept of learned optimism. He has written books on it. He believes that optimism can be trained. The way a person thinks can be trained and can be changed. And he does this by giving 3 principles, that is pervasiveness, permanence, and personalization. So a very simple example is, I'm terrible at maths. I failed at maths, so probably I'm terrible at maths, and I'm never going to be able to pass in maths in my life. So this is permanence, which a pessimist uses. Whereas what an optimist would say is like, all right, maybe I did not have, maybe, he uses the maybe approach, maybe I did not have the right time or the right guidance or enough of that skill. It's okay, I'll bounce back the next time. Similarly, pervasiveness. So an optimist would not take a failure in one aspect of his life to all other aspects of his life. I failed in maths, so I'm going to fail in all other subjects. That is not how an optimist would look. He would say, I've done well in other subjects, so I'm going to rise up even with this. Second positive emotion is gratitude. So a study done in the University of Pennsylvania in 2005 showed that one of the greatest contributing factors to overall happiness in life is how much gratitude we show. And they did an fMRI imaging, and they found that the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, that's a region in the brain that gets activated when people show gratitude, and that in turn activates the dorsal raphe nucleus and secretes serotonin, which is another feel-good chemical, also dopamine and other hormones. It also, there were studies which also showed that showing gratitude increased the volume of a portion in the brain, which is the right inferior temporal cortex, which goes on to show that there is a property in our brains called neuroplasticity, wherein neurons can, rewire themselves and new circuits can be formed in a positive way if we put on some effort. Third is compassion. What do we feel when we see kittens, cute kittens or pups, or a very small child who is crying? What is your immediate reaction? There's the awe feeling. So that is activated by the mirror neurons, which most of our humans are blessed with. So when mirror neurons are activated, they go on to release oxytocin, which is another feel-good chemical, and that increases bonding and trust, etc. Hope, joy, amusement are all positive emotions which should be used in daily life. So ways to build positive emotions. For starters, spend time with people you care about. Do hobbies and creative activities that you enjoy for that basic dopamine pleasure that you need now and then. Listen to uplifting and inspirational music, and reflect on things you are grateful for and what is going well in your life. This again, they did a study wherein 3 groups of people. One group of people were asked to just think in their minds about somebody whom they felt grateful for. The second group had to note it down, and the third group had to write it down in a letter form and post it. And they found that the latter 2 groups, the one who had written it down and posted it in the form of a letter, they rated higher on the level of happiness. The second component in the PERMA model is engagement. We talked about flow. So how do we use it in our daily life is identify your motivation, what drives you the most, choose a task that is challenging, set clear and realistic goals, and the task must have clear and immediate feedback. Be proactive, but don't fret about your performance or force yourself into flow. If you're going to force yourself into flow, there's only going to be hyperarousal and stress and anxiety. Use the self-compassion, that is common humanity, wherein you feel that, wherein you tell to yourself that imperfections, you're not the first one who's doing imperfections. To err is human. Cultivate an environment conducive to flow. That is, switch off all your distractions, your smartphones, whatever else is going to be detrimental to this process. And your personal plan could be participate in activities that you really love. Practice living in the moment, even during daily activities or mundane tasks. These are going to aid in, these are going to help you in achieving the flow state. Spend time in nature, watching, listening, and observing what happens around you. Who else other than Mother Nature to give you tips on creativity? Identify and learn about your character strengths and do things you excel at. So while doing all of this, give yourself enough time, minimize interruptions and distractions, monitor your emotional state and self-compassion, and regularly engage in tasks that encourage a flow state. The third component is relationships, which is a very, very important contributor to happiness. And they did a study between very happy people and happy people, and they found that very happy people were those who had meaningful, intimate relationships. They also did a study between introverted and extroverted people, and even in that, both of them who had intimate, strong relationships were found to be happier. Relationships, when you have either a sensual or non-contact relationship, they tend to stimulate oxytocin in your body and thus increase trust and morality. And based on research findings, psychologists believe humanity's trust, empathy and morality increase as their levels of oxytocin increase. Also, there are communications, the right kind of communication to be used in relationship. There are 4 kinds of communications called active destructive, passive destructive, active constructive and passive constructive. So if probably a wife came home telling a husband that, hey, I've got a raise, I've got a promotion, the active constructive way to reply to her would be, that's great, I'm sure you're going to get more raises, more promotions, and probably discuss a little bit more about it and make her feel good about it. The passive constructive way is, that's nice, and then that's a muted kind of a response. You don't emphasize anything on it. Then there is the passive destructive form, wherein you just ask, okay, yeah, you don't respond to that, but you ask, the next question that you ask is, what's for dinner? And the active destructive way is to bring a negative vibe to it. That is, so the wife comes and tells that I've got a raise, and immediately the husband asks, oh, so they're going to expect more from you, isn't it? So this is an active destructive way. So the best form of communication to be followed is the active constructive way, and it has been proven to lead to longer lasting marriage relationships. Also, they said 8 hugs a day could increase oxytocin to levels which could increase the trust and morality. Now, the fourth component in the PERMA model is meaning. We spoke about this, and meaning, that is to contribute to causes larger than oneself, positively influencing another's life, and people who report having purpose in life have greater life satisfaction and fewer health problems. So they did a study in the University of Exeter Medical School in 2013, and the evidence suggests volunteering benefits mental health and even survival. Donating time to causes you believe in not only improves well-being and overall satisfaction, it is also linked to decreased depression and a lower risk of dying early. The last component in PERMA model is the accomplishments or achievements, and this is perseverance or grit to attain goals, but of course the goals have to be specific, measurable, achievable, and time bound, as well as realistic. And Seligman told that these goals better be intrinsic rather than extrinsic. That is, intrinsic meaning growth or connectedness, rather than extrinsic, which points to money or fame, because they don't tend to last long. So V for vitality is in order to cater to all of the components in PERMA model, we also need to make sure that our body is in shape for us to even, try to achieve the flow state. So for that, as Sir rightly told in his previous presentation about meditation, mindfulness and yoga, also exercise. People who exercise on work days are happier is a result of a study done in Bristol. And our very own opioids, the endogenous opioids or the endorphins, get released when we exercise, and that in turn leads to and also a feeling of accomplishment after the exercise done leads to a dopamine surge, and we feel good after exercising. So meditation, mindfulness and yoga, the parasympathetic nervous system is, you strengthen the vagal tone, which is the parasympathetic nervous system, and therefore it helps in reducing stress. Nutrition, what you put in your gut is also very important. So we have good flora or the good intestinal bacteria which produce some short chain fatty acids which are necessary for even mental health. There's something called the gut-brain axis. So in case there is a dysregulation in this, there are some inflammatory cytokines or some kind of toxins that can be released into the gut, which can even lead to the brain, in a cumulative effect, and that could be detrimental. To conclude, happiness is not a place, it's a direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini. The next session would be on suicide and its prevention by Dr. Lakshmi Vijaykumar. Dr. Lakshmi Vijaykumar is the founder of Sneha, an NGO in Chennai for the prevention of suicide. She is the head Department of Psychiatry, Voluntary Health Services, Adaya, Chennai. She is a member of the WHO International Network for Suicide Research and Prevention. She is an honorary associate professor in the University of Melbourne, Australia. She had received numerous awards in India, such as for the Sake of Honor, Bharati Virudu, Women Doctor of the Year, JLF Women's Award, Excellence in Healthcare Award from Hindu, World of Women 2023, etc. She has actively worked for decriminalization of suicide, media guidelines for reporting of suicide. She played a major role in developing a national suicide prevention strategy for India in November 2022. She has published over 100 papers in peer-reviewed journals and had authored several chapters. She is a reviewer of numerous journals and had edited 2 books. Her area of expertise includes developing cost-effective community intervention to prevent suicide. Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much and really appreciate the audience. I think you've been here from the morning, and to be here the last session still awake is a big credit to all of you. So thank you very much for the kind invitation. So this is the suicide map of the world, and you can see that unfortunately India has the dubious distinction of having the largest number of suicides in the world. We have overtaken China in that, and that is not something which we can be proud of. And this is the suicide map of the India, and what can be seen here is that this pattern has been persistent for the last 20-30 years, with the southern states having high rates, the middle states having middle rates, and the northernmost states having the lowest rates. That is Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Punjab, they have the lowest rates, whereas Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, they have the highest rates. So there is no particular, one thing which I want to emphasize again and again is there is no single reason for suicide. There is no suicidal caucus which causes suicide. Suicide always happens due to multiple reasons. And there is a variety of multiple reasons which causes suicide. And my friends and myself, we worked for 2 days to bring along a slide which shows all the factors which can go into making a suicide, and this is this. So we have biological factors, we have predisposing factors, we have proximal factors, and we have immediate triggers also. So this is what we have published in Lancet recently about what are the risk factors of particular relevance to India. You know, we have other risk factors which are globally accepted, but what is this specific risk factors? We have a lot of social factors. The majority of suicide in India is due to interpersonal conflict, and we have interpersonal problems, early arranged marriages, exam failures. Exam failures and suicides are noted only in a few countries in Southeast Asia, not in other countries, and that's a sad state of affairs. Okay. So we think a person, a youth has attempted suicide and then he has recovered and then it doesn't make, they lead a normal life. Actually, this is a follow-up study of people who have attempted suicide when they were young, below the age of 20, followed them up after 20 years, and you find that those who have attempted suicide, when compared to those who have not, have less savings, less earnings, more on welfare, and more divorced. So it is not that it is that single episode which has marked. It has a reverberations throughout your life, and that is important for us to understand. So what are the stress faced by students? Family disturbances, separations, conflicts, disciplinary problems, peer pressure, bullying, exam results, high demands, all these are the stress faced by students. But when they are facing stress, what prevents the students from asking for help? Why are they not coming for help when they are facing stress? Okay. First of all, they themselves are confused about their mental state. They do not know what they are going through. Okay. And so they find it very difficult to verbalize it, okay? And so they are unwilling to admit that they have an issue, particularly a mental health issue, okay? And then they are not very confident about what are the services which are available, okay? Many of them, there is still a lot of stigma and pressure associated with mental health. So they have great difficulty in going and saying to anybody that they have these mental health issues, okay? And then they do not, and unfortunately our media portrays mental health in so many different ways. They themselves feel that they may be forced to undergo some treatments which they don't want to go through, okay? And then there is a fear that this may label them. This may label them, and they may be, what shall I say? They will be looked at it with, as a, in the lens of a person who has a mental illness. So these are all the reasons why students don't go for help when they have mental health. But research has shown that most of them have confided their mental health issues to the peers, which is why in many of the institutions we suggest peer counselors, peer support, because that's where the first entry happens. So who are the vulnerable students? See, actually this came from a study which we did in all the IITs. 10 years ago, there was a question raised in the parliament about issue of suicides in the IIT, and with Anantha Krishnan as the chairperson and myself, we went through all the IITs, including Madras, Chennai, Madras, Kanpur, Delhi, Mumbai, spoke to the faculty, students, everybody, and we gave a report. And we identified who are the people who are vulnerable students. And those people were people who lacked in social skills, okay? And they have language and communication problems, okay? Have family problems. People belonging to the minority groups, and they don't have a support network, okay? And most of them we found people who had spent 1 or 2 years in coaching camps, completely excluded from reality of life, focusing only on getting into IIT, like coaching camps like in Kota and other places. And suddenly, from the rigorous morning till night structured life, to go into IIT where you have all the autonomy, where you have all the places to go to, was a challenge for them. And in fact, one of the faculty from IIT Madras also said something which was very interesting. He was a student in IIT and he subsequently became a faculty. And he was telling us that the campus life has changed in the last 15 years. Before we used to have movie nights, we used to go, there will be a big place where everybody will go, we'll sit, we'll have coffee, we'll watch a movie, and there were more interaction with the students. But now with high-speed Wi-Fi and laptops and everybody, you don't have to meet anybody. You can be alone in your room and entertain yourself. So that network has substantially, that is the students, they don't even know their classmates' names. Okay, that was what we have said, which was interesting. So we actually recommended that every IIT, they should have a system, and following what Dr. Malayappan said, we said, like, we should have the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks should be an orientation course, so that they know where everything is. Many of them live in campuses, they don't know that there is a temple there or there is a badminton court here. People are so focused, So there has to be an orientation for everybody, and that is the time when you identify people who may require support and provide the support. So suicide, people think it happens suddenly with no warning. Actually, suicide is never a surprise. You have 80% of people who engage in suicidal behavior have told somebody, have indicated, have given warning signs. It is us who fail to understand, fail to recognize, and fail to respond. Because it is difficult for us to know what to do, So if anybody has a change in their physical appearances, and some of the actions which are very, very common are, they give away some things, they go talk to people whom they never talked to, okay? They go and apologize for mistakes which they have not done, or they don't go to classes. They start, somebody who never smokes or never uses weed starts using weed, you know. So all these very common signs which we find. And some of the very common feelings which a student which is a common trigger which pushes a student to suicide are two emotions. One is rejection and another is shame. Okay? So when there is a rejection and when there is a shame, the suicidal impulses goes very much. And shame particularly, you know, in front of others. And actually, one of the recommendations we told to all the institution is, you don't have to publicize the result to everybody. Each student can find the thing. But then people know you haven't got the course which you wanted. So because then you give it the list and said, after 1 year, this person gets mechanical, this person gets electrical, things like that. So they know that you have not done well, you know, things like that. That need not be known to everybody. Okay? And that causes a huge problem. The other issue is rejection. And many of them are young. For the first time they're exposed, they get into some kind of relationships or something like that. And when there is a rejection, it is easy to say, but it never happens like that. The rejection which a person feels is extremely, extremely hurtful at any age. But more so for a young person, when you feel that the person whom you have invested emotionally or whom you love emotionally has rejected you, that affects, okay? Just as a side story, I want to say, I had the opportunity of being invited to the Nobel conference. I mean, it's a nice conference because without having to do anything to win a Nobel Prize, you get to enjoy all what a Nobel Prize winner does, have the dinner and everything there. So they have a Nobel committee. And the medicine medal physiology medal is the first Nobel Prize to be announced. Every first Monday of every October. And there is a committee. So every 5 years they have a conference to update the committee about what is happening, the latest in the world, things like that. So at the end of the conference, one of the secretary of the committee asked me a question. Doctor, Nobel believed in basic sciences very much, okay? That's why he instituted a Nobel for physics, instituted a Nobel for chemistry, and economics and everything. Peace came later. But the fundamental of everything is mathematics, okay? He did not institute. In fact, if you read his will, it will say no Nobel Prize will be given to a mathematician, okay? And he asked me, can you tell me why? I said, I don't know. No, see that meeting is for everybody. So I was probably the only mental health professional. So there is a point why I am asking you. I am not asking anybody else. I came up with all kinds of answers and I couldn't find. Finally, he told me the reason was Nobel was rejected by his girlfriend for a mathematician when he was young. Okay? And that's why he wrote in his will that no mathematician will get money. So Nobel died when he was old, in his 70s. But the rejection of his girlfriend happened when he was in 25. That is the amount of rejection a person at 25 feels. I'm just saying this, it's not a laughing matter, but that is what rejection does to young people. So any young person who feels rejected or is ashamed in front of other people, immediately their suicidality goes up. See, what are the effects of suicide? The loss is very sudden, it's premature, it's unexpected. And what is our reaction? We are shocked, we do not know, we torment ourselves, we feel we are filled with guilt. Maybe I should have done this, maybe I could have spoken to him like that, maybe I heard, so there's a lot of guilt associated with that. So I don't want to run out of time, so I will just say, The most important thing which we need to understand if you have to prevent suicide is three things. One is, I already told you that they do communicate. So if we listen and listen to their conversation, we can definitely prevent. The second thing is ambivalence. 80% of them are not sure they want to die. The wish to live and the wish to die is like a seesaw battle for them. So if at that moment, if you increase the wish to live, suicides can be prevented. Okay? I don't want to go too much, but the fact is, how can we manage a crisis quickly? Okay? Immediately you have to provide safety, stability. Okay? And provide a change. If the person is alone sitting in the hostel, bring the student away from the hostel. Put him somewhere else. Find out some other person to stay with him. Or ask somebody to stay with him. Or do something immediately. Don't wait for things to happen. And shift the focus from crisis to resolution. Okay, you have failed. Is that your problem? So how can we address this? Can we go and talk to your professor and see whether he can take a re-exam? When can you do that? Do you feel afraid to tell about your failure to your parents? Do you think anybody else talking will help? It's like that. Whatever is the crisis, go for the solution to the crisis. And involve all the family, partner, social support network. Involve as many people as possible to support you. Okay? So what are the techniques which you do? For example, if somebody is planning to take pills, if somebody is planning to do things, just simply ask them, please give those pills, please give the rope, please give this. Not snatch it from them, but encourage them to give it. Say, I will hold this for you for some time. So the most important thing is suicide. You cannot be acutely suicidal for 6 months. It is too strong an emotion. You can be acutely suicidal only for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So if at that time, if you are able to prevent, suicides can be prevented. Okay? And what do we do for those 2-3 weeks is to buy time. You buy time. Tell them, just wait for a day. Okay, you want to die? Fine. But wait for a day. Till then, let me hold the pills. Okay? So distance the mean. And safety planning, I think it is another lecture. I don't want to go into that. But it is a very, very simple, effective tool to reduce suicide and repeat suicide attempt is to form a safety planning, which any lay volunteers and people can do. Okay? Improves psychological support and everything. So this is a checklist which actually we all developed at Dareth Lee. He was a student who died in US. So and actually that propelled the US government to do some things. A few of us, 10 and 12 of us were experts, and we produced a checklist which is still now used in all the universities in the US to find out how ready they are in terms of handling a suicidal crisis. Okay, what are the administrative policies? It's a checklist. Okay, do you have a mental health plan in writing? Have you allocated enough resources? Do you have a policy? And then risk identification programs. Do we have these programs? Okay, and the most important thing we have found is more than a screening program. Because what happens in a screening program is that most of the time it is done following a suicide or something, so nobody openly comes and says they have this. Okay? And what has happened is people who have scored yes in screening programs are not suicidal. People who have scored no in screening programs have ultimately attempted suicide. So screening program alone is not effective. Okay? What has been found extremely effective is to have a transitional support system. Okay? And to train all the faculty, coaches and clergy. The other thing which we also found in our IIT studies is, in all the suicides which had happened in all the IITs, most of the people who identified that this student is not in a great mental health space were not the teachers or the counselors in the IIT, but the kitchen staff, the hostel supervisors, the security people, they all had something to say. Yes, he was not out of the room at all. He didn't go. So those are the people whom you have to train, because those are the people whom students come regularly in contact with. Because in IIT, I think a student goes from one teacher, it's not that one teacher is there for a long period of time. Or, I mean, they have different courses or whatever it is. So, but whereas a hostel warden, a friend, the kitchen person, I remember, I think it was in Kanpur, the kitchen person says, वो बहुत प्यार से खाना खाता था, 2 हफ्ते से कुछ नहीं खाया वो. 2 weeks he loved food. He used to eat maximum in the mess, but for 2 weeks he didn't eat anything at all. So I knew something was wrong. So those are the people whom we have to train to look for. So these are risk identification programs. And then we must have on-campus support services. So what are the on-campus? Do we have a center? Do we have a center which can deal with emergencies? Do we have a crisis management in place? Okay, it's no point in reacting after a situation has happened. You have to have a plan ready in action. The other thing which you also have is, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, but when suicides happen in premier institutions, the media just loves it. Because the fact is, it's like a celebrity suicide. It is, I mean, for everybody we think they have attained goal, they have reached, they are the select few, they have their lives made, they are the most successful people. Why do these most successful people die by suicide? So that's why it becomes a media interest, okay? So the fact is, and unfortunately, we have to train the specific 2 or 3 people in each institution to handle the media. Because they say something, most of them are professors, they don't know how to handle, they say something, the media will pick up one thing and they will write. So we must identify and designate a person to handle the media. And we have to tell the correct picture, not hide anything, but tell the correct picture, but tell them that, again, emphasizing the fact that suicide happens due to a variety of factors. That there is no single factor for suicide. That is what we have. There is no simplistic cause for suicide. That's what we have to do. And also, how closely the on-campus support services works with the community-based support services is something which needs to be done. So, to answer this, what is cluster? What has happened in IIT in the last few months, where there are about 4 or 5 suicides within a gap of 2-3 months, we call it as point cluster. Okay? And these point clusters can be prevented. There is a separate mechanism called cluster prevention, and these point clusters can be prevented. So, and it should be already embedded in the system. Having a multidisciplinary team, okay, with suicide prevention experts, mental health services, from the educational institution, youth services. The message which we have to give to the student community is, there are other ways of solving problems rather than suicide, okay? In cluster prevention, we identify the students' close friends or class people and talk to them so that they are, there is no copycat effect, okay? And we also identify the mechanisms by which these people who are distressed by the suicide of a student in that institution wants to talk about it to somebody in a confidential manner. These are all the components of a cluster prevention. And we need to look at it in phases. What is the immediate, within a day, what should I do to prevent clusters? What should I do? That's what the reactive phase is, what we call as 1 week. What do we do? And then the outreach period, which happens over a period of time. And these can be done to prevent clusters. So what do? We need to do, we have to build an effective safety net for these people, okay? There must be a senior, this is a recommendation which we gave 10 years ago, but I still think it holds good, and I think it needs to be done now rather than later. So what is the comprehensive approach to prevention? You have to identify students at risk. You have to help increase their help-seeking behavior. Okay? They must be open to seeking help. You must facilitate. For example, it is not good to have a counselor, psychology room and expect the students to go. If the student goes there, everyone will know that they are going. So we actually, I told them, keep it as a, don't put the board, keep the room next to the library, next to the canteen, or something like that. So that people won't notice you going to the counselor's room when you're going to the library or something like that. So the location is also important. Okay. So increase the help-seeking behavior, provide mental health services, follow crisis management procedure, restrict access to potentially lethal means. In fact, in Kota, they have introduced fans where a human body, if it, because of the suicides in Kota, the hanging was the most common method. We have actually worked with some IIT Delhi people and introduced fans, where if the weight is more than 25 kilos, you have introduced? Fantastic, thank you. Okay, develop life skills and promote social networks. Unfortunately, nowadays, students have more virtual friends than real friends. And we have to use all methods necessary to improve the social network system. So this is all. I think I'm already over the limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the holistic presentation on how to prevent suicide, madam. And then one house announcement, in-house announcement before I proceed to the next session. There is a gold earring which was found in the ladies' washroom. If at all, if someone lost it, you may come to the organizer to collect it. You have to prove that the others is still on. So let me call Dr. Padmavati, the director of SCARF, who will be giving the final presentation on finding an anchor in an emotional storm. To introduce Dr. Padmavati, short introduction. So Dr. Padmavati Ramachandran is currently the director of Schizophrenia Research Foundation. She has been with the SCARF, a premier mental health NGO in Chennai for more than 35 years now. Over to you, madam.
I need a mic.
Yes, I'll give.
Mic.
Yeah.
And if you can help change this.
Sure, I'll do that. I'll give you a slider, madam.
Thank you for inviting me, and I'm sorry I had to cut down my introduction because I think we are at the fag end of our, I'm sure you've heard these terminologies through the day. Through the day you'd have heard about depression, anxiety, etc., etc., etc. And even in this session, we began with Dr. Malayappan talking about, in a general way about stress management. We went on to listen to a wonderful, a very eloquent talk about positive psychology, which I think a lot of it was even, many, many years ago that I had studied all that, so it was a lot of news, so thank you for that. And of course, Dr. Lakshmi, very eloquently again, told us about suicide and its management. Again, every time I hear Lakshmi, it's something very interesting and really pay close attention to what she is saying, because I think it continues to remain important. But what I'm going to do right now is to tell you small stories, right? I know it's been a long day for many of y'all, but you must have some stories to take home. And that's why I'm going to just be focused on more individual, narratives. I've titled mine as Finding an Anchor in an Emotional Storm, right? So there are two key words here. The first thing is the emotional storm. I'm not going to talk to you about what depression, anxiety. I think a lot of y'all who remain back here are faculty members. Many of those students who are here would have probably walked out. So it's really, more about how you as faculty members can actually look at what
what are the emotional storms that we can actually see amongst our people. The next slide, please. Yeah. So here is a story. I mean, I'm sorry, the age is 20, but I understand that the faculty, you are seeing a little younger students, but never mind. 20 is just a number, right? M is a young lad. He just turned 20 this month. He hails from another state. Let's assume he's from IIT Madras. He's coming from another state, okay? He's an only child of doting parents. And so I'm sure a lot of you can relate to that, where, you know, a single child has given everything in life and so on and so forth. He's come here with a lot of aspirations. You know, he's probably one of those guys who went to Kota or any other place and where the only aim was to get into IIT. And getting into IIT Madras was something extremely important for him. This is a fictional story, but I'm sure you would have heard, many of our IIT faculty here would have heard this story before. But just to tell you that within a few months of coming into this place, there's a downturn. He doesn't like this place. He doesn't like not having, you know, his daily quota of meals, the, you know, mama cooked meals and so on. He can't find a friend because language is an issue. He comes from the northeast. He can't, the way he communicates in English or in, you know, of course, Tamil would be out of question if it is IIT Madras. So definitely he can't find a friend. And secondly, he finds the academic pressure too much. He's had 2 years of academic pressure. Early morning to late night, constantly, you know, being badgered to study. But he can't take the academic pressure that is in this academic institution. In fact, I should tell you that in a very similar story that I had asked a student to write out what he thought was the academic pressure that he was undergoing. And one of the things that he said was, the teacher is constantly asking questions without giving me answers. An earlier speaker had talked about how, you just don't ask questions and leave it at that. There must be some further conversation, in this, to the student. But this student's teacher apparently just asked questions and never, allowed for answers or allowed for discussions in the class. So what happened? He always felt singled out. He felt that my teacher is exposing my inability. Remember, he's just 3 months into the institution. What has he learned so far? All he knows is this 12th standard physics, chemistry, biology, which is far removed from what he is going to be exposed here in terms of learning. So this guy had actually found, fortunately he was identified early. This is not a true case, but in a similar situation, he did meet a mental health professional and went into therapy primarily because he was suicidal. We identified him early. We tried to help him, to get back to. He eventually went back home. He dropped out of IIT. His dreams shattered. His parents' dreams shattered, right? And we have lost an engineer. We have the world, the city, the country has lost an engineer. So what could we have done to, get him back onto the ropes, get him back, is something that we need to think about. And this is homework for y'all. When y'all go out, y'all please think about what you can do in such a situation. Let's move on to the next story. A vibrant young girl. I'm sure you'll all see that the young people, not just girls, young people get into colleges. They're there because they're very intelligent. And of course, there were added attributes. She had been in the institution for about 3 years now. And actually, she was experiencing life differently. She comes from, a nuclear family. She does have a younger sister. Her parents are pretty well qualified. And, it's a normal life, day-to-day middle-class family life that we all have. Most of us here would have. But what happened was, she was having a lot of difficulties in adjusting to the changes that was bringing, and in her case it was more the social difficulties rather than academic difficulties. Instagram, Facebook apart, boyfriends, boyfriend of a girlfriend and things like that were quite, quite dominant in her life. Her academic performance was not so good. Why was it not so good? Because A, she did not have the time for it. She was focusing attention on other things. And B, she was also having a lot of difficulty in coping with these changes that she was experiencing. Right? The biggest problem in this young girl was she refused to acknowledge that there was an emotional storm building up in her. She refused to acknowledge the anxiety, the depression, the sleep disturbances, the difficulties in the way she was, communicating. And in spite of the fact, this is a true story. She was actually referred to me by the daughter of a friend. The daughter was her classmate, and this girl comes to me for help. She was, of course, forced to coming into seeing me, right? And we were trying to, get her to realize, get her to become aware of what was happening with her. It took a long time. I must say she dropped out, but I hope she's, the times that she came in for consultations, it definitely, I'm sure, would have made an impact, because the last time she saw me, she had actually decided that, look, I finished my graduation and I'm not going to go back to my home, and let me see how I can actually streamline my living, giving up on a lot of these frills and fancies that had occupied the 3 years of her undergraduate education. So essentially, a whole lot of symptoms that happen: anxiety, panic, depression, anger. I'm not going to go and tell you diagnostic criteria and so on. And I noticed that I missed out on suicide, but thanks to Lakshmi, it is really not missed out, right? So there's a whole labyrinth of emotions, and remember, this is a very dynamic thing. At a point in time, several kinds of emotions can happen, and therefore this particular, the individual who is actually going through, whether it is my 20-year-old, 20-year young friend, or the young woman whom I was seeing, it's a kind of in a constant change that it is happening, and you'll find that there is no point in you, unless you are, you are acknowledging what happens. It's very hard to actually pinpoint at that point in time and say, look, I am angry, or I am sad, and so on and so forth. So it's a very dynamic, often exists simultaneously in most people. The next slide. So to find an anchor, what do I define an anchor as? I started my talk saying that we're talking about emotional storm. Now I'm moving on to finding that anchor. What I believe is the anchor, and I was hoping to be able to talk to students here. However, because the students are not here and the faculty is who remains, I wish you would go back and ask these young people to find the anchor. It's not that every person with an emotional storm has to reach a mental health professional. Dr. Lakshmi talked about peer groups, friends, people whom they constantly meet, whether it is the canteen person or the librarian. These are some of the anchors, but there could, I'm talking about the anchor within ourselves that we can actually focus on. Next slide, please. What I think we need to teach our young people is to become aware of these emotional storms that are there. There is nothing wrong in acknowledging that I am anxious. There's nothing wrong in acknowledging that I'm angry. Is it a weakness to cry? Right? I always tell my tell young people that it's okay to cry. If you want to cry, it's okay, you cry. You will actually start feeling better after that. Right? Of course, there are a lot of people who say, no, it's wrong to cry. It's a sign of weakness. Right? But then you have to become aware to be able to express your so-called negative emotion. So becoming aware, please tell your young people, it's okay to acknowledge that I am angry, I am anxious, I am depressed, right? So these are some things that they need to become aware of. And then second important point is to acknowledge it. So what? There's a difference between being aware and actually talking about it. When you talk about it, you're actually acknowledging it is present within you, and that's, I think, very important. And sharing. Many a times, people are afraid, people are, not wanting to talk about their problems to others. Stigma being a big reason. Oh, you'll then brand me as mentally ill. But that's one important reason why they do not do it. But then they are reluctant to share, again, the fear of being judged by others. But I think we as faculty members need to take this lesson back to our students and tell them it's okay, it's perfectly okay to share. You can share with whomever you're comfortable. It need not be you have to go onto the top of the tower and, broadcast that you're anxious. You can talk to people who are your, maybe your best friend, maybe your, sibling, maybe even a teacher, maybe the librarian, or maybe even the cook in the hostel. Because I think these are important people, but we have got to tell them that it's okay to share. And this is what I mean by searching for the anchor. This anchor is, I believe, not constant. It can change over time. It's not unique in a sense. At the same time, you can have several anchor points. So just imagine, this is the anchor that's going to keep the boat stable during the storm, right? And this is why I believe that, finding this anchor becomes an important lesson that we take home to our young students. Next one. I'm not going to spend too much of time. The next one. In this, because I think this is well talked about. Everyone has talked about exercise, yoga, recreation, and this is nothing new. You Google, you'll get millions of sites on all this. So I'm not really going to spend too much of time on this. Next one. Thank you for listening to me. Bye.
Thank you, Madam. For the final question and answer session, may I now request all the speakers to come to the stage. Due to time constraint, we'll have only 3 questions.
Yes, good evening, dignitaries on the dais. Due respect to the dais, I'm basically from a legal side. I come from Law University. So I have a question that we always, people who has a problem of stress, whatever it was discussed, we don't stretch all type of stress and depression into defense in criminal law or Indian Penal Code. So we go for punishment, rather you go for treatment. As far as legal side is concerned, we go for treatment only after the person is being punished. What is your opinion on that particular point? And my second question is, I think I made a sense in my question. Yeah, because I always have this conflict in my mind, because we always go for punishment and you go for treatment, and we think about the treatment only after punishing the person. And my second question is to ma'am, really it is honor to listen to you and all the people here decriminalizing suicide. And this is an effort made by the Law Commission. When I was a student from UG until now, after completing the PhD also and becoming a faculty in the Law University, still this is a recommendation. Still this section is there in the Indian Penal Code where still we punish the person. We send them inside the prison, we give them a treatment. So I just want to know what is your opinion on these 2 questions.
I'll first answer about the decriminalization. We have been working for this for the last 10-15 years. Actually, the Law Commission before recommended that this IPC 309 should be retained. So at that time, Justice Lakshmanan was the chairman of the Law Commission. So we invited him for a function for Sneha, explained to him about the whole situation, and then the report 410 came. And after that, we tried many methods. Then after that, Justice, what's his name? A.P. Shah, he became the Law Commission, and the government asked him to write out what are all the redundant laws. So we requested him to put the redundant clause there also. That also failed. Then fortunately we had Mr. Keshi Desi Raju, the Mental Health Commission Act came and that passed. And so even though he was not able to remove IPC 309, he had written there that despite what is contained in IPC 309, a person who has attempted suicide should be considered as to be in severe stress and should not be punished. So you cannot punish a person who has attempted suicide. But the problem for many institutions is, it is still IPC 309 is still very much present there. So whether we need to notify, particularly for colleges and hospitals, whether attempted suicide should be notified to the police is still a problem, which we are trying to work. In fact, last September we invited Justice Ramasubramaniam, the Chief Justice, to our function so that he will publicly commit to saying that this is not a IPC 309 should be viewed differently and removed, and which he has, and we made sure that the press made it thing. So we asked him to see what can be done. He says, unless a case comes to me, I cannot, because the 5-member constitution bench has done. So we have to ask the parliament only to change, and we would have gone with it in 1974, but for the fact that the parliament dissolved. We then went round to the parliament people. In fact, Ms. Kanimori raised the topic in Rajya Sabha about this. So it is still pending. We are just hoping for some case to come. And if some case comes, we have, Justice Ramasubramaniam and the Chief Justice Chandrachud have promised that they will do it. But we are waiting for a year, and if it does not come, along with another NGO, we are planning to probably put a public interest litigation and see that this is removed. This is the current state.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes,
One
sir.
more point. In practice, whenever a person attempts suicide, in a hospital, they will report to the hospital. They will come to the hospital. The hospital will inform the police. And the police will come and inquire. And usually they will not make an FIR, and they will not proceed further. They will not charge sheet them. They will not proceed. They will not take the case to the court. It will be written as the reason for attempted suicide, and they don't go for punishment. This was happening for the last 50 or 60 years. Attempted suicides are very rarely get punished or never get punished in India. It is there in the law, that's all. In practice, it is not being followed. They are taken to the hospital for evaluation and treatment. This is what happening in the country. So we need not bother much about 309 in my opinion. Help them, support them, if necessary treat them. We need not think about punishment for attempted suicide. In political cases where they do it in public to draw the attention of the administration, then they may be arrested for a few days and then released. Then also they will not go for charge sheet and punishments. Rarely, or I will say nil. Do you have any data that so many cases of 309 has been punished for attempted suicide? It is very rare in India. It is there in paper. Forget about it. That's my view.
Okay, sir. Regarding my first question,
I would probably say that we have in the last year, around the country, there have been 8 or 9 people who have been arrested. We have got the data.
Yes,
Arrested in prison. And the tragedy is, Pakistan has decriminalized, which is a Muslim country where it is Pakistan, Guyana, all those countries have decriminalized. There are only 17 countries in the world which still criminalizes. Okay? And actually, I started working for this, not because I was a lawyer or I had a thing. It because of a personal incident. Just as Dr. Maliyappan said, one from Ayodhya Kuppam, one girl and boy eloped. Then they were brought, and the girl took an overdose. She was rushed to Royapeta hospital. She recovered. She came back. Because it was registered as an MLC case, the next day the policeman came to her house. யார் ஓடி போயிட்டு மருந்து சாப்பிட்டு ராயப்பட்டால இருந்தாங்க இந்த வீடு அப்படின்னு வந்தான். So the entire community came to know about that. That night she hung herself. That is the reason why I started working on this 15 years back. The battle is still going on. What Dr. Malayappan says is very true. But the fact is, we still do not know how many, not many people know that people are not arrested. What happens is, in rural areas, many people take an overdose of poisoning, and then they fear that the police will come and harass them. So they go to private practitioners who charge enormously, saying, police tella sollama, I will treat. They fleece the patient, and many people get thing. So there has to be an increased awareness that you will not be arrested. But the fact is, it is an anachronistic law. You cannot punish a person who has committed the act, but somebody who is attempting, you are punished. And this is an anachronistic law which is there only in 17 countries. And as I said, what is sad is, even a strong Muslim country, Islam strictly forbids suicide. Pakistan has decriminalized. All the neighboring countries have decriminalized. Only India, we are still with us.
We have to work hard to decriminalize suicide.
Actually,
we have to plead with the government, parliamentarians to decriminalize suicide. That is no doubt about that. But in practice, that's all. That's what I want to be.
Okay,
I am not supporting it. We have to decriminalize suicide.
So we from a legal side also have the same point, because always there is a question as to whether it is homicidal or suicidal. So for that reason, arrest and all those stuffs are going. Regarding my first question, I just wanted to ask you was that we have so many psychological disasters. I am not a person from psychological side. More particular, take for instance post-traumatic stress disorder, post-menstruational syndrome, or postpartum syndrome, or blue baby syndromes, and all are there, which are not being treated, rather be punished. I just want to know the opinion from your side.
Can you please repeat?
Sir, I want to make it very clear. We have a chapter in Indian Penal Code which talks about defense, and one of the defense is insanity. And insanity talks about unsoundness of mind. We are not including all type of medical insanity. We have a compartment of legal insanity. So in legal insanity, we just cover lunatic, idiots, drunkenness, unsoundness. So we don't cover other type of unsoundness of mind which can happen because of post-traumatic stress disorder, or it can be pre-menstruational syndrome or post-menstruational syndrome or blue baby syndrome, psychological problem faced by this. These are some problems because I have done some research on this area. Take for example, if blue baby syndrome, the mother kills her own baby in the early stage of delivery. So we punish her rather being treated. But when we look in medical science, these people need to be treated rather being punished. We can see many criminals inside the Pulal prison for this particular problem. So as far as India is concerned, they are punished rather being treated. We are not including all type of psychological problem into criminal law. So I just want to know about it.
Section 84 of IPC,
yes,
that's what you're meaning?
Yeah.
See that it does not speak about diagnosis, which disorder it is. Unsoundness of mind to such an extent that the person does not know the nature and consequences of the act he is doing at the time of committing the crime. So all disorder, even a patient with severe mental illness may not come under section 84. For example, even with mania or schizophrenia, if they know that they are doing a murder, if they know that they are killing, they will not come under section 89, even for severe mental disorder. So if a person knows that he is doing a wrong thing with an intention, ability to plan, ability to prepare and do the act, then he is punishable under the law. If because of mental illness he is unable to comprehend what he is doing, unable to plan, unable to understand the consequences of the act, then only he will come under section 84. It is not related to the diagnosis. What mental disorder is not important. It is the nature of the mindset at the time of committing the crime is alone taken into consideration. He should not be in a position to know the nature and consequence of the act. He should not be in a position to plan for the act. That is what law all over the world sees. So we cannot include all psychiatric diagnoses under section 84. That is unacceptable. Thank you.
Good evening to all.
My question is to Ashwini ma'am. You have said many parameters for happiness, that is mental wellness, but all the studies were related to abroad. So is there any similar study which focuses on what is the happiness with Indian population?
So very rightly pointed out, I thought I should have mentioned it in my slides. You were sharp enough to find that out. But this is a very young branch of psychology. Positive psychology has not been widely studied in our country. And all the studies, unfortunately, have been done only abroad. And like I said, the idea of positive psychology only started very vaguely at around 1950s, and it started gaining popularity towards the end of 20th century. So our country still has to probably, dedicate its energy and time and resources to. We already have a lot of problems to look after. So maybe it will take some more time. We are taking baby steps. We'll be there in, studying about this in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this as a last question, may I now wind up the session. So may I now request. Okay, that will be the last question.
Hi ma'am, this is John. What are the methods to, fight against rejection or shame? Many people go through this same thing, right? So many of the youngsters go through the same, rejection and shame is very common thing. What are the methods, practical methods, which can be implemented?
It's a very broad question that you are asking, because to answer this question, you really require, more information to see what is the type of rejection. For example, being rejected by Dr. Lakshmi was mentioning about why the Nobel Prize for Mathematics was not given, right? So that rejection really stood for several decades before he wrote his will, right? And so I would like to go, it could be rejection of any kind of things. So for example, a mother might feel rejected by her son or daughter because the son or daughter is not talking to her, and they are probably all the time on the phone, and therefore they're not talking to the mother, but the mother can feel rejected. The teacher can feel rejected by a student because the student, maybe there are groups of students who don't listen to the class, and the teacher can probably land up feeling rejected. There are many instances. It's all unique in its own sense. So one of the things is, to be able to really, if the person can understand that, stop and think about why am I feeling rejected? And, it requires a lot of introspection. That would be one.
Okay, ma'am. To be specific, many students are here in this campus, so they might get rejected in pursuing a relationship. So in that aspect, what are the practical steps?
I think a lot of conversations must happen around this whole issue of relationships, and it's not always just one-to-one. It could be, one of the suggestions that came about how to reduce stress was socialization, right? And the more we focus on socialization that is not digital, right, more face-to-face interaction, maybe the conversation of rejections, acceptance can come up for a discussion amongst the young people in this campus, and that you have a group which is called Mitra, which is an important group, and that particular group, which is a peer group, can actually take this up in a big way and really not bring in mental health professionals to talk about rejections, because that will take the story into another angle. But I think you people amongst yourselves can actually talk about this concept of rejection and see how, in a very practical way, you actually try and help fellow students to overcome this kind of a problem. It's always there. And I think it's a very dynamic phenomenon.
See, basically rejection is hard at any age, and more so in a young age. So at that time we have to use two resources, your internal resources and your external resources. So who are your external resources you have to have. So it is always good to have 2 or 3 friends with whom you can share everything. Okay, that is the first external resource. Family, even if you're not able to talk to your own parents, because they will always remember that, and or they may become overprotective, or they may start criticizing you. There is always some cousin or an uncle or an aunt or somebody. So you have to establish that communication and have at least 2 or 3 good friends, 2 or 3 family friends, 2 or 3 students whom you are with whom you can share your emotions. Because when you share your emotions, majority of the problems comes down. Okay, most of the time we feel rejected, we suffer in silence. When we share, the suffering is half. Then you have to cope with your internal resources. And what are those internal resources? If somebody says you are bad, you feel bad. We all want social acceptance, okay? But we must also have what is known as internal validation. If somebody says you're useless, you can say, maybe I have failed in this particular subject, but I have gotten into this IIT, so I have something. So I'm not as bad as you think. If somebody says you're Lord Krishna, I used to say, I'm not as good as that. So I'm not as good as you think, nor am I as bad as you think. I have my good and I have my bad. So you have to look at your internal resources and also look at what resources you have about yourself. When I had a similar situation in school, how did I face it? Okay. So let me use the same strategies to face it. Okay. So you have to use both your internal and external resources to the best of the ability. And the most important thing is ask for help. Ask for help. People do want to help. You don't have to suffer in silence.
Thank you, ma'am. It was helpful.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this question, because this is a question which is very much needed for the younger generation. So let us all finish this session. So may I now request Colonel Parthasarthi, Officer on Special Duty to the Director, to felicitate the guest with an Angavastram and a bouquet. So do you mind join for a group photo? No problem. To close this session formally, may I now invite Professor M.J. Mallikarjuna, Professor at IIT Madras, to recite the oath of thanks. Before that, may I call upon Professor Sardi to felicitate Professor M.J. Mallikarjuna, who has been in support for conducting this program a successful one. Over to you, Professor.
Good evening to all of you. We have come to the end of this program. So I am Professor Mallikarjuna, Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Madras, and also Vice Chairman, Council of Wardens. I am here to propose the vote of thanks. So first of all, I would like to thank Ministry of Education and IIT Madras to organize this program at the right time. We had some anxious moments earlier, so it's the right time to conduct this program. So I first of all would like to thank all the organizers of this program, Professor Kamakoti, our director, Professor Sarathi, the coordinator for wellness program, and Professor Vasa, Dean of Students, and also our Colonel Parthasarathi, Officer OST, that is Officer on Special Duty, and also Mr. Rudramurthy to conduct this program very successfully. And I also would like to thank all the speakers of this program, Professor Ramurthy, Professor M.S. Shivkumar, and Swami Isha Premanandji, and also Dr. Sri Vidya, and Mr. Srinivas Venkatram, and Professor C. Balaji, and Dr. M. Maliyappan, Dr. Ashwini Muthuswamy, Dr. Lakshmi Vijay Kumar, and Dr. Padmavati. So, in spite of their busy schedule, they took time to come and address this gathering and gave a very useful information. It was very, very interesting. None of us slept since morning. So, it's very good sign that you had a very good session. And I also thank all the participants from different parts of the country and from different institutions who have come here and got the good information. I hope you will adopt this information in your institutions as well as in your organization. And I also thank our engineering unit, ICSR authorities who provided facilities for organizing this program. And also thank all the wardens, assistant wardens and OHM team, students, guides, faculty, media for to participate in this program. Finally, I thank one and all who successfully made this program to happen. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now request everyone to rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे